The story begins in a colorful and vibrant city, in the middle of which there is a huge palace. In the square of this city there is a golden statue which depicts a horseman with a sword. Guards walk the streets of the city, asking each other if the city is too quiet. The old guard said that no one knew when the revolutionaries would begin to act again. He said they were just ordinary village bumpkins who had gathered in a group and called themselves revolutionaries. The young guard said that everything had been quiet lately. Perhaps they had realized that their little rebellion had been pointless. His comrade confirmed his words and said that the Imperial Knights had probably dealt with them, but he hopes that it will remain so in the future. At this time, somewhere underground, these same revolutionaries gathered, discussing something, standing in front of a map. Their leader said that they would kill the emperor and destroy the empire. He said that this was the only way to restore the kingdom, and around him were knights of all stripes who looked quite serious. Turning to the main character, he said that Logan had been entrusted with the most important mission. He was obliged to protect the secret manuscript at any cost, and Logan himself, of course, knew this. After the meeting ended, people went to their places and went about their daily business. Logan's friend ran up to him and said that he was a real patriot. He was talking about a secret manuscript. Many people sacrificed themselves to obtain and protect it from the Empire. Since the manuscript is under his responsibility, it means that the Empire's army will target him first. Charlie said he would have to take risks to do his duty. Logan turned to him and said that he spoke as if he had agreed voluntarily. Charlie understood that it was because of his fluency in the ancient language, but he did not even complain. The hero interrupted the guy, did not let him finish. He said that with his words, he was indirectly insulting their other comrades. It was not a matter of patriotism at all, but of a desire to take revenge on the Empire. The events are transported to Logan's past, where he fights his brother in a friendly duel. People said that Damien was a genius, because he only picked up a sword 3 years ago, and Logan had been fencing for 10 years to become a knight. The guy was irritated by the talk about his lack of talent. They said that the future of their family was rather bleak. An indefinite amount of time later, Logan stands before his father, who scolds him for daring to use paralyzing poison on his brother. The father drove his son away. Fear and horror immediately appeared in Logan's eyes. He went crazy with a feeling of inferiority and harmed his brother. His father told him that he was no longer his son, and Logan was expelled from the family home. After leaving home, he became a mercenary, and only after 10 years of hard work did it dawn on him what a terrible person he had been before. But when he returned home, it was already too late. Sometime later, as Logan was walking through the city, he heard talk that a public hanging would take place in the square. When he heard the name of the hanged man, he immediately stopped. He realized that his brother was about to be hanged, and he instantly turned around and ran towards the square. People say he is an aura user who fought against the Empire on the front lines. The royal family members scattered in all directions. Thoughts flashed through the guy's head that he had to tell him something. So Logan diligently asked his brother in his thoughts to make sure he survived. In the end, he didn't make it. The guard who executed him and realized that Demian's head would be above his own, and said that such a fate would await all traitors to the kingdom. Logan immediately burst into bitter tears. From that moment on, only thoughts of revenge were in his head. He set out to take revenge on the Empire for the murder of his family. The events then moved to the present, where the royal guards are chasing Logan. At some point, Logan wandered into a dead end, where a guard caught up with him. They clashed in battle, their swords colliding and sparking in different directions. The hero deflected the enemy's sword and cut his throat. The guard immediately fell to his knees. Then he killed the next guard, plunging his sword into his throat. Suddenly, another guard appeared behind Logan and swung at him. The next moment, Logan immediately turned around and killed him again. Before he could look back, the guards surrounded the hero, asking him how he dared to steal the Empire's treasure. Instead of accepting his death, Logan simply chuckled, his mind already having a plan of escape. He took out some kind of magical sphere, and when it destroyed, a bright bloody light filled the entire room. The entire kingdom saw this light. The explosion was so powerful that the shockwave from it washed over the entire city. In his thoughts, Logan thought that his life was filled with regrets. He existed for revenge. At least he was happy that he managed to warm up the Imperial Guards. But he could not get rid of his deepest regret even after death. Fortunately, he will be able to apologize to his brother in the afterlife and meet him in the afterlife. Suddenly, Logan came to his senses. He didn't die in that explosion. His face was covered in cold sweat. The guy's head was splitting, and the next moment he grabbed his head. He didn't understand how it was possible. He couldn't survive that explosion. The guy's eyes were wide open in horror. Then some servant came up to Logan. He recognized him. His name was Rick. He was his main servant and asked how he felt. Logan said that Rick died 30 years ago. Logan asked why he was alive, and the guy immediately became horrified. Rick started shouting that the young gentleman had hurt his head and started calling for a doctor to help them. The hero turned to the window and saw knights training in it, honing their skills. He recognized the symbols that were everywhere. It was his family crest. Then he heard a familiar voice. His face instantly became horrified. He froze. It was Demian, his younger brother, who in his present was dead. Logan remembered this moment. It happened after their first duel, where the guy lost to his brother. That time, Logan, out of anger, insulted Demian, accusing him of being just the child of the Count's mistress. Despite all the insults, Demian got used to following him everywhere. Then Rick returned and told the boy that the young master needed rest and should not be disturbed. In response to this, Logan simply smiled and called his younger brother over to him, his face innocently happy. The servants were shocked by such politeness. Until now, everything had been the other way around. Logan had only thrown insults in all directions. Demian started to apologize. He said he should have been more careful. But Logan said he should be the one apologizing. He said he had done nothing wrong, but as he was about to continue speaking, he stopped mid-sentence. He doubled over and began to shake, a lump in his throat, his eyes filling with tears. The boy, who was not used to such treatment from his brother, could not utter a word. After this, Logan grabbed his brother by the shoulders and began to apologize for everything he had to go through while they were in the same family. Logan was very guilty. His eyes were filled with bitter tears, his face was red. Demian asked him why he was crying, but his brother just hugged him. He hugged him, and the boy started crying too. After which the brothers just stood in that pose in silence. After some time, the brothers broke their embrace, Demian said, before leaving that he would visit him again later. After he left, Logan's expression changed again. He thought that he really seemed to have traveled to the past, and because of this, Logan could change everything. At some point, a maid entered the guy's room, immediately bowed and apologized. Fear could be heard in her voice. Then Rick arrived and said that Maria had disturbed his rest because he had forgotten to warn her. Logan remembered to himself that at that time he had treated his servants badly too. He said it was okay, she hadn't done anything wrong. Then he asked Rick to bring him a pen and paper. From such politeness, the servants began to shake with fear. They did not understand why he needed a pen and paper, what he was going to do with it. When Rick brought him everything he needed, Logan thanked him, which surprised the guy very much. Logan let him go. Rick asked him if he was sure, if everything was okay with him, if his head hurt. These questions infuriated Logan. When he had already shouted at him, Rick recognized his master and breathed a sigh of relief. He left the room and told the servants that he had yelled at him, and that meant he was fine, and everyone needed to get back to work. Logan said to himself that he needed to be patient. This was all a consequence of his own actions. Now it is much more important for him to write down what will happen in the future. First, the war against the Empire in 10 years. A disaster that will destroy not only his family, but an entire nation. Before her, there was a war of vassals, which would happen in a year, would begin suddenly and would partially destroy his family, for which dark times would begin afterwards. To discuss all the plans, Logan came to his father, from whom he wanted to ask for help. As Logan walked around the estate, the servants gasped in horror at his appearance. Suddenly, some maid who was passing by dropped the bed linen right in front of Logan and was very scared. She didn't know what to do, why she was the one who had to fall in front of the young master. Instead of yelling, Logan simply held out his hand and asked if she was hurt. The girl raised her head and saw before her eyes a sinister smile and eyes shining with blood. After this, the girl fell to her knees and began to beg for mercy. She said that she was very guilty, and this surprised Logan very much. He thought to himself that the sudden change in his character seemed strange to them. It would take time for them to get used to it. All he can do is wait and show others that he has become different. He smiled at the mirror and said that she couldn't have reacted that way because of his creepy smile. When Logan reached his father's chambers, the servant said that the first young master had come to meet him. The boy remembered that the last time he saw his father, he disowned him. In his past life, Logan resented his father for many years after he sent him away, and considered him a cold-hearted man who had given up hope for his son. Logan thought that he was incredibly stupid to have thought that about him before. Having to send away your own son would break any parent's heart. As soon as the guy entered the chambers, he greeted his father. When he saw his father's face, he almost burst into tears. He looked better than he expected. The owner of the house, Patrick, asked his son why he had come. Logan said to himself that he expected this, but he really kept his distance. For him it had been 20 years, and he saw his face every day. The hero said he wanted to ask permission to do some solitary training near the family cemetery. To win a regional war, you need to improve all the forces of the territory, make knights and guards more powerful, strengthen and create new weapons. To make all this happen, Logan needs money. But in the city, his family is known as a poor family. They have no money. But he has one way to instantly gain it. Thanks to an event that will happen in 3 months, he will be able to receive the amount of the annual family budget. To do this, Logan needs to hone his fighting skills and gain the right to vote. His father asked him if he wanted to run away after losing to his brother. But Logan said that he realized how far behind he was, and albeit late, he drew conclusions. Patrick said that as if lack of persistence was the only reason, he still doesn't think he has recovered. Logan said he understood that another problem was his behavior, and he was very remorseful about it. The owner said that he was tired. All he ever does is chat. His father drove him away. He didn't want to listen to him anymore. Before leaving, Logan said that instead of admitting his flaws, he took his anger out on others. He admitted that he was still incredibly stupid and childish. This training will also help him gain control over himself. Once Patrick had listened to his son, he said that this time his words did not sound like a far-fetched excuse. Logan said he plans to train for 3 months. The father thought that the boy was going to gain strength to defeat his brother, but Logan refuted his opinion. He set a short deadline just to get the most out of it. Patrick said that he had indeed changed a little, and eventually allowed the training to take place. Before leaving, the father added that it was already spring, but the ground was still too cold to sleep on. He advised his son to try not to freeze. A few days later, Logan finally made it to the training area, a place where only immediate family members are allowed, so no one will disturb him. Besides, he can't let others see his teaching methods yet. In his past life, Logan learned the secrets of the divine sword and burned the manuscript to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Empire. The book's cover originally featured a golden falcon, and its contents described secrets passed down by an ancient hero who defeated an evil dragon that ruled the world. Logan encrypted it using the Independent Army's secret code so that no one could read it. After he mastered what was described in it, the aura masters of the Empire and even archmages would no longer be scary to him in his past life. His advanced age and lack of talent prevented this. But after returning to the past, Logan had a chance to master new talents and skills. He has to concentrate this power in the heart and create a core, a difficult task for a person of average ability, and the previous him would have already broken at this stage. After returning to the past, he felt as if his power was working to its full potential. Suddenly, a bright core formed in Logan's chest. While it was being born, an extremely dense energy was boiling, which the body absorbed like the earth absorbs rain after a long drought. After that, Logan tried to swing his sword and release energy forward. He was very happy that everything worked out. His physique and feelings completely changed. They were aligned with the need to master the sword. Logan had no idea why the power core had formed so quickly. But at this rate, within 3 months he would be incredibly strong. And so, after 3 long months of training, the days flew by quickly. The last day arrived. Logan got into an attack stance and began to charge up the punch he had been practicing all this time. He swung his sword and released a slash of energy forward, which was directed towards the target with great force. The guy directed this blow at the tree in front of him, which was cut by the blow. Logan was incredibly happy that he had succeeded. He fell to the ground and started laughing with happiness. This power exceeds his expectations. A beginner cannot master such a technique. Even though he spent all his strength after the first blow, it's still nice to have such an ace up his sleeve. Logan has achieved his goal and can proudly report the results to his father. But before visiting Patrick, Logan decided to wash himself first. When the boy reached his father, his path was blocked by a knight who said that his father could not accept him now. He said that family law states that even direct relatives cannot meet with the owner without prior notice. Rick told Logan that these laws were a couple hundred years old, but 3 months ago, Logan met with him without any problems. The knight said that it only meant that the guard had not done his job. At this time, the hero heard conversations coming from the neighboring building. They were talking about the fact that, no matter what, he was still the first master. They said he was a coward who ran away after losing to his younger brother. The knight understands that the boy won't even be able to squeak in response. Logan said to himself that his reputation had sunk to rock bottom while he was training, so low that even his own family's knights mocked him. He planned to demonstrate how he had changed and gradually improve his reputation. Logan said that this knight was preventing him from meeting his father, citing a family law that had practically outlived its usefulness. The knight could not understand why the first gentleman had suddenly decided to take advantage of his authority. For this offensive behavior, Logan pulled a glove from his inside pocket and threw it in the man's face. He challenged him to a duel. Rick stood behind his master, shaking with fear, while Logan said that this knight had his tail between his legs in fear at the sight of the coward that gossip called him. He said that his best years were already behind him. These words made the knight boil with rage. In the end, he finally agreed. After some time, the duelists gathered at the appointed place to conduct the duel. The guards watching them said that Logan would obviously lose. It was not even up for discussion. They say that after this he hid for 3 months so as not to catch his brother's eye. How long can this coward hold out? Logan heard all these conversations with insults. None of the spectators believe in his victory. Then the knight told the boy that he looked relaxed and advised him to be careful. Logan said to himself that he had the nerve to agree to fight him, but he didn't have the guts to say nasty things in front of the other knights. The servants gathered to watch this fight. Rick said that in the end the young master still went to the duel with him. Rick turned pale from fear and excitement, and his colleagues noticed that he stopped breathing from fear. And finally, the judge began to announce the start of the duel. He said that for safety reasons the fight would be conducted with wooden swords. Suddenly, Logan looked at the judge with a condemning gaze. He thought to himself that the young master was very stubborn. He had no choice. They were given wooden weapons anyway. But knights mainly use force, so even they are capable of killing a person. Whatever happens here is no longer his responsibility, but in any case, he wants this knight to be gentle with him. As soon as the fight began, the opponents scattered in different directions and increased the distance between themselves. The knight is going to use his power. He wants to teach the guy a lesson for thinking too much of himself. Rick stood and watched all this, his face filled with fear and excitement. To himself, Logan said that it might be scary to someone who didn't know any better, but he is clumsy with power. It comes from him because of his lack of control. From what Logan had said earlier, the knight was incredibly angry. The sword in his hands caught fire from his power. At 40 years old, this knight was the weakest in the order of knights and planned to retire. He was just going about his business while waiting for retirement. Having finished preparing for the attack, the man tried to close the distance between them with a jerk, a powerful aura emanating from him. Rick immediately started yelling for the referee to stop the fight. The referee responded and said that he himself agreed, which he could do. The knight thought to himself that he had already decided to retire anyway, so he decided to finish off Logan with his secret technique. But Logan was able to stop his attack with one hand. He directed his sword attack to the side and blocked the movements. The knight tried to get the sword back into his possession, but he failed and decided to surrender. Logan asked him if this was his maximum. He so ardently called himself a knight. Everyone around was shocked that such a knight was defeated. He knelt down and bowed his head. The guards said that their movements were very fast. No one had time to follow them. After this, Logan called the judge to him and said that he wanted to give the knight a second chance. At this time, the knight was on his knees and could not understand how it happened that some guy was able to defeat him. He couldn't come to terms with this and tried to attack from behind. But he didn't succeed because he attacked in a fit of rage. Logan immediately counterattacked. The hero parried the knight's blow back at him, after which he fell to the ground. He looked at him and talked about giving him a second chance. But after that, he still had to tuck his tail between his legs. As soon as the knight tried to say that he admitted defeat, Logan immediately hit him in the face. The boy thought to himself that he had shown enough mercy to the vassal who was trying to rebel against his master. Then Logan looked at this knight with disgust and decided to give him what he deserved. The next moment, a flurry of blows flew at the man. The knights, servants, and guards watched this and were shocked. Rick tried to ask Logan to stop. The guards did not recognize him. They did not believe that he had changed so much in 3 months, and not only awakened the power, but even completely reworked the technique of the sword. After this barrage of blows, Logan decided he was done with him. The knight lay on the ground unconscious. Then Logan reached his father. He said that it looks like he woke up. What happened during his training? The boy was surprised that his father was watching his duel. Logan said he was free of self-interest and ready to let go of the past. And while working with his thinking, at one point he felt a sense of strength begin to fill him. In his past life, he felt exactly like this. And only after refusing to take revenge on his family did he gain strength. Logan said to himself that he managed to wake up only after 40. Patrick said that he had indeed changed. But the first thing he did after gaining understanding was to attack the knight. The son replied that he deserved it himself and asked his father if he had heard the whole story of the guards. Father said he heard everything, but was there any need to go that far? Logan said that the man was trying to deceive his master's son and make him a laughingstock, and if he had not stopped it, he would have undermined the discipline in their house. Hierarchy is the pillar that allows the entire structure to function, but as soon as the system is disrupted, the balance is broken and everything goes wrong. Besides, after 10 years of living as a mercenary, Logan realized that when it comes to a group of armed men, self-will must be cut off sharply, and this knight will serve as an example for everyone. Patrick said that the knight had certainly made a great mistake. that he had forgotten his duties and was trying to fool him. But he said that Logan had overdone it. He needed to control himself. Logan was surprised in his thoughts that he forgave him so easily. But suddenly his father asked him if he wanted to receive some kind of punishment for this offense, but Logan refused. He said that he did not consider his actions correct. He did not need to make mistakes like that again. Nothing like that could be done without his permission. Then he remembered that his son had not yet received an official rank. And suddenly Patrick said that Logan's fiancée would soon arrive, and the guy immediately tensed up. Logan's plan was to use this girl to get a lot of money. After some time, Mrs. Maria arrived at the hero's estate, accompanied by her guards. As she walked deeper into the meeting room, everyone present there admired her beauty. Maria said that she had not seen the Duke for a long time. Patrick said that the girl had become a real lady and called her young mistress. Rick was also present in the hall and said to himself that he saw her as a child. She grew up to be an incredible beauty. But Logan at this time did not react to her arrival in any way, although in theory he should have been the happiest. Maria asked her guards and was about to read the letter that the Duke had sent with her. This speech was read for half an hour. Everyone present was very tired of the tedious letter, and so she finally finished reading and read that the Duke was asking for a divorce. Logan said to himself that the Duke was beating around the bush, but he really meant it. In Logan's mind, the Duke was saying that he thought Patrick would become an aura user, but he had already been a high-ranking knight for 20 years. He said that his son was even worse, so why should they lower their standards and unite with them? Patrick reacted very angrily to this letter. He perceived it as an insult to his family. The girl immediately began to justify herself. She said that she guessed that he would interpret it exactly that way, and therefore asked to allow her to personally deliver the message in order to resolve the misunderstanding. The memories of how she spent a whole year in their house as a child still linger in her mind. The moments created with the young gentleman in this beautiful and serene place. Her young mind has preserved them as a value. She has no desire to forget them. She said that she was connected to her family and therefore obliged to follow their instructions. She thought it would be best to apologize to them personally. The servants were delighted with her purity of heart. They saw in her only sincere emotions, no self-interest. But this whole situation was getting more and more annoying for Logan, and he was having a hard time putting up with these speeches. Suddenly, some woman asked Maria what was the reason for the divorce. She would like to hear about these inevitable circumstances. It was Logan's stepmother and Damien's biological mother. Her name is Linda. She had long considered Logan an enemy over the issue of succession, and so he thought she would not interfere. The girl said that she couldn't tell them anything because she didn't know the reason herself. She said that she was destined to get married and become part of another family. Her father does not discuss important decisions with her. Linda immediately interrupted her and said that it turned out that she had come to tell about the breakup of the engagement, without giving a reason. After this, the girl said that her family's house intends to pay their family $3 million in money. The man who managed the finances of Logan's house immediately began to shout with delight. This price made him happy. But the head of the family did not appreciate such a proposal. He began to shout throughout the building that they did not dare to address them like that. Out of anger, the man began to oppress those around him with his presence. The guards began to fall off their feet from such force. Mary's guard began to protect his mistress. He told her to hide behind him. He began to address the Duke and asked him to calm down and continue the conversation. Patrick said that this guy was also a high-ranking knight like him. He was impressed by this since he was still young. The owner said that the wounding of the rising star of the friendly house would serve as a fair exchange for the humiliation of the dignity of his house. The knight answered and said that the head of their house called Patrick a man of honor, and he also said that he would not persecute the young lady and the younger knight. Maria also asked to accept the money as a sign of a sincere attempt to maintain friendship between their houses, despite the upcoming public criticism due to the inevitable circumstances. Patrick thought to himself that if he continued to press, he would become a dishonest man, and it seemed that this was what the Duke had hoped for when he sent his children. Finally, the owner calmed down and said that a guest remains a guest, even if he brings bad news. His house will not oppress them. But they also will not accept the offer of this family, because of the dissolution of the engagement. I decided to ask for only one thing. He asked Maria to politely apologize to his son, who was supposed to marry this girl. His guards were delighted with this outcome. He finally calmed down. They said that this was to be expected from their master. Suddenly, Logan began to speak. He said that as a man worried about the breakup of his engagement, he wanted to talk about something. Logan was saying to himself that he was going to let them just apologize. $3 million was their house's annual budget. In addition, half of the amount comes from his stepmother's family as assistance. As soon as this is stopped, they will go bankrupt. He said that his father doesn't understand what he's doing. They have to get those 3 million at any cost. Logan told his father he would like to accept Maria's offer at home, which surprised his father. He started yelling back at him and asking if he wanted to make him go back on his words. Patrick used a lot of pressure on his son, even without an aura. But he is a high-ranking knight. If Logan can't settle everything now, he will never advance further. The owner said that their house was not so poor that they would have to give up honor for money. But then Logan answered his father and said that their house was just so poor, it surprised Patrick. He said they owed the bank 3 million, with annual interest being 150,000. Without their support, they would go bankrupt in an instant. This speech took place in the guy's thoughts. He would like to say so, but since this is an official meeting, he will have to restrain himself. Logan said the reason they should accept the 3 million was because of honor. The House of Mary is superior to theirs, and their count rules the whole East. And even though his powers are located there, they do not serve him. Logan fears that simply apologizing will lead to the spread of rumors that they are trying to please them. Here Maria interrupted the guy and said that her family was reasonable. They respected the honor of Patrick's house very much. Logan told her that they had come to break off the engagement, but he continued to insist on reasonableness. In his past life, Logan believed that Maria was genuinely sad about the inevitable breakup. But before it happened, something terrible happened. Maria spoke to Logan and said that they were parting on this day. But she wanted to create one last memory with him. At that moment, his life as a young master was destroyed, and the decision to risk everything for the sake of his beloved woman by escaping seemed to him the best. Suddenly, Maria pulled a dagger from under her dress and threw it at the guy. Logan barely managed to repel this attack. The girl's manner of communication quickly changed, and she told him to finally understand where his place was, and that he could not own her. She said that he lost to a boy. He made it easier for her and she thanked him for it. Suddenly, the girl tore her clothes and started screaming, and the girl's guards came running to the screams. She caught him at that moment. He was guilty of many wrongdoings and the family no longer trusted him. Logan's family ended up having to apologize to Maria's family and pay compensation. Because of her, he could no longer trust women. He is sure that this time she planned to make some money and run away, having broken off the engagement. At first, Logan planned to change his reputation in the family. He thought that if he slowly showed himself from a new side, it would convince people about him. And one day the family will also reconsider their opinion of him. Such were his thoughts at that moment in time. But the fight with that knight made him understand that the guards were turning a blind eye to the fact that they were clearly showing disrespect to him. And during this time of his absence, many rumors began to spread. Logan was wondering if it was possible to influence his family by gaining recognition from people like him. There were 9 months left until the regional war. His reputation was not important now. Logan eventually agreed to the girl's compensation offer, despite the family's wishes. The father did not like such willfulness. He began to shout at his son, and asked how he dared to contradict his will. Logan said he was not satisfied with a simple apology. If their honor was worth only a few words that would dissolve into thin air, then her value was equally weightless. After this, Mary said that their family would submit to the will of the Lord, the master of the house. She asked Lord Patrick for his final decision. Logan said to himself that she was saying this to save her father's reputation. She was probably bursting at the thought of having to pay 3 million. Patrick said that as a representative of his family's home, a sincere apology was enough for him. But he left the final decision to his son, and his wife was very surprised by these words. Maria was also not satisfied with this outcome. She expected a completely different choice. Hostility flashed in her eyes. The father warned his son that if he sold his honor, he would be more willing to agree to such an exchange in the future. Despite his father's warning, Logan still decided to accept the money from Maria's family home. The girl blushed with anger. There was no such point in her plans, and her father's plans. They thought that Patrick would simply make them apologize. After this decision, the father turned away from his son and said that he had changed only for the worse. Patrick himself is to blame for not explaining to him the true value of honor. To himself, Logan said that he was only doing this for the sake of their family. After the hero received the money, he looked at his wealth with arrogance. He tried to stay calm. He couldn't get too excited. First, he decided to put the money in the bank. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Logan thought it was Rick, but it turned out to be Dwayne, the man who manages the finances and his father's most trusted person. To himself, the man said that he was now faced with the greatest difficulty in his life. As the family's financial manager, he had to cut the budget for the entire castle. Previously, he had been forced to make up for the lack of money by begging his father-in-law for help. At that time, he was wondering who he was, a financial manager and leader of the poor, If this were not his hometown, he would have quit long ago. But now he has a chance to settle the situation, at least for a couple of years. In his eyes, the man saw the guy as a fool. He didn't pose anything scary to him. Finally, he told Logan that he just dropped by to say hello. He had really surprised him yesterday. He stood his ground, paying no attention to the unjustified pressure put on him. Dwayne admired the kind of heir the family was raising at home. Logan was not impressed by this flattery. He simply calmly asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. In Dwayne's mind, he was thinking that he was not prepared for such a reaction. He began to say that in their difficult times, 3 million gold was like rain during a drought. Logan's resourcefulness would allow the family to breathe a sigh of relief, but Logan had no intention of sharing his money. This phrase made Dwayne stand in a stupor. He expected this outcome, but it was worth a try. The man thinks that Logan is going to spend it all on himself. At this time, the manager tried to remain calm. He forced himself to remember the 20 years of his life. Dwayne is the finance manager. He was at the feet of people who could help him with money. He was ready to do anything to get it. Suddenly, Logan saw the finance manager crying and asked how bad it was. Duyan said he didn't know if he knew, but they owed the bank 3 million. As it turned out, Logan knew about the house's debts, and this surprised the minister. The hero said that now was harvest time, they would be able to pay the interest. Dwayne did not understand how he knew so much. He said that, as a rule, running a barony requires money, and they are always short of it. Logan refused to help Dwayne. The guy said that he would spend the money for the benefit of the family, and not to cover current expenses. He needs to think about the future. Dwayne was outraged in his thoughts at the guy's behavior. He just wanted him to give him the money. Logan continued, even if he pays off the debts, how will that change the overall situation in the family? The manager said that their budget would increase, and the castle would become easier to manage over the next couple of years. And then they're back in debt, and they don't even have any real products to sell. It's a vicious circle, and Logan wants to break it. The money will go towards his plan. Dwayne was surprised at how much Logan had changed. He was no longer the bully he knew before. He imagined him as a child who didn't care about the family's problems. Logan said that if he did him a favor, he could help cover some of the family's expenses. He said he needed him to gather some mercenaries. After some time, Logan was about to leave the house. Rick asked him about what was happening to him. After all, he had just returned from solo training. The hero said that he needed to earn money. The servant was again surprised by these words. After all, he had just recently received a fortune. Rick said he was sure the Lord would be against it. The atmosphere in the castle was already too tense. As soon as the boy heard that the young lord was going to leave secretly, he began to scream in surprise. Logan said to himself that if he couldn't influence his reputation now, then he wouldn't be able to change anything else. He needs to organize an army outside. Fortunately, he knows what is happening there now, since it was at this time that he was thrown out of his house. Rick didn't understand why the young gentleman decided to run away from home at such a young age. He didn't know what to do if he ran away. He would have to go through Rick. After these words, the guy lay down on the floor and blocked the hero's path. Logan told him not to worry because he left a letter for his father. No one would blame him. Patrick, when he read the letter from Logan, was incredibly furious. Rick sat in front of him and shook with fear. In his thoughts, Rick said that Logan was incredibly crazy for doing this. 200 years ago, the House of Logan was not in the position it is now, a vast county stretching over gigantic territories. Their family was revered as the ruler and master of the southern part of the kingdom. But the fruitless reign of 3 generations before the current lord led to his family being demoted in rank. The vast grain holdings that had once been called his family's plains were given to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were divided among various landowners. There are no worthwhile regional products there, nor are there any copper mines, typical of the mountainous area. In such conditions, even if they win the regional war, they will have to constantly ask for help. To break the vicious cycle, Logan will need a lot of money, much more than 3 million. Logan has reached the greatest trading city in the kingdom, and there is someone here who can give them to him. As Logan walked through the city's market, the voices of merchants selling jewelry and various goods could be heard around him. The drive up here reminded Logan of how far away his family was. If he is not mistaken, then the golden beetle Philip lives in this city. The residents say that he lives somewhere in the city. The Empire is the strongest nation on the continent, a powerful centralized government that operates on a merit system. Regardless of gender or age, a person with talent can succeed here and enjoy power and wealth. Even foreigners have this right. A great example is Philip, one of the richest merchants, influential in the Empire, and the greatest military merchant, who is considered a traitor to the kingdom. However, in reality, despite his nickname, the Gold Bug, he supports his fellow countrymen and uses money and power to make his homeland a sovereign state. Suddenly, he saw some guy sitting on the ground. He was thin. It was that same Philip. He says that someone deceived him. He didn't know how to live now. Logan heard that his business had gone bankrupt due to fraud, a sad sight. Then the hero approached Philip and wanted to meet him. The guy didn't understand what the stranger wanted. He couldn't remember if they knew each other. In Logan's gaze, Philip immediately saw something that he had encountered many times as a businessman: greed. Philip thought to himself that judging by the time he approached in his old armor, Logan was probably a mercenary. After that, he started shouting that now was not the time to pay off the debt. He would receive the proceeds from the sale of commercial property in 3 days, and that was when he needed to come. Then Philip started screaming even louder. He started chasing the guy away. He was very scared. Logan asked Philip to calm down. He said that he didn't come for money. He wanted to invest himself. The guy looked at the hero and saw a madman in him. He is indeed crazy to invest in someone who has completely failed, but maybe it is true. Philip said Logan had enough money to cover his debts and get back on track. He said that if you look closely, his armor is very dirty. Then he saw the emblem on his chest and started insulting him. Logan was shocked. He didn't understand why his mood changed so quickly. Philip said that if he wanted to deceive him, he should have prepared better. He is the same as everyone else. He does not believe that he is an investor. He recognized the emblem of the Logan family, which was located in the southeast. They are a poor family who asks for help from their father-in-law. What other investment if his master is unable to pay off his debts? Philip said that he had picked on the wrong guy because he himself was completely bankrupt. Logan said to himself that even when he found himself at rock bottom, he did not lose his insight, which was to be expected from a future tycoon. The guy fell to the ground and started screaming that he didn't even have money for food. To calm the guy down, Logan used the aura on his hand, at which point the hero's hand caught fire. Philip thought that he had awakened her at such an early age, and that such a genius was trying to deceive him. There was hardly an idiot who would decide to ruin his bright future. The next moment, Philip changed. He apologized for his behavior. So many troubles had happened to him that he began to react sharply to everything. Logan said he wanted to hire the guy for life, and as a bonus he would pay off his debt. But Philip said that Logan's family didn't have that kind of money. Logan replied that he would give the entire amount, and pay the same amount for him and add 50,000 on top. The hero opened his bag, and from there appeared enormous riches that dazzled everyone around. After that, in the guy's eyes, Logan appeared before him as an angel with great wealth. The young lord gave Philip a contract, which he had to sign with a bloodstain. The girl who observed this signature said that now, if a subordinate tries to intentionally harm the master, he will feel monstrous pain, as if his soul is being torn apart. She said that if they were not satisfied with this, then they needed to awaken the power and become at least a high-ranking knight or pay a fourth circle or higher mage to remove the curse. When it was all over, Philip was incredibly depressed. The magician girl thanked them and said that she would wait for them again. As soon as the heroes left this hut, Philip realized that he had signed his own death warrant. Then he woke up. Logan was not an angel. The guy was not himself. And he drew up an expensive magical contract to make him his servant. Logan said that they were meeting for the first time, so they couldn't trust each other. Since he was investing, he needed a guarantee. Once they get to know each other better, Logan will break the magical contract. These events seemed like nonsense to Philip. He did not stipulate any terms or conditions, but the guy has no choice but to believe him. Philip asked his new friend what he should do, and the hero said that first he needed to buy monster meat. The guy immediately thought he was crazy, but it turned out that this time he said it out loud. His confusion is understandable. The monster's blood and flesh contain poison, so they are burned. But in a couple of years the situation will change dramatically when it becomes known that the poison can be neutralized with ordinary ingredients. Already in winter, the number of those cured of incapacity will increase. Among them, the consumption of monster meat will lead to the appearance of the kezok. Even those who became infertile after being injured will see the effect. A year after the Imperial Magic Tower confirms this, Kalok will disappear from the shelves across the continent. And all because it will have a good effect on male potency, and so Logan will be able to make several times more money out of 3 million. All this time, Philip was thinking about whether he had a chance to escape from him. While at the tavern, Philip was outraged that Logan was going to spend $1 million on monster meat. Logan said that they would make money even if he bought more. He said that now Kalok is not really worth anything. Everyone just burns it because there are no buyers. Therefore, if they simply order corpses from someone, they will fit into 200 gold pieces, taking into account the kingdom's transport fees. Philip realized that Logan was going to hire the guild to hunt and then buy the prey. The guy said that this was the wrong approach. Now everyone throws away monster meat, so it would be enough to buy it. There are not enough mercenaries who are ready to bring and sell anything for a coin. And if they see that someone else is trying to get rid of meat, they will simply buy it after him. Philip is sure that if he asks, they will bring to their feet all the Kalok meat in the kingdom, and even butchered. The moment Logan realized he had already made his money back, he admitted that Philip was an amazing guy. Philip asked to be allowed to do financial planning, since his fate now depends on Logan's life. Then the hero asked the guy to stay in the city and buy iron cartridges made from ironwood. The hero said to himself that he could not yet tell him that all this was raw material for weapons of war. In a past life, these materials were used to invade a kingdom, and even a lowly soldier was able to keep a knight under control with it. Logan entrusted Dwayne with recruiting mercenaries to whom he would give these weapons, so that they would gain an advantage in the regional war. But first they need to find a craftsman to make it, and an instructor to teach them how to use it. 2 days later, Logan reached the mercenary city and met James, whom he asked to be his instructor. James said he had never done anything like that, but Logan said it was no big deal. He was just training the mercenaries he hired. The man said he didn't know what they had told him about him, but he had only supervised a couple of kids and advised them to seek professional teachers. Logan said to himself that he worked with him in a past life, so he himself knows everything. James can master any weapon and has excellent horse riding skills. Moreover, his value will increase after he starts working as an instructor. After all, the mercenary squad he raised after he was seriously wounded, and his skills after retirement are unmatched. To convince the swordmaster, Logan decided to bribe him. He offered him 4,000 gold. In his mind, James was thinking that a mercenary of a fairly high rank earns a maximum of 2,000, and he was offering twice as much. James was adamant. He said he had never worked as an instructor, so Logan offered 6,000. But the man was still adamant. But when the hero offered 7,000, the master's ears perked up. He started shouting and talking about how he couldn't be bought with money. But when Logan offered 8,000, James said he was glad they were on the same page. James got down on one knee and thanked the guy for hiring him. While the heroes were on their way, Logan asked James if he was interested in why he took mercenaries from his family's feudal city, but the man said he was not interested as long as he paid. Suddenly, the heroes met the owner's servants along the way, who bossed their people around like things and ordered them to move. James said that he should know that this city was called the City of Mercenaries and Servants. They would meet more of this in the future. Logan said he knew all this because he wanted to buy one himself. One of the sellers thought that Logan was a simple country bumpkin and wanted to cheat him. As soon as this guy tried to offer his services to the hero, James immediately stopped him with his gaze. The guy fell to his knees and did not believe his eyes. After some time, the heroes reached a well-guarded tent, in which there was an old man who asked him if he knew who he had come to see. Logan came to this tent to buy a gnome. The owner of the tent said that unusual races are very rare, so they take special care of them. Looking down, the hero saw the elves sitting in a cage, looking at him with dead eyes. The old man said that it was very difficult to catch these elves, and asked if Logan had ever seen them before. But the guy wasn't interested. He came there for the gnome and ordered the owner to bring him as soon as possible. He said that it was immediately obvious what race he was from. It would be very useful to him, even among the great dwarf masters. This one is one of the few with the rank of expert. By nature, gnomes are skilled with their hands. They create and repair objects, seeing this as the meaning of life from childhood to old age. When the old man said that the price of this gnome was 200,000, Logan immediately became furious and asked if he looked like a simpleton. After a couple of minutes of thought, the man set the price at only 50,000. As they left, James thought to himself that he had dropped the price by 50,000 in just a couple of minutes. The dwarf called Logan ruthless, but the guy said it was elementary. It didn't even make him strain. Bill asked him where he was taking him, and the hero replied that they were going to his family's estate, where he would be making items for him. The gnomes may be skilled craftsmen, but this does not apply to those who were sold into subordination, because despite their natural talents, without passion, they cannot create real works of art. Logan told him that if he tried his best for 20 years, he would send him back to the mountains. Hearing the good news, the gnome's eyes filled with happiness. He could not even imagine that this could happen. Suddenly, some owner of servants began to shout throughout the market that his servant was running away from him. This guy ran past Logan carrying someone on his shoulders, apparently a relative. He rushed past passers-by at lightning speed, knocking some of them off their feet. Suddenly, some big guy stopped his movement, knocked him down and threw him to the ground. The owner of this subordinate kicked him in the body because he bit his hand. For him, this was unacceptable behavior. The heroes looked at this picture, and James said that they were just servants. There was no need to stop because of them. Logan looked closer and saw that this guy had different colored eyes. One was red and the other was blue. At some point, Logan recognized his acquaintance from a past life. It was an aristocratic killer, a famous user of aura. First, a servant who escaped after killing his master. He was wanted for killing countless soldiers and knights pursuing him, as well as aristocrats. Approximately 10 years later, when he reappeared, he was already using the aura, thus proving that he had risen above ordinary people. He killed the entire family that had previously owned him. And from then on, he killed every aristocrat he came across in the kingdom, for which he received an unusual nickname. Logan thought to himself that the incident with the disappearance of this subordinate happened a year after the hero became a mercenary, so now that person should not have been bought yet. If he saves the boy, then in the future, an aura user will be on his side. At some point, the boy grabbed his owner's leg and bit it until it bled. If he's a deadly weapon that kills his allies, you might as well just lock him up. Then, from the next kick to the boy, Logan saved him. He blocked the man's leg with his sword. When the man realized that this guy was not an ordinary traveler, but a client, his face immediately changed. Logan told him that he wanted to buy these subordinates. They have rare eye color, so they are expensive. He thought to himself that a strong young servant was worth about 300 gold pieces, and he had raised the price a whole lot for children, who were nothing but skin and bones. Logan told him that he had raised the price 30-fold for a child who was about to pass out, and the other one seemed to have 1 foot in the grave already. He offered 500 for each, a price higher than that of a healthy subordinate who could be bought. The man tried to object and said that it wouldn't even cover their original price. He thought to himself that Victor was always nothing but trouble. He was sure that things wouldn't get any better in the future. After some time, James carried the unconscious boy on his back, but he soon woke up and was surprised. All the while, Logan was secretly emitting a power that was barely noticeable as they walked to restore the boy. At some point, it began to seem to him that this girl was able to see his aura, although even James could not see it. The next moment, Victor jumped off the mercenary's back and attacked the hero. It wasn't difficult for Logan to dodge his blows and grab the boy. He grabbed the guy by the neck and said he didn't know if he was possessed or just stupid. He has a fighting spirit, but Victor needs to learn to choose his opponents wisely. Logan hopes that he won't have to warn Victor a second time if he doesn't obey him. He and his sister will be in danger. But if this happens again, Logan will have to get rid of him and his sister. He said that he was going to make a knight out of him. He probably knows that a knight is an honorary aristocrat. How can a subordinate get around this condition? When the hero mentioned his sister, Victor immediately agreed. Logan knew that his cruel nature could be controlled through his sister. He said they would start training for initiation when they got home and figured everything out. He then asked Jeff to step aside and started talking to him about making a contract, which said that if he served the guy 20 years, he would send him back to the mountains. The dwarf didn't believe his words, and Logan knew that it was hard to believe. Jeff was incredibly happy that the guy was actually going to keep his promise. He said that he would try his best. He said that he could not believe that he was telling the truth, then thanked the man and began to call him sir. Logan thought to himself that if the contract was enough to get him motivated again, then that was a big plus for him. Thanks to this, he will be able to get everything he wants, although he has gained even more since he managed to get himself an aristocratic killer. Logan doesn't know yet that rumors of his strange behavior have already spread throughout the boy's family's estates, and while he was away, his reputation hit rock bottom and caught up with him. And also about the fact that Rick was drowning in troubles, trying to change something. Rick silently asked himself what his damned master was doing. After some time, Logan and his team returned to their home. They finally met. Rick was very angry about what his master had done earlier. Logan said he was glad he was smiling. He asked him what he had been doing all this time, whether he knew what people were saying about him. A few days earlier, Philip was making deals with people, telling them that they needed to buy monster meat. The guy said his boss from his family's barony wanted to buy it. People have heard about this guy, the one who broke up his engagement, and the guy who abused his fiancée. Philip thought to himself that he thought that spreading rumors about monster meat would increase his sales in the market. But he didn't know the details of the master's past. Despite such thoughts, Philip's instincts screamed that he should not miss the opportunity. He said that 1 kilogram of meat would cost 1 gold coin. No mercenary would refuse to sell trash even to a scumbag if he was willing to pay. He turned to the people and asked if they wanted to make money. If they want, then they need to bring him all the Kalok meat they have. The aggressive sales move prompted the mercenaries to bring the meat. The rumor about Logan spread throughout all the fiefs. At this time, Logan was talking about how Philip had done his job perfectly. But Rick didn't understand how he could laugh now. He asked them to look at those he had brought, and think how much gossip they had heard, since they stood with such gloomy faces. Rick didn't understand how he could be so calm when even his father was furious about everything that happened. When the father and son met, he asked him if he enjoyed running away from home. He heard rumors of his crazy deeds, but he is glad that he spent his time usefully. Logan said that rumors are just rumors. He is not the least bit ashamed of what he did. His stepmother immediately began to mock him and said that the first young master did not even realize where his place was and how his actions could affect the honor of their name. Logan replied that it was unnecessary. He had spent almost none of the money he had received for breaking off the engagement. At some point in the squabble, the owner's patience snapped, and Patrick ordered everyone to shut up. He said he wanted to talk to Logan alone and asked to leave them. When they were alone, the father suggested that they have a frank conversation about what was happening and why everything was the way it was. In his mind, Logan thought that it seemed like his father wouldn't back down this time. He replied that he wouldn't understand, even if he told him. Patrick asked his son if he understood and was aware of how people spoke about him. They consider him cruel, evil, obsessed with money, and lately even insane. He asked how long he would have to cover it. If it was just a period that would end in the future, he asked to let him know, so that he could at least apologize to his mother. Logan couldn't believe he mentioned her. That had never happened in his past life, even when he was kicked out of the house. The hero asked to give him a year, after which time he will understand why he is acting this way now. When Patrick was alone, he began to think about how odd the favor sounded in a conversation between a parent and a child. If Logan doesn't answer for his words in a year, he will have to make a decision. Because first of all, he is the head of the house, and only then his father. Patrick apologizes to his late wife. He has no idea what he was up to. He promised to protect him at all costs so that he would grow up to be a good man. But it seems he should have been more careful. A little later, Logan met with his brother, who had already awakened his aura. Damien said that he knew that he could handle it too. In her past life, she didn't awaken until the War of the Regions, but now it happened faster. The boy said that it was because of him that the Knights tried to prevent him from meeting his brother when he returned. As it turns out, Damien awakened his aura to meet Logan, and when he did, he managed to fight his way through the two knights. If Logan teaches him the secrets of the divine sword, then when the power stabilizes, he will be able to become much stronger than in his past life. After meeting his brother, Damien was beaming with happiness. After some time, Logan decided to meet with Dwayne. He completed the young master's task. He gathered 350 mercenaries whom he asked to hire. When the mercenaries saw the man for whom they were gathered and left in a crumbling house for 10 days, they thought that they had been fooled. The Baron's family would never have gotten involved with the mercenary guild, unless they had gone crazy. Logan thought to himself that he needed to pacify these people fighting for their lives right now, otherwise they would be impossible to control. He turned to one of the mercenaries and said that he thought he looked funny in armor and with a sword. Of course he doesn't think so. Otherwise he would have to answer for his words. But third-rank mercenaries don't have the ability to look down on others. Logan said he was offended by this. It seemed even a worthless person had pride. He said that if he could hit the guy even once, he would immediately pay him a year's wages and let him go. He staked his honor as an aristocrat on this, and the others would be witnesses to his promise. This mercenary was very big. He would soon be a second rank when he completed this job. When Logan looked at the size of this guy, he understood why he was so confident. The man said that he had been using the sword for much longer than him, so he did not need to worry. When he started to mock the hero, the guy immediately interrupted him with a punch to the face. The people around were immediately shocked by what had happened. Their mouths were wide open. In an instant the battle was over. The mercenary fell to the ground unconscious. The rest of the mercenaries could not utter a single word. They all sat in silence. They were surprised that at that age he could use force. It was just funny. James thought to himself that he thought he was unusual, but he had no idea he was so good. Logan said he wanted to formally introduce himself. He was the one who called them here. Many are probably curious why he would spend money on mercenaries. He said he planned to make them cavalry crossbowmen. The crowd immediately began to talk about how the cavalrymen use horses, and that it takes a lot of time to reload. James approached the hero and said that this was not a suitable weapon for cavalrymen, but Logan knew this. The crossbow is more powerful than the bow, but it takes inexperienced shooters more than a minute to reload. But on a horse, a person will very quickly lose the ability to shoot, even if he has 3 or 4 loaded crossbows. Their bewilderment is understandable. It doesn't matter. He said they might think he's throwing money away by pretending to be a soldier. The hero asked James to carefully train the mercenaries. Later, he will understand why this is necessary. Of the 350 mercenaries, only 312 passed the simple qualification test. Then Jeff came up to the guy and asked what the diagram was that he handed him. Logan replied that it was a diagram of a crossbow that he was going to make. Logan realizes that this looks a bit crude to a professional eye. He used this weapon for several decades in his past life, and he roughly outlined its structure. He is an expert-ranked dwarf, so he should be able to handle it. Jeff said that he needed to place a container that would hold the projectiles in the back of the crossbow and make it self-reloading. He asked what idiot came up with such an idea, but when he learned that it was his master's idea, his face immediately darkened. But then his face changed and he said that if you think about it, it's very innovative. He said that the intertwined cables in such a mechanism would not hold up and would break. And because of the wooden box at the back, it would be uncomfortable for the shooters. Logan said he didn't know how to arrange it and gave him free rein. The guy said to reduce the size of the projectile, and where they are, he is right. One shot will be enough. Instead, you can make the container detachable, so you can reload with each shot. Jeff said it was incredible. Even in the hands of a professional, a crossbow would not fire twice in a minute. Logan said to himself that this system would be invented in the future. He said it was enough. A spring container, some wood, glue, and a bowstring. The gnome immediately got motivated. It was a good test. He decided that he would try to come up with something. Logan said that this weapon was invented by people, and the dwarf was very surprised. He immediately began to ask who did it and where. Jeff said he would do it all in a month. He would create something much better. Then Logan was busy training Victor. His progress was observed by his owner and his sister, who was very worried about her brother. Since they arrived, Logan has only fed them and given them sleep. Food can change them beyond recognition. The next moment, the hero gave the child a rest. The boy fell to his knees and was out of breath. Logan thought to himself that a 14-year-old boy, smaller than his peers, had run 20 kilometers without stopping. But what he likes most is persistence and endurance. He worried in vain. It is obvious that Victor was not a killer from birth, which means his life changed due to some terrible event. After a while, Logan said it was time to move on to the next training session. He will learn the sword technique of the kingdom. Every night student knows it. Logan also took a wooden sword and decided to show the boy how to handle a weapon. Victor thought to himself that he was very tired. He wanted to lose consciousness and fall asleep. But if that's the price of good food and sleep, then the guy is ready to do anything for it. Logan was very surprised that he repeated the movements and even the breaths exactly, and it was the first time he showed them. It was unlikely that Damien was so good at his age. He told Victor that if he developed stamina and perfectly executed the kingdom's technique more than 1,000 times in a row, he could be called a knight. He said that if he needed anything for training, he should tell Riku. He would most likely be able to get him anything. Victor said that the only thing he needed was to ensure his sister's safety. Victor will not be able to go to war, but in the future he will become a huge support for his family. The army of mercenaries and new weapons will become a formidable force. But you shouldn't rely too much on this. Jeff might not be able to get a good crossbow, and even if he does, there's a chance that the mercenaries won't get hold of it. After Victor's training, Logan went to his father and told his father that he wanted to join the Knights' training. The next day, the captain of the knightly order of the Logan family introduced to his subordinates that the first son of the family would be participating in their training. The Knights thought it was some kind of joke. They were outraged that no one took them into account after Logan's victory over the knight. The captain remembered their conversation with the owner of the estate. He said that the Knights would not be pleased with such a replenishment. Patrick said that he was not asking to treat Logan specially. The captain said to himself that even if he said so, he was his master's son, and it would be easier to treat him well. Logan calmed him down and said that if he didn't catch up with the others in terms of grades within a week, he would pretend that nothing had happened and leave them alone. The captain of the order was pleased with this and said to himself that this week the level of difficulty of training would increase threefold. When going through a new level of training difficulty, ordinary knights quickly became exhausted and could not cope with what was assigned. The captain shouted at them and said that they were cavalry and asked how could they not know what it was like for horses. He's going to make them feel how hard it is for them when they're fully equipped. The knights didn't understand what kind of crazy training they were going through. They were surprised before that he said that they would train in armor. They have to go through hell because of that damn troublemaker. At this time, Logan, who was moving very briskly, rushed past these knights. His movements were not like those of ordinary knights, and they looked after him in surprise. The captain of the Order of Knights was also surprised no less than the others. He did not understand why Logan continued to lead. Moreover, everyone was surprised that he was running and still smiling. The captain thought to himself that at this rate it would not be he, but the knights who would fall behind the program. After that, he had to stop the training and give them 10 minutes to rest. He thought that he was tired anyway. He just needed to answer honestly, and he would be able to cancel this crazy training. Logan told him that it was good training. Knights go through this every day, so they must be strong. The knights lying on the ground were afraid of their captain, who was beginning to get angry. In fact, the captain was very upset. It was not the effect he expected. There was a strange atmosphere around. That same night, Logan stayed in the forest, training with them as his insurance in case his plans fail. If nothing works out, then he will join the knights and fight on the front lines. So he needs to get closer to them now and establish connections. Logan's strength can be developed through meditation, but it is also important to train the body, which is what the knight training is for. As the core of power grows, he doesn't even feel tired. Logan took out his sword and swung it with his power. He thought that when he reached the second star, he would gain strength equal to a high-ranking knight like his father. The next day, Logan dropped by Jeff's to check on the progress of the crossbows. But the gnome did almost nothing of what Logan asked him to do. The gnome's patience was at its limit from all these claims. His face was already red with anger. After this, Logan immediately apologized and realized that he shouldn't have said that. Jeff said that was true. Even if he was the owner, the pride of the craftsman was higher. The hero began to talk about how several weeks of work had been wasted. He expected too much from him. He misjudged his abilities and was wrong, wasting so much money on nothing. These words made the gnome angry, and he said that in a month he would create a new copy and return. In his thoughts, Logan noticed that Jeff was so angry that he would work from the very beginning. If he made him more angry, he would build something amazing, which was to the hero's advantage. A month later, Jeff returned to his owner and presented a new crossbow with 2 arrows. The gnome said it fires 1 more shot, is easier to hold with 1 hand, and can change magazines. Logan was very surprised. He reloaded it in less than 5 seconds. The range is not as large as the weapons from the past, and it is smaller, but it is better suited for a cavalryman. The guy can't believe they've come this far, even though there's still a whole month before the war. Overjoyed, Logan picked up the gnome and began to praise him for his work. The gnome was unhappy with this action. He said that he was not a child and someone might see them. Then, making a scary face, Logan asked Jeff to make 400 of these copies. Logan's subordinates also saw how the new weapon worked. They were surprised at how far the projectile flew. James couldn't understand how a crossbow could do such a thing. It was muzzle-loading and shot at a long distance with such power and speed. If you equip an army of more than 300 cavalrymen with it, it's scary to even think about the consequences. James said that Logan was truly an amazing man. That's what he meant when he talked about the cavalry crossbowmen. Jeff had a hard time. He had help from other craftsmen, but it was impossible to predict that he would fulfill Logan's order 2 weeks ahead of schedule, and even make an additional 100 crossbows. He would like to share with both the knightly order and the soldiers, but he has financial problems and a technology leak, so he needs to hold his horses for now. Logan told James that from that day on, the mercenaries were to take their crossbows and go clear the mountains outside their territory. He needs to make sure that everything works out. Otherwise, it will all be in vain. James thought to himself that he wouldn't develop a weapon like that to kill monsters. The mercenary began to suspect that the guy was preparing for war. At the next night's training, people noticed that Logan had tremendous stamina. Maybe it was because of his genes. If he took after his father, he should be good with a sword. They couldn't compare Logan to his father. He had lost to his younger brother before he had even woken up. But despite this, it was quite surprising that he had been able to endure training for a month now. The training that was originally designed to displace Logan has now become entrenched in the order, unexpectedly becoming a motivator for low-ranking knights. And the knights also realized what their horses were like and began to empathize with them. Strengthening the bonds between the knights became a bonus to these trainings. The captain thought to himself that he continued to train them like this because the first young master did not leave. But the result surprised him. At some point, Logan felt an unpleasant gaze on him, and goosebumps ran through his body. Logan's lucky talisman came to him on foot. After exhausting his body with training, Logan began to stimulate his inner awareness through meditation. He has recently noticed signs of a change in his strength. If he can improve it as he plans to, he will become stronger. With this enhancement, Superman, Aura Master, and Supreme Mage will no longer be a threat to him. He began to concentrate the power in his chest, began to read some ancient spells. His aura became brighter and brighter. At some point, the entire room was filled with Logan's aura. Compared to the previous use, the aura was very strong. And finally, the aura training was over. His aura had strengthened, and he had a 2-star core at his disposal. Now he has a base to learn the next secret sword technique. He has a deadly iron cut. Considering the power he gained from the first technique, He is confident that the second one will exceed his expectations in terms of its power. If he had managed to master it before the war, then Logan would not have been afraid even of high-ranking knights. The next day, Logan and his army of mercenaries went into the wild territories to exterminate monsters. They armed themselves with new crossbows to try out their new arsenal. The soldiers were very happy with the coolness of the new guns. They were very delighted. They have no recoil. Their shot pierced the monsters' heads and hit the head of another one that was standing behind. Logan thought to himself that a pack of over 100 monsters had been destroyed in less than 10 seconds. Their old habits of using a regular crossbow were kicking in, but they were starting to reload faster. James rode up to him and asked if he was happy. The guy replied that they had done terribly during the first hunt, but now they had improved. James said that he had never heard of a mercenary army with such power. Did he really plan to kill all the monsters on the continent? Suddenly, one of the knights galloped up to the heroes in a hurry. He said that Rick had sent him. He said that a neighboring lord declared war on their kingdom. Logan was shocked by this news. This lord accused Patrick of insulting one of his ancestors by wrongfully taking his life. Patrick's advisors say that this happened in the distant past, and he decided to get even only now. The captain of the Knight Order began to say that the number of the Knight Order of that lord alone exceeded theirs. Even with the lord, their chances of winning were slim. It is worth asking for support and sending knights to guard the city. But if the knights with power are driven out, the city will plunge into chaos. Patrick was fed up with this fuss. He said that even though his family's power was not as great as it used to be, these people were constantly declaring war for no particular reason. It was obviously planned on purpose. He asked if they had thought about peace before they mentioned it right in front of the Lord. Patrick ordered to prepare for war, to make a plan on how to win it. No objections will be accepted. His sons will also go along with the rest. No exceptions are provided for them. Damien has just awakened his power, and Logan is old enough to contribute. Logan himself trains with the knights. Since they can use the Force, they will be of great support to them. At this time, Rick was excited. He remembered that his young master was now away. He decided that he had to report what had happened to him immediately. Logan thought in his mind that according to his memories from the past, the war was supposed to start only in 2 months. He didn't know what could have influenced this. This guy who brought bad news advised the young master to hurry up. They would definitely ignore all customs and go straight to war. Then James came up and said that their squad of mercenaries was always ready to take on the job. Logan said that James wasn't too surprised by this. He replied that they were in such a state now that they were ready to start a war themselves. They have excellent weapons in their hands, and it is obvious that they want to use them. Logan thought to himself that these guys were overconfident, but it wasn't without reason. They didn't give the pack of monsters a chance. He said that there was no point in this if the war had started. They only needed victory, and now they had enough strength for this. The Logan family home was in turmoil from the news of the unexpected war, but all 314 people were confident of their victory. The war began earlier than Logan had planned. The day after its declaration, the troops of that lord appeared on Patrick's territory. One of the knights came to the master and said that there were about 100 individual knights, about 1,000 soldiers in the regular army, and about 10,000 cavalry. Patrick realized that a full-scale war was starting. He was very scared. He didn't know what would happen next. They will have to face not only the forces of knights, who are like superhumans to ordinary people, but also the cavalry. As it turned out, no one would come to their aid. They would have to figure it out on their own. Linda was very scared. She didn't know what to do. Dwayne said he had several contacts with the friendly family, but even those connections were unable to help them. The Lord ordered to gather all men who are able to bear arms. They will answer them with all their strength. With their trusted confidant turned against them and trapped, Patrick gathered as many men as he could to fight the enemy. Among them were 50 knights, 500 soldiers, and 4,000 conscripts, a total of 5,000 people. When the lords met on the battlefield, a huge number of soldiers arrived in front of Logan's family. The soldiers did not understand where the first young gentleman was. They said that he had left a long time ago and had not returned yet. When they started insulting the guy, Damien started defending his brother. He said that he couldn't do that. It then dawned on the boy that his brother had known from the start that the war would happen, but he had not believed that he had escaped. Patrick turned to his son and said that he would have to replace his brother. He needed to remain determined no matter what happened. He can't believe it, but now something else is important, namely their victory in this war. The enemy lord was glad that Patrick had finally taken up his sword. He said that his knights are his swords. A man will have to face them. Patrick thought that he needed to deal with the vanguard first. He struck the oncoming knight with all his might, but he was able to block his blow, and this undoubtedly surprised the lord. Rick was also on the battlefield and was very scared. He was alone on the field and armed with only one spear. He thought to himself that their army was so outnumbered that even servants like him had been sent to fight, and if they were surrounded, it would definitely be the end. Suddenly, an enemy knight attacked the guy and knocked him to the ground with a blow to the head and was about to kill him. But he was protected by an ally, who killed the knight by piercing him with his spear. Just when Rick thought he was safe, this knight was killed right before his eyes. He was shot. The servant decided to run to the rear, as far away from the enemy as possible. He ran across the field as fast as he could. He was surrounded by mountains of corpses, and a deathly atmosphere reigned around him. In the end, Rick couldn't run far. The enemy forces still caught up with him, and he was already completely desperate. The knight who fights Patrick said that the Lord lives up to his name. They prepared so hard that he can't believe what is happening. This knight survived his blows, containing power. Patrick did not know that the enemies also had a high-ranking knight. The other four are at least of average rank, which is why they are so confident in themselves. If he doesn't get through, then the knightly order won't be able to either. And then they will all die. Confidence flared up in the Baron's body. He rushed at the enemies with all his might. In his head there was nothing but victory. Suddenly, a knight attacked Patrick from the side and struck him from behind. He managed to dodge and began to shout at them and ask if they were familiar with knightly honor. The knights did not take these words seriously. They did not pay attention. They decided that these were his last words before death. The high-ranking knight began to scold them. He told them not to forget that he was a trained high-ranking knight. Suddenly, Patrick jumped off his horse and charged at the high-ranking man. One of the enemy knights attacked the Lord from behind and pierced his body through and through. While the high-ranking knight was blocking his attacks, the others attacked. It was clearly a trap, but he couldn't get around it. Patrick thought that Logan did the right thing by running away. He hoped that he could at least continue the family legacy. Patrick was left surrounded alone. The enemy lord thought to himself that he had done the right thing by not telling anyone about his high-ranking knight. Now all that remains is for him to defeat Patrick and capture his castle. Suddenly the lord saw a cavalry axe flying past. He did not know where it came from. His knight galloped up to him and said that they had discovered a detachment of cavalry in the rear, about 300 of them. The lord didn't know that Patrick had an elite squad. What was unusual was that they didn't use spears. Their only weapons are crossbows, which they wield with great skill. The lord thought he meant the crossbows that the hunters used, so he ordered rear guards and archers to be sent to get rid of them. He said that they were not an elite squad, but some worthless warriors. At that time, knights began to fall dead around the lord. The Baron turned around and saw with his own eyes a large army of mercenaries, with Logan at the head, shooting a crossbow. The guy was furious and ordered his army to shoot at the enemies. The Baron was seriously frightened and a rain of arrows was launched in his direction. The knights finally realized that Patrick's army had such a powerful detachment. They were very scared. Those who did not manage to hide behind the shields were dead if they had delayed. They would already be dead. The archer commanders ordered the archers to shoot back, to respond in kind to Logan. Their arrows did not reach. Logan's crossbowmen were armed with powerful weapons. The enemy lord wondered why his squad was destroyed in a matter of seconds. They didn't even use magic, but damn crossbows. He ordered the cavalry from the front to move here and capture them. The remaining knights rushed to the Baron and he gave the order to go forward and finish them off. Logan was very glad that they were walking into their hands. At this time, Damien fought with one of the knights and clashed with him in a sword fight. This knight noticed that he was an excellent dodger after he dodged his attack. They said they had no time for him. The tide of battle changed strangely. One of the knights said that this boy was no joke of an opponent. Damien said to himself that after being in a real battle, he realized that he was not a genius. He was just a boy who had recently awakened. But he can't lose. His father is counting on him. Patrick told him that he will have to replace his brother. He can't die here. But then the boy noticed that the knights began to turn their backs. Taking advantage of the situation, Damien struck the enemy in the neck and killed him. The boy noticed that arrows were landing on the ground from the rear. He saw the allied legion, led by his older brother Logan. The guy was very surprised. Suddenly, enemy knights rushed past him, heading to attack on the orders of their lord. Logan at this time ordered his mercenaries to aim diagonally towards the ground. They smiled evilly and began shooting at the horses. Logan was secretly glad that he had arrived in time to help Damien, but the father still remained. He decided to save his family this time. There is no point in winning the fight if he dies. Before leaving, Logan ordered James to remain in charge. The swordsmen said they planned to attack beyond the range of their bows. He thought to himself that victory was almost within their grasp. He didn't know why he didn't try to earn it himself. Logan is stronger than him, but if he faces a knight of average rank, then it is unknown how everything will turn out. James eventually took command and ordered the riflemen to cover their master. During this time, Patrick continued to fight with the knights of higher rank. This knight can't believe that he ran towards him knowing he would be stabbed. Patrick noticed something strange. They were all literally against their will attacking him. Where did all this despair come from if the advantage was on their side? The Baron was surrounded again, the knights attacking one by one. Suddenly, Logan appeared on the battlefield, and his presence could change the course of the war. Patrick saw with his own eyes that some strong warrior appeared. He had a powerful aura. He recognized him as his eldest son and was very surprised by his appearance. Patrick said to himself that he saw himself and a detachment of mercenaries approaching from the enemy rear, but he was sure that he was far from there. He wondered how he managed to make such a journey through enemies to get to him. When the man turned around, a terrible picture appeared before his eyes. He saw hundreds of corpses of enemy knights. He didn't know how he managed it, but he realized that the advantage was now on their side. Logan confirmed this and his father praised him, saying that he did a great job. The high-ranking knight thought that he had simply knocked down two mid-ranking knights at the same time. He saw Logan as nothing more than a pathetic 20-year-old country boy. At his age, he drank himself to death to become a knight, but in the end, he decided to stop thinking about it and start fighting. He ordered his comrades to rise from the ground and drink the potion. The middle knights tried to get up but were too wounded. This attack was enough for him to realize that even though Logan was not a high-ranking knight now, he has enough strength to deal with most mid-ranking knights. If he takes care of the mid-ranked ones, and Patrick is going to take on the high-ranked one. Suddenly, the hero stopped his father from fighting. He said that he would handle it himself. Patrick stopped him and said that this knight was too strong for him. He had advanced a lot, but had not yet reached a high rank. The next moment, Logan hit his father in the wounded place and Patrick bent over. He said that his father was not in a condition to fight. Eventually, the father agreed and left his son to fight the high-ranking knight. Logan walked towards the knight. This knight thought he was going to fight a high-ranked knight, but he was the one advancing on him. He was incredibly angry. His body was enveloped in a furious aura. He asked Logan how dare he treat him like that. Logan charged at the knight with lightning speed, and their swords clashed in battle. Logan's force sent the boy flying to the side, but he was able to block the blow. Even though he is wounded, he does not feel any remarkable strength or high level from it. However, he is pushing him, which means he is giving it his all. He thought that it couldn't be any other way. The next moment, the knight charged at the hero and was very confident in himself. Logan was also confident in himself. His behavior did not show an ounce of fear. The knight rushed towards the boy and their swords clashed again. He thought to himself that if it weren't for the wound left by Patrick, then victory would already be in his hands. He slowed down briefly and Logan was able to land a punch. He had to time his strike well, but Logan never once put himself in the way of the sword. Suddenly, Logan noticed that this knight's sword was absorbing his sword, which was a very inconvenient power for fighting. The guy was glad that Logan had fallen for his trick. His confidence grew again. He used his sword and pulled the guy towards him by his weapon. The perfect moment had arrived for him. Logan's center of gravity had shifted, and he had a reason to attack. The guy threw a punch, but at some point he noticed that he was attacking a piece of cloth that Logan was using as a distraction. He thought the guy was incredibly fast, but it turned out that he was too slow. The hero used the power on his sword and used the secret sword technique. The knight hesitated. He needed to quickly leave this place to avoid being attacked. Logan sent a huge wave of aura energy towards him, which swept away everything in its path. Everyone on the battlefield saw a huge pillar of energy that illuminated the entire area. The hero was upset that a high-ranking knight fell for such simple tricks and died. Logan then raised his sword and shouted that he had defeated the enemy general. The enemy knights heard about this and were shocked. After this, they remembered their lord, but realized that they had not seen his flag for a long time. Some knights began to surrender, but the rest did not approve of this and began to accuse each other of betrayal. Eventually, they realized they didn't want to die and surrendered to Patrick's army. Rick began to praise Logan. He was glad that he was alive. Tears of joy appeared on his face from happiness. The knights also followed his example and praised the first young master. At this time, the enemy lord was heading to his castle. He did not understand at what point everything went wrong. He had been preparing for this battle for 3 years, and even asked for help from other aristocrats and gathered 100 knights. Patrick's cavalry and their weapons ruined everything. The Baron was very angry with Logan. Next time he is going to take revenge on him and kill him terribly. But first he decided to return to his castle, so he would stay alive. Just as the knights were about to open the gates, they saw cavalry led by Logan on the horizon. Logan announced that this lord had lost the war, and he demanded that the gates be opened and the true winner let in. The archers from the castle were surprised by such news. They understood that this was why the lord had returned in such a hurry. Suddenly, the commander of the guard began to ask if they had become cowardly after listening to the enemy's chatter. There are just over 300 of them. They can't break through their blockade. Then they noticed that Logan was doing something strange. The next moment he evaporated into space. As it turns out, Logan was able to use his powers to climb the wall, breaking through the injury. He put his sword to the guard captain's throat and ordered him to open the gates if he did not want to die. At this time, Lord Peter was hastily collecting his treasures. He was incredibly scared. Sweat was pouring off him in streams. The next moment, Logan entered the room. Peter was surprised that the guy caught up with him so quickly. The hero said that his maid showed him the way even before he began to threaten her. This behavior speaks volumes about his reputation here. As Logan said this, a malicious smile appeared on his face. The Baron noticed that behind the boy were his servants, who had betrayed him. Peter began to say that he was ready to pay both reparations and a share in accordance with the convention concerning feudal wars. Logan answered him. He declared war for no reason and invaded them the very next day, and now he mentions the convention. He was furious. This Baron had no conscience at all, based on recent events. Here, Peter began to say that he still had the honor of an aristocrat, and that those captured by the enemy during the feudal wars were guaranteed to have their lives spared according to the convention. Logan told him that he respected the honor and traditions of his house, so he would spare his life, and also give him time and allow him to take the gold and leave. But his father would say so, because he is a man of honor to the core and will spare a surrendered person without any conditions. Suddenly, behind the Baron, Logan saw an open chest, in which there was some kind of dagger. Peter said he could have it. It was forged by the best master in the kingdom. The hero refused him, saying that it would be better for him to take him with him. The Baron was surprised by this. But suddenly, Logan thrust the blade into the Baron's chest with all his might. He reminded him that he said he would spare him. But Logan told him that's what his father would have done. As soon as the Lord began to repeat about honor, Logan laughed at his shamelessness. Does he realize how many people died because of him? He said that his life would end at this moment. All his misdeeds had taken their toll on his karma. Then Logan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This disaster was finally over. After this, he stood up and shouted that Baron Peter had committed suicide. After some time, James burst into the room and said that he should look into the castle's underground dungeon to see what was there. A few days later, Patrick arrived at this castle as soon as he recovered. He couldn't believe that Peter had committed suicide. Suddenly, he asked if it was he who killed him. As expected, the father easily saw through his son, and after a minute of silence, the son finally confessed. Logan told him that they should take his domain back under their control. He doesn't want his kind to remain alive and cause them problems in the future. Patrick agreed with him. He said that Logan is already an adult. He has his own reasons for doing this. He said that no matter what anyone said, he played a vital role in this battle. The father thanked his son and became embarrassed. Logan noticed this and grinned. After that, he said that Logan would become the official heir to their house. But to his father's surprise, the son refused to take up this post. Patrick was surprised that he refused his offer to become his successor. He didn't understand why he decided that. Was he really worried about his reputation? If so, then his contribution to the battle had completely changed it. Logan said that it wasn't that. Their family was a family of knights. Damien was better suited for the position. He started using the power at 14, 5 years before him. It is impossible to predict what feats he will perform when he reaches his brother's age. Patrick said that even though he was right, one does not become the head of a house for military achievements. Logan thought to himself that perhaps, based on what was known so far, if Damien, like in his past life, were to obtain the title of the youngest user of the Force, there would be no more problems. But what's more important is that, having become the heir, Logan will not gain any advantage. He has no time to learn how to be a baron. Logan said that as an older brother, he wanted to give his younger brother a chance. He hopes that his father will wait until Damien reaches the right age. Patrick didn't expect Logan to be so attentive to him. He replied that he would accept his request and postpone the choice of an heir for 5 years, when Damien became an adult. Father said that of course, he would receive another reward as soon as they returned home. Their income from the war would be calculated. It would probably exceed 100,000 gold. After some time, Patrick and his army returned back to the kingdom, where they were warmly welcomed. People were surprised that they returned from the war after only a week. Some heard that it lasted 1 day. How is this possible? Were their knights always so strong? They said that it was thanks to the first young master Logan. According to the returning soldiers, the young master's mercenaries turned the tide of battle. They went around the enemy from behind, as if they knew in advance what would happen. Someone heard that they defeated them with a mysterious weapon. He was even able to single-handedly deal with a high-ranking knight. Some girl was surprised that the first gentleman was such a great man. It seemed to everyone that he was nothing but trouble. It is possible that he brought a lot of meat for a reason. Perhaps he came up with something. People got goosebumps from the fact that geniuses are completely different people. They are on a different level. Logan heard all these words. He felt awkward hearing such things. He told his brother that it only made him blush, and that Damien shouldn't overdo it either. Damien said that of course they were glad to see him. Logan needed to smile at them. The guy looked towards the residents, who were beaming with admiration, stars sparkling in their eyes. After that, Logan tried to smile, but as usual, he ended up with a sinister grin. Those people turned pale with fear, and after such a sight they stood with their mouths open. They didn't know what to make of that smile. They thought he was going to knock their heads off with his finger. Damien said that such a reaction was a failure. A moment later, Patrick announced the arrival of the heroes from the war, and the city's inhabitants immediately began to praise the victors, and their cries rose to the heavens. The welcoming ceremony lasted until the morning. As for people who had just returned from war, they had good stamina. While wandering around the castle grounds, Logan was called out by his stepmother, who asked him what he was up to. She said she heard he had refused the position of Patrick's heir. He might fool others, but not her. Damien immediately began to calm her down. He told Logan that she was very upset about the problem with her family. She was always unhappy with Logan, but after the betrayal of the comrade's house, she lost all her power, so he no longer has anything to fear from her. If Logan apologized now, she might accept it. After this, Logan began to tell his stepmother that he realized that his actions in recent months were not trustworthy, and he regretted that he was driven by envy and feelings of inferiority. The hero asked his brother to listen to him, because he was the one he should apologize to. He apologized to him after his return, but never said what for. It seems that the regrets and cowardly nature he has been cultivating for several years are difficult to overcome. Logan apologized to his brother for hating him all these years. He said he was trying to cover up his own incompetence with hatred, and now Logan sincerely regrets his behavior. He asked to be allowed to at least now formally apologize to him. The guy realized that good deeds cannot outweigh bad ones, no matter how hard you try. Damien said that everything was fine. He believed that as long as he was treated well, one day the brother he knew would return. Logan realized that he should have hesitated to do this earlier. He said that he sincerely cares about Damien and hopes that he will be the heir. He understands that he can't ask her to trust him right away, so he asks her to at least observe everything he does from now on. Once that conversation was over, Logan decided that was enough for now. A few days later, Logan was going somewhere with Jeff. The dwarf asked him where they were going immediately after the end of the war. Jeff said he was just concerned about it, and that he would squeeze every ounce of juice out of him again. Logan told him not to worry. He would definitely like the new task, but the dwarf was again indignant that the guy didn't know exactly what he liked. After some time, the heroes reached their destination. The guy told his subordinate that they would develop the mine. Not long before, Patrick asked his son if he really wanted the right to develop the mine. Even though it was a mountain, there was actually nothing there, and my father didn't understand why he chose it. Logan thought to himself that who knows, maybe there will be gold buried in it. The reason why the House of Peter started the feudal war became clear only a year after it ended. Peter mined gold from a mountain in the captured territory of Patrick's kingdom, and that alone made him far more influential than any other average duke, until Damien destroyed his family out of revenge. Then the events moved to the underground dungeon of his estate. James said that there is an underground prison of Peter's castle. There were unusual people in it, so he decided that Logan should take a look at it. There was some old man in the dungeon who said that they were simply mining gold from the mine, which is what they were hired for, and that evil Peter locked them there. Logan couldn't believe he had put 5 valuable mining experts in jail. The old man was very surprised by the hero's strange reaction. He did not understand what was going on. They won the war against Peter, but it was like riding a small wave. If the invasion of the empire that led to the collapse of the country is the last obstacle, then the event that will happen a year later will be the beginning of the death of the nation. This event is the death of the current king of the nation. His sudden death will lead to a conflict between 3 princes for the crown, followed by 3 years of civil war, which will significantly weaken the fighting power of the kingdom. In fact, this was the first reason that led to the collapse of the kingdom. House Logan is not a faction member, maintaining neutrality, which would allow them to remain simple observers. Logan plans to take advantage of the chaos to reclaim the lands that once belonged to them, and they will once again become the rulers of the Southwest. And if it works, it will stop the Civil War and move forward. All this time, Logan was called by Jeff. He asked him what he was thinking about in broad daylight. The guy didn't notice this. He thought that he needed to pull himself together. He had just overcome a catastrophe. For the sake of the future, he needed to quickly increase his combat power. But now this proposal would sound like nonsense. Logan is left to rely on his own money. This mountain will be his cash cow to fund his endeavors, Logan said. There is gold in the middle of the mountain. He wants them to mine it. He turned to his subordinates and asked how much all this would cost him. Jeff was unhappy again. He thought that this was another ridiculous task. The old man thought that Peter promised to pay a lot, so he immediately agreed. But he did not believe that Logan was telling the truth. He asked the guy how he knew that there was gold there. The guy replied that he saw everything with his own eyes. Hearing this, the old man was very shocked. His mouth opened wide. The hero said that for their information, this task is secret, so they will work in 6 people. The old man thought that he wanted to kill them. The old man was immediately surprised when he heard this. It was an exorbitant amount of work. He hoped that Jeff would support him, but he said that they could just prepare for death in advance. If they sleep less and give up normal human life, they will cope. Logan thought to himself that Jeff was already thinking like a servant, or rather like a worker. When the boy asked about payment, the old man replied that they first needed to get to the gold to determine the scale of the work, but 5 million would be good as a down payment. The gnome said that it would take a long time to develop the mine safely, with half a year just for preparation, and then another half a year to get it up and running at full capacity. Logan knew it would take a lot of money and time. But this gold made Peter richer than the other dukes. He needed to get it at any cost. If only he could sell the monster meat now, he would invest the proceeds into the mine. Then it dawned on Logan that if he removed the toxin from it, he could use it as a medicine right now. He used a neutralizing agent to do this when he was a mercenary, and Logan can do the same now. A week later, at Logan's house, Rick presented his master with his cloudy medicine, made from nightgrass, herbs from the plot, and leeka herbs. Logan said he asked not to call it cloudy. It's a neutralizing agent. The guy asked where the monster meat was, and Rick said it was in storage, just like he asked. When the hero said that they were going there to use the prepared remedy on him, Rick was very scared. Such a violent reaction irritated the hero. Why did he suddenly start fussing? Suddenly, Logan's nose became aware of a foul stench coming from the building. He knew it would smell, but the smell was nauseating. Rick was already throwing up. Logan used the force on himself and went inside. Rick, who had just puked, started asking him why he didn't feel sick. He said that he used power, and the servant called him selfish if he felt bad. Then Logan advised him to awaken his power. The guy said not to spare the medicine. Let it all be in him. The black spots are poisonous, so you need to be careful with them. Then he ground the meat and made it into balls. These balls were like medicine. Logan said that they will sell it, Rick will create it, so he needs to remember how to do it. At first the boy refused, but when the young gentleman said that he would pay 1 gold piece for the pill, his conversation immediately changed. Rick asked him what these monster meatballs were for. Logan said it was for men's health, but the guy didn't understand what he meant. Rick said there was one person he could test it on. After some time, Dwayne arrived in Logan's office. He said that he was told that he wanted to see him. The man could not find the young gentleman, but at some point he found himself behind him and became very scared. Duyan immediately jumped away from him and said that he shouldn't jump out from behind him so suddenly. Logan said he just wanted to give him a shoulder massage. He's been really tired these days, dealing with all the stuff after the war. He said that things were going badly for them, because he had spent every last coin on the war. The servants and knights did not know about this and were asking for payment. Dwayne said that all this time he seemed to have misunderstood him. He didn't expect him to be so caring and even think about the manager. But when Logan said that this was the reason he had problems in bed, the man turned white with surprise. He immediately prepared to leave his chambers, but the hero tried to stop him and asked him to listen. He handed him a meatball and said that he wanted to give it to him. Logan said that this is a patented product from a merchant. The result is guaranteed after the first pill. Dwayne's face was not full of admiration. The guy said that as the first test subject, he would give it to her for free. After some time, Dwayne, out of breath, caught up with the young gentleman. Rick scolded him for running along the corridor. The minister started shouting and asking how much 1 pill cost. This was the reaction Logan was looking for. He broke into a sinister grin. He realized that he could make a good profit from this business. Logan asked Dwayne to give him his hand and he got down on 1 knee. Rick looked at the whole circus that was going on and was shocked. He couldn't believe that a grown, stately man was playing such games. After the first successful time, the men bowed their heads before Logan and the experiments continued further. Then the hero called the captain of the Order of Knights to him. He said that rumors had reached him that he and his wife had been having a lot of quarrels in recent days. As soon as the man tried to say something, Logan shut him up and told him to just swallow. The man immediately felt the effect. The guy sent him back home to his wife. He said he would talk to Patrick personally. With a proud expression on his face, the captain of the order went to his woman. The third subject was Patrick. Patrick was very confused, but said that the pills really worked and he was satisfied with the effect. In his mind, Logan apologized to Damien and said that he would have another brother. Suddenly, Rick came to his senses and asked the gentleman why he had offered to do it to everyone except him. He had worked harder than everyone else. Logan looked at his body and silently went about his business. Rick didn't like that look, and of course he asked about it. The hero said that he had no one to test the effect of the pill on, so he didn't need it. Rick tried to follow the young gentleman, but the boy drove him away and said that he stunk. After some time, Logan spoke to Philip through the magical sphere. He said that if the medicine works, there will be demand. The hero said he was going to sell them for 100 gold pieces, 1,000 for a set of 10. He replied that he didn't think aristocrats were fools, he just had confidence in his product. In his past life, it had been bought so often that the price had risen terribly. If Philip sells in limited quantities, he will be able to make more money. Philip said that this is logical if he is confident in the effect. Logan is convinced that the result will be excellent. It is enough for someone famous to try the pill and express his opinion. It must be someone who needs such a medicine. An aristocrat's conversation is always overheard by many people. Even if it is a secret, rumors will still spread, and other customers will flock to it like bees to honey. Hearing this, Philip invited the boy to go to a banquet in the capital of the kingdom. He only went to celebrate victories when he was a mercenary. His family didn't have money for banquets. Philip said it was easier to make connections this way, although it would take time to promote your business. As soon as Logan realized that by attending the banquet he would be able to sell a huge number of pills, he was stunned. Philip warned him that if he did this, his house would become an outcast if he did something like that in high society. Logan sent Philip to an informant in the capital to find out what they might need. He said that he would soon arrive in the capital. He would find out the details when he met him. After these words, Philip noticeably wilted, and a bad feeling came over him again. A week later, Logan finally arrived in the capital to carry out his plan. Philip was surprised that it actually happened. He asked the young gentleman how he managed to obtain permission to distribute the aphrodisiac. Logan replied that he had not told anyone about it. Although it was not easy to bring 3,000 boxes without a servant, Father agreed faster than he thought, apparently due to his success in the war. Philip noticed that when he first arrived, there were no servants with him either, and he asked if it was normal for the son of a noble house to move around like that. Logan replied that when servants were around, it was difficult to choose a route, not to mention that they had their own work to do. Of course, Rick worked the hardest in his past life. The guy also diligently served his family. He was truly grateful to him. Rick said that the servants say that he smells bad lately. They don't even go near him. Will he ever be able to get married? Logan decided that as a token of gratitude to Rick for doing such a great job, he would name the cure Emporic. Philip thought to himself that, without a doubt, his master was a madman. Philip said that the room was clearly a more appropriate place to discuss such a topic than a banquet hall full of ears. He asked Logan if he was really going to pay the informant 900 gold pieces for each document. The hero replied that he charges a lot, but he does quality work. If he had conveyed his words correctly, they would have the information they needed. Philip said he had told him everything word for word. Firstly, they need the names of aristocrats who have been married for the last 10 years, but have not had children. Secondly, the names of aristocrats who remarried or had mistresses. Thirdly, the names of aristocrats who eat food that increases stamina. Logan praised the guy for his efforts, and not only with this task, but with all that he gave him. Philip said that the real tragedy happened on the day when news of the war reached him. He cannot even imagine how worried he was until he learned that it ended that same evening. When he thought about the mountain of monster meat he would have to deal with, he lost all appetite. Logan ordered Philip to stop chatting and asked who on his list he thought would be suitable for their first client. The first client was Count Dave, who was surrounded by ladies at a banquet. Logan greeted him and introduced himself. He said that he was the eldest son of Baron Patrick from the southwest region. He was dressed very ridiculously, and the ladies, together with the Count, laughed at him to themselves. Logan thought to himself that he had put on what Philip had recommended, and as expected, no one had liked it. It was a great choice. He doesn't have time to make useless connections at a pointless banquet like this. Despite the fact that Count Dave is an important figure in the matter of preserving the grandee and married at the age of 20, as a man he is pitiful and still childless. Logan was surprised when Philip pointed out his name on the list, as he had become quite famous in his past life. After an incident between him and his wife, the insult his wife gave him at a banquet drove him to commit suicide. Reputation and the opinions of others were very important to him. He fit all three of the criteria Logan had given the informant. making him the ideal first-time buyer of the Emporica. Logan told him that he wanted to meet him personally. The Count believes that since he came from the outskirts, many of the capital's goods shocked him. The guy replied that he was sure that there was nothing like his product here, so he was going to sell it. Logan began to slowly approach the man and said that this medicine was specially designed for men. He leaned towards his ear and said that his medicine increases sexual desire. Hearing this, Dave was very surprised. The Count was outraged by such behavior. The son of an aristocrat who sells such things is inappropriate. In his mind, Dave was thinking that the guy didn't dare sell such things. Now he would be the one wallowing in humiliation. That's what you could read from the expression on his face. Logan replied that as a courtesy, he had brought a gift for an influential person in the capital and asked him to accept it. He presented his product, an emporium, which would be sold for 100 gold pieces. He put 3 of them as a gift especially for him. He said that this wonderful medicine has no side effects. He can swear on this on his honor as an aristocrat. A few days later, Dave's servant arrived at Logan's house and instructed him to purchase the drug Emporic. After some bargaining, the servant acquired everything he needed and went to his master. Philip saw him off and thanked him. The guy said they got 10 grand for 10 boxes, not bad for a first sale. Logan said they would earn even more. The rent for this tiny shop itself costs 10,000. This was expected, because it is the center of the capital. Philip barely managed to negotiate the rent. He said they needed a place to live, and it would be more useful if people could come in and see the goods for themselves. At this time, the hero is going to a banquet. He goes there almost every day, and sometimes even twice. The guy replied that one client was not enough for him. He needed to advertise the product to as many people as possible. A week later, another servant of the rich Count sent him to buy some Emporic. The man said that no healthy food had such an effect on the Count. Suddenly, when he started to approach the store, he saw a huge queue when people lined up for medicine. At some point, he realized that there were even people he knew in this line. This could spread unnecessary rumors. He needs to quickly buy the medicine and leave. A moment later, Philip came out of the house and said that they had sold everything they had prepared for today. The servants were very frightened by such news. The guy apologized to them and said that the Emporic was very popular, but there was not enough supply, so they set a limit of 50 boxes a day. The men began to complain that if they returned to their owners empty-handed, they would be killed. Logan thought to himself that the restriction would encourage buyers, and that other people would see the crowd and be interested too. The next day, Philip again burst out of the store and announced the sale of goods, and this continued for several days in a row. The Count's servants were surprised that this was repeated several days in a row. Philip told his master that they had been fulfilling their sales plan every day for a whole month. Today, everything was sold out immediately after the opening, so they would be able to receive 4.5 million a month. Logan replied that it turned out that there were a lot of incapacitated men in the capital. They've tripled the price, and there are still people willing to pay more. Logan will soon start to worry about the future of their kingdom. A loud, ominous laugh erupted from the hero shop, frightening people passing by. Logan grabbed Philip and started praising him. He replied that it was thanks to his efforts. The guy said that starting next month, he would receive a percentage of the profits. Philip was incredibly happy with this news in his joy. He pounced on the gentleman with kisses. After some time, a loud scream came from behind some door. He screamed that there was at least 10 tons of gold annually. Logan talked to Jeff. He said that judging by what the miners were saying, there was a good chance that the gold nuggets were in deeper layers. In his mind, Logan was happy about things like he thought he had won the jackpot, a bigger lottery than he expected. But the prices for the extraction were not trivial, and the dwarf was not sure that he had the means to pay. Logan asked to wait for him, and his master would get him all the money and workers he needed in one moment. The guy was thinking to himself that the initial investment costs for developing the mine would be around 5 million. It's enough to sell it for 2 months to make a ton of money. He has about 700 boxes of Emporic left, so he needs to go home and send more here, and then start developing the mine. Suddenly, the guy felt some kind of force from the store and immediately rushed to catch the robber. As soon as he burst into the building, he saw that there was no one there, but he still felt that they were still there. After that, he saw no one again. He realized that there was only one robber. When he looked up, he saw an unknown person standing on the roof, emitting a powerful aura. Logan was on the roof in an instant, but when he asked who the thief was, he immediately disappeared. There was no trace left of his presence, even though he had just been a hero. Logan couldn't understand what was happening. The next day, the hero told Philip about the theft, and he, of course, reacted violently to this. The guy said it was just a guess, but at the very least he was an advanced force user. It wasn't just that he felt that he had a high rank, he was obviously significantly different from him. Philip did not understand how an aura user could be a thief. The one who possessed it was capable of becoming an aristocrat from a servant. Would such a person stoop to robbery? Logan said that the man had stolen only 2 pills of emporic, and that was all. The bespectacled man realized that he was not interested in the money. He took it for himself. Then Logan remembered the client list. He thought that there were aura users there, but Philip replied that he was asked for an additional fee because it was incredibly secret information. He refused. But suddenly the guy remembered one person. He is a childless aura user who lives in the capital. The next moment we are shown Count Ben walking around the city with his wife, who asks if he is looking at the children. The man said he liked the cityscape and asked her not to have stupid thoughts. When Ben suggested that his wife go home, the woman pressed herself against his back and said that she was very happy to have met him. The couple began to hug. The Baron also said that he loved her. Ben was the best swordsman in the kingdom, but he had a mark and regret in his heart. During the war, he suffered a groin injury, and because of this, he could not have children. As a young man, he didn't care about another honorable wound received while performing his knightly duty. But what was the point of being a duke, and the strongest on the continent, without a child to inherit it all? When the couple returned to the estate, the woman asked her to stay with him if he didn't mind. Ben thought to himself after hearing this that there was no way he could repay her for the boundless love he received. After a while, Ben was walking with his assistant. He was talking about how the family meeting was about to start. Was he sure that there was no need to rush? The guy said that he would try to express himself carefully. He began to talk about how a very effective medicine had recently appeared in the capital. Apparently, it even heals physical wounds. He didn't know if the Baron would believe him, but there were a lot of reviews about his effectiveness. Ben had already tried this medicine after he stole it. He did not expect that he would decide to rob, even if he was troubled by his wife's tears. It was a disgrace for his students. Ben interrupted his servant and said that rumors should be treated with distrust. At this time, Logan stood at the gate of the estate and tried to get through the guards. The guard replied that he could not so easily get to the Baron's reception. Logan said that the gentleman would definitely want to accept him as soon as he heard his name. Not long before this, Philip was shocked by the young master's new plans. He told him not to tell that he planned to go to the strongest man in the kingdom and ask him if he was the one who robbed him. Logan is asking for trouble. He just needs to pretend like nothing happened. The hero thought to himself that Philip was right. But if that person really was the Duke, then such a chance could not be missed. After some time of waiting, Logan was looking forward to new royal-level connections. The guy introduced himself and analyzed the man in his mind. He said that he was about 70, but he looked much younger. It seemed that he slowed down the effect of aging with the help of aura. Ben did not understand why the son of a distant county had come to the capital for a personal audience with the Baron. Logan started talking about how he had recently opened a business in the capital, and so he decided to bring him his product as a gift. This is an amazing medicine for men's health. Its effectiveness has been proven by many aristocrats. As soon as the guy didn't see any reaction, he wasn't sure if he really was the thief, so he decided to approach it from a different angle. He said that such a thing would not suit a Superman like him, so he brought something special. At first, Ben showed no interest because the emporic had no effect on him. The poison in the monster meat used in the current version of the medicine has been neutralized for use as an aphrodisiac and to treat dysfunction. Logan presented the Count with a new limited edition item, which was in a box as a single copy. The guy called the version limited to himself because it concentrated the effect of 50 regular pills. He had a chance to try it on himself, so the effect can be safely guaranteed. The hero said that if he liked the effect of the pill, he should let him know. He would be more than willing to send him more. And of course he will take all measures to maintain confidentiality. The Count looked at the new pill with surprise. The next day, the Count arrived at Logan's shop in a great mood. He said that he was ready to do everything in his power for him. In his mind, the guy was incredibly happy that his plan had worked. But in reality, he pretended not to understand anything. Aura Master is a martial artist and a master of the Force using life energy. It is safe to say that Ben appreciated the effect of the medicine. And the medicine is not a one-time thing. After 30 uses, the effect will accumulate, and Ben will be completely cured. His prolonged melancholy and chest pain will come to an end. The Baron can't believe that he brought him a gift and didn't even mention his misdeed. That day he saw his abilities for a swordsman. For a young man, it's not bad. He believes that he is the owner of this miraculous medicine. Ben told Logan that thanks to his gift, he had a chance to be cured of a lingering illness and was ready to repay him for it. The guy responded by asking him for a useful book on swordsmanship. After some time, the heroes moved to the Baron's home gallery, where he found a suitable book for him. He said the workouts described would make your body ache, but it was worth reading because it had some eccentric parts. When the boy received the gift, he asked the Baron for written proof that he had received the book consciously and with the owner's consent. He felt sorry to take only the book from the Duke, although he was ready to give him anything, but his goal was completely different. The next moment, Ben said that he felt it was wrong and offered to personally teach him swordsmanship. He understands that he is modest and does not need much, but the Count is embarrassed to repay him with only a book. Logan thought to himself that even if he had the secrets of the divine sword, there was no need to refuse the offer of the strongest man in the kingdom. As the men gathered for their first training session, Ben said that judging the talent of remarkable young warriors was one of the joys of an old man. The Baron told him to concentrate and fight with all his might. Ben would not give in. As soon as he began to draw his sword, the guy was hit by the Count's powerful aura. The guy realized what the strongest aura user really is. He didn't know if all aura users were able to restrain their entire body using power like magic. If this is true, then all battles on the continent will be ended by aura users finishing off the rest. It must have been some kind of special ability, that was it. Every time you try to move, the Duke's power stimulates its activation. It dissipates the power he puts into the movement. Logan doesn't know how that's possible, but he does know how to counter it. Logan decided he had to react to the attack as quickly as possible. The Baron was happy that he was not mistaken. He recognized Logan as very talented. Ben concentrates the power that was overwhelming him into the tip of his sword. As soon as the Count was about to attack, a huge pillar of aura appeared in front of the hero, which really scared the guy. Even though the sword moves slowly, Logan still can't move. Logan doesn't understand what he can do without even understanding how it works. But suddenly he realized that his power itself counteracted the Duke's power. It neutralized the Duke's power. His intuition tells him that he won't be able to dodge this blow. When the boy activated the barrier of power, the Count was very surprised. He attacked the guy in an instant and knocked him into the wall. Logan flew into the wall at high speed and smashed it to pieces, after which he passed out. Ben asked him if he would teach him anything he could master. Towards the end, he unconsciously took the fight a little more seriously. He couldn't believe he was coming face to face with him. Some people are just destined to succeed in this world. After some time, the butler Ben told him that the Duke said to let him rest until he fully recovered. Logan can stay here. When the boy said that everything was fine with him, the butler offered to escort him to the exit of the estate. After leaving the area, the guy quickly began to move away. As soon as he disappeared around the corner of the wall, he twisted in pain and began to hold on to his organs. Logan said he couldn't use such an expensive potion on such wounds. He couldn't believe he gave him a superior quality potion that couldn't be found anywhere. Logan has developed strength recently, so he will be able to heal the wounds on his own, although it will be difficult, because they were inflicted by the Duke. In the end, Logan gave the guy a letter in which he described the coordinates of the communication channel of his estate. If the guy encounters difficulties while mastering the power of the blade, he can contact the Duke. Logan said to himself that who would have thought that his impression of him would be so good. Suddenly, Philip emerged from around the corner, frightening the hero, who immediately hid the letter in his bosom. He said that he was waiting for Logan nearby when he came out. For some reason, he looked very pale. Philip started shouting at him and asked if he had been rude to the Count, but the hero replied that he had only learned a little swordsmanship from him and suddenly began to spurt blood. He said he would prepare everything for the escape and find the fastest horse. Logan said he had misunderstood. After some time, Logan began to say that the total income from the sales of the Emporium was about 4,100,000 gold. The heroes immediately began to shout with happiness. They became rich in such a short time. Logan said that Philip was so happy that he didn't mind not getting a bonus this month. Philip asked him not to interfere with his fantasies. Then the guy remembered that he had established the process of purchasing monster meat in the capital, and the hero immediately praised him. He also asked him if he had thought about buying a house in the capital. Considering the living expenses, it would be profitable. Logan replied that it would be a year and a half at most. Until then, they needed to focus on the Emporica. Then Philip asked him to take care of his health so that the business would prosper. His coughing up blood horrified the guy. Philip asked him if he was really focused on recovery. When he came, he was always doing what he was doing at the table. Logan thought to himself that he liked the fact that he wasn't trying to find out more, even though he was grumbling. But Rick would have definitely gotten to the bottom of it if he were in his place. Logan said he was going to go home. Philip needed to calm the customers down until he sent over a new batch of Emporic. Every month he needs to send food rations worth 100,000 gold to his estate. Logan said they'll be doing this for a year, so they need to find a supplier. The guy didn't know that he valued his people so much. Suddenly it dawned on the hero, and he said that he was doing this because it was necessary. After all, Only in a year will his family's chronic shortage of food supplies end. Even if he had the plains of St. Petersburg, because of his family's infertile lands, they would still go into the negative. Philip realized that his business was secret and he could not answer, since this happened. After some time, Logan met with a mysterious man. He said that it would be difficult to find the right people by several external signs, and that means he does not know where they live. They will have to search the entire continent. Logan told him to just say if they could handle it, he could pay them handsomely. He thought to himself that he knew it would be difficult to find them, because even the names he knew could be fake. But there is no other option. He must gather all independent superhumans at any cost. Those who have reached such a level in their past life and have not joined any organization. Suddenly, Logan no longer understood why he was in such a hurry. He was too anxious. Despite the fact that things were going well in the capital, then we are transported to some room where the elder was indignant that Logan was constantly chasing his followers. He apparently has no other workers. The guy tried to calm the elder down and said that things were going badly. Their people were sent to the countryside in the southwest. The elder doesn't like the head of the magic tower. He can't allow this. He decided that he had to resolve this issue as soon as possible. The next day, Logan came to the fourth circle of long-range earth magic spells, where he was greeted by a representative. He saw the hero and thought to himself that he thought he was an aristocrat, but his costume was too simple. The hero said that he needed a couple of magic scrolls. The guy thought to himself that Logan was going to buy a bunch of scrolls, which weren't all that different from each other. Logan showed the guy the user certificate issued by the bank. When he saw that it said 4 million, he was very surprised and opened his mouth in amazement. We were introduced to a fourth circle long-range earth magic spell. Depending on the mage's potential, this magic can even bring down a rock. But due to drawbacks such as the time it takes to activate and show signs of use, and the fact that it only works on rocks and dirt, it is generally not used in combat. But it is ideal for construction. Logan will be able to speed up the development of the mine, and at the same time solve other problems. The hero was met by the elder of the tower, who asked if he wanted to purchase 150 scrolls of destruction. He said that they hadn't had such a generous buyer for a long time. He even started to worry. Logan was surprised to himself that the head of the tower himself came running to him. He was the head of the tower in the 5th generation, but he behaved like that because of 1.5 million. Were things really going so badly for them? Logan told about his home and said that he would understand if the elder understood if he had not heard of it. The old man said that their intern had made a mistake. He would give him a severe reprimand. Logan said that was not necessary. The elder thought to himself that he had almost lost this simpleton because of the intern. In times of peace, earth magic is only used for farming or planting crops with trees. What aristocrat would waste expensive scrolls on such trivial things? In any case, it was great for him that this simpleton had now come to them. He needed to butter him up and shake off more money. The old man said that he should know that to create a scroll of the 4th circle, at least a magician with the 5th circle is required. When Logan asked what was wrong with that, the man said to himself that this was not the reaction he expected, and that it was still worth checking the waters again. He said that he knew that each scroll was expensive to create, so they couldn't have made them in advance. Logan replied that he wanted to buy 150 pieces a month. If he had difficulty handling such a quantity, he would simply contact the ruler's family's magic tower. As soon as the guy was about to leave, the old man fell at his feet and tried to stop him. The hero added that in 6 months he would ultimately need 900 scrolls. The old man was delighted with such a good deal, but when the guy said that since it was difficult for them to make 150 scrolls, they would not last 6 months, the dream immediately shattered. The head of the tower grabbed Logan's leg and began to examine his shoes. They were dirty. The old man said that the scrolls of the 4th circle were worth 10,000 gold each. 150 will cost 1.5 million, and in 6 months the amount will be 9 million. He said the price was very attractive, but suggested finding a mage instead of buying the scrolls. Logan thought to himself that detached mages hated doing dirty work, so they usually sold scrolls. But he would lend him a mage, which would cost even more. A 4th circle mage would be as effective as 300 scrolls. The old man said that it seemed they didn't understand each other. Even he couldn't give orders to a magician of that level. Instead, he can provide 9 magicians with the 2nd circle and 1 with the 3rd. They are students who have been working as a team on various construction sites for a long time. Logan noted that this sounded good. The construction was taking a long time, so this would be even better. After some time, a huge number of student mages arrived to meet Logan, looking very distraught. The elder said that since they had greeted each other, they could go, but he didn't say a word about their condition. As soon as the apprentice magicians left, Logan immediately started yelling at him and said that they looked like they were about to die. The old man said that regardless of their appearance, they were young employees with the most experience. They actually seemed reliable when Logan took a quick look at them with his senses, and there were some second circle mages and one third circle mage among them. And yet, why did he agree to send his students to the countryside? Logan suspected something was wrong. It was worth checking. The hero said that compared to the scrolls of the fourth circle, the proposal to reduce their number and provide second circle mages is not a fair exchange. Logan offered for 120 scrolls and 10 mages. He will pay 1,200,000. This is a damn low price. Considering the talent of these magicians, no one will send normal magicians for such a price. Gritting his teeth, the old man handed the guy a contract for hiring magicians. Logan couldn't believe it, and he still didn't know when he had time to prepare the contract. Suddenly, the head of these magicians burst into the room, who heard everything. He needed to immediately talk to the head of the tower. His students tried to stop the master, but he was adamant. The guys were very scared. Hank heard that the tower leader wanted to send their students to the countryside without any support. The old man replied that it was necessary for the good of the tower. His followers were the most talented, and so he asked why only they were doing such difficult work. Not just anyone, but children who had just returned from work. The old man said that young people don't care about any work. It's necessary for the good of the tower and for themselves. Hank said he didn't think he knew he was oppressing them ever since he received the fifth circle and became an elder last year. Logan looked at them and thought about how this man had received the fifth circle at a relatively early age and had become an elder. The head of the tower is frightened by this, but not being able to conflict with the elder, he takes it out on his followers. The internal conflict in the tower will play into Logan's hands. He can't believe that he received such a lucrative contract. The elder said that if he did not want to obey the orders of the tower, then he did not care. They could leave with their followers. Hank was very angry at these words. He was filled with a powerful aura that burst out from his body. The old man also got angry. He tore out from his body a force of the same power that could resist the elder. The atmosphere in the room was tense. There was tension in the air that put pressure on everything in the space. Hank's followers tried to stop the chief, but because of fear they could not do anything. He told the old man to prepare for a fight. Suddenly, at some point, they turned to Logan and saw him standing over the contract and signing something. With a sinister grin, Logan handed the signed contract to the heads. With his action, he interrupted the conflict that was building up between the men, and everyone immediately calmed down. Logan said that he was taking 10 mages and wanted to leave the men to sort things out themselves. The contract would remain valid even if the head of the tower changed. The head of the tower said that they had shown themselves to their guest in a worthless manner. He was going to send them the scrolls as soon as they were ready. When Hank said he wanted to break the contract with the Earth Magic Tower, he reminded him where his place was. Hank replied that since he was behaving like this, he would leave with his followers. The chief asked him if since he was an elder he couldn't waste time in the countryside, and Logan said that he had never hired a fifth circle mage. Hank replied that he would not ask for payment. He would simply help his guys get the job done faster. The hero bowed low for such help. He only asked to postpone the trip for a day. His followers needed to rest before leaving. The next day, Logan stood at the main gate and thought that yesterday's contract was an unexpected stroke of luck. Hiring one fifth circle mage would have cost $1 million. He dreamed of getting home as quickly as possible, and from there he would immediately send the Imperial to the store. Suddenly, from a passing carriage, Logan saw Maria, who was heading somewhere. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She said that they say that a rather shameful business has opened in the capital. Could it be that Logan's house has started having problems? The guy told her that she should know how ambitious he was about money. She didn't have to worry about anything. Maria replied that the amount she gave him was not small, and it was difficult to realize it if you lived on barren lands. She heard about his great contribution during the feudal war. He used a special weapon. Then the girl said that she had a proposal. She wanted to buy his product. Logan replied that it was nothing special, and that he felt awkward refusing her, but he would have to. After this was said, the hero immediately rushed away, and the girl was very unhappy about this. The boy thought to himself that even after he became famous for selling the emporic, none of the aristocrats showed interest in the War of the Feuds. However, Maria and most likely her entire family became interested, and quite quickly. The crossbows are simple in design, so he hopes he'll be able to use them a few more times. Suddenly, Hank and his students stood in Logan's way. He said that he clearly remembered that they agreed to meet at the Western Gate, so it was not clear why he was here. The hero replied that he had simply escaped from someone annoying, and that they needed to hit the road. Soon they set off, and he thought to himself that 3 large carriages were enough to carry 5 or 6 people in each, and the coachmen were experienced. Hank said that it wasn't worth the trouble. He had wasted a lot of money. Logan realized that this was not the first time he had encountered a very proud mage. He volunteered to go for free, so it would be easy to sweet-talk him. The guy said that he had wonderful magicians with him, so what he did was completely natural. Already in the evening, Logan ordered the crew to stop, and they were going to spend the night in this forest. Logan settled down near a random tree and meditated. At some point, a dagger flew at him, which he successfully dodged. They were some mercenaries. One of them said he couldn't believe he dodged. Very impressive for a young man. He heard rumors about Logan in the capital. He made a lot of money selling some medicine. These mercenaries were apparently thieves. They immediately surrounded the hero. Logan said he wanted to try out what he had learned earlier by meditating in a calm environment. But since they interrupted him, the guy will practice his new technique on them. The next moment, Logan rushed towards one of the mercenaries and slit his throat, causing him to immediately fall to the ground. The guys didn't see how he attacked. They were immediately struck by some unusual fear. The wounded guy fell to the ground and suffered from a cut throat. Another killer tried to attack Logan. He lunged at him with his weapon, but his attack was unsuccessful. The guy immediately received a blow to his body from a sword, which hit the body. From such a blow, he flew into the nearest tree and smashed the tree to pieces. When the boys were about to leave, their bodies were gripped by animal terror. Their legs did not obey their masters. They were unable to escape. Suddenly, Ben's silhouette appeared behind the hero, which was created using the hero's power. He filled his sword with power and attacked several people at once. Logan realized that it was quite difficult to maintain the power in the sword. The concentration and compression of force through a new source creates an aura. That day, along with the pressure blade, the Duke showed him a power blade that was at a weaker aura level, but he thought it was too early for him to try to replicate it. Logan couldn't believe he was able to use the force blade even for a moment. He was incredibly happy. Then he noticed the remaining guy who was hiding in the bushes. He was still unable to move and run away. Using the power emanating from the sword to forcibly disperse and overpower the enemy is characteristic of the pressure blade. Logan said it was good enough to be used in real combat. When the guy finished his business, Hank came out from behind the trees and said that he saw everything. The hero thought that he was incredibly angry because he considered his attitude towards the thieves too cruel. If he refused to cooperate, he would have a little trouble. The elder acknowledged the boy's strength and said that his abilities were incredible for such a young age. He said he knew little about force users, but what he had seen was enough to understand how unusual it was that he was capable of such a thing at his age. Logan replied that it made him blush, but to himself he thought that despite his appearance, he wasn't angry. He had deliberately moved away from the camp to avoid being discovered by those who were not his allies, and it seemed he had come all this way in search of him. Hank said that his followers were having a hard time because they didn't get the best teacher, so while they were together, he wanted to take up their training. Once they arrive on site and start working, he wants them to have breaks between shifts to do some training. In return, he offered to do the work himself, and Logan immediately agreed. The elder is emitting mana, which comes from the earth. It is heading somewhere. This mana is heading towards the tent of the young mages. Logan didn't understand why he was going so far that he even started to sweat. Logan noted that he values his followers greatly and cares for them very much. He replied that since he called himself a teacher, he should at least teach them the basics of magic. When Logan arrived at the estate, he immediately went to his father. He told him that his journey had done him good. Patrick then asked him if he had anything he could report. The guy told about his business in the capital. Patrick was shocked that his son was doing business while he was in the capital. He said that he started selling the medicine that he had given him before. Patrick was scared that Logan had come all the way to the capital and started a business there selling a sex enhancer. He said that next time, he should at least think about the reputation and dignity of his house. Logan was surprised that he took the news better than he expected. He already felt his reputation being restored. He also said that he had the chance to meet the Duke of the Sword and establish contact with him. The owner of the estate immediately jumped up from his chair. When he heard that his son was selling a sex enhancer to the strongest man in the kingdom, he began to shout at him furiously. Logan told him that in return, Ben gave him a pretty good secret mid-level sword technique. Patrick couldn't believe that he actually gave him a full-fledged sword book. It was a lie. Logan wrote it himself while he was at the Duke's estate. An imperial merchant found it in some ruins. It described a mid-level sword technique. At first, the merchant copied the book and sold several copies, but their contents leaked to the masses and began to wander around the market, and soon the technology became public property. But this event should happen in 10 years. If their knights learn the technique, the power of the house will increase. Logan thought to himself that he should add the sword energy and the secrets of the divine sword, so that his father and Damien would have an ace in their hands. However, the Iron Blood sword technique accelerates the force, which can cause damage to the insides during training. Father would not allow this. So the Duke of the Sword's involvement will make him change his mind. Patrick thought to himself that these recordings were an order of magnitude better than what they had. Their level was significantly higher. The reality was that it was difficult for aristocrats to obtain decent sword techniques. For a time he even thought that because of this, he had not made any progress for 10 years. He then told his son that once their knights mastered it, the average level of the entire order would increase by 30%. He didn't know how they could repay the Duke for his kindness. Suddenly, his father said that he had to take possession of her himself. To at least repay her in this way, Logan did not expect such a decision. The Duke said that mastering this technique was his priority and ordered his son to do chores around the house. The next moment, the hero realized that he now held in his hands the family seal, on which all decisions made depended. Patrick ordered him to help Dwayne with solving the issues. He will return as soon as he masters the technique. After this, the guy realized that since he had the house seal in his hands, his permission was no longer required. Suddenly, Dwayne bursts into the office, saying that he had heard about his successes in the capital. He asked to help the family with money. Logan answered him that he was supposed to get the money after winning the war, and why was he barging in there as if it were his own room? The minister said that the amount was not enough to maintain the two fortresses. Because of the war, their workforce had decreased. This year there would be much less food. Even his son-in-law had stopped helping. He heard that his journey had been quite successful, and after saying this, Dwayne knelt down. Logan answered him that he had already spent all the money he had earned. But the man didn't believe it. He had earned several million. How did he manage to spend so much in such a short time? The hero replied that 1,200,000 for the scrolls of the magicians. He also bought building materials and food to support their people. He had nothing left. He said that a little food would not affect the well-being of the people. He spent 1 million gold on it. Food worth 1 million will be delivered to their people every month throughout the year. Hearing this, Dwayne started cursing. This was an expected reaction. His opinion of him did not change much after Logan became a war hero. The guy said he was sane and that should be enough to feed people. 2 weeks later, the civilians received an announcement that they had to report for work, and while the civilians were expecting this, the aristocrats began to exploit them to the fullest. At another fortress, the people were also indignant. They barely managed to leave the battlefield alive, and now the feudal lord is trying to finish them off himself. They have to make a choice, either die during the escape or work or die of hunger. They had no choice but to take matters into their own hands and attack the feudal lord. After some time, the people gathered at the gates of the fortress. They were armed with whatever they could find. They talked about how the feudal lords were driving them around like dogs, feeding them grass for dinner, while they themselves were living happily ever after. With so many people, they doubted that it was even worthwhile to start a fight with the aristocrats. In the end, they decided it was better to take advantage of the opportunity and get all the aristocrats out of there. A few moments later, the gates opened and guards appeared from there on their horses. The squad leader ordered everyone else to get ready for the distribution. People didn't believe it. They knew very well what these aristocrats were like. One of the guards approached the Duke's most ardent opponent and said that, by order of young Master Logan, all those who participate in the work will receive a month's supply of grain for the entire family. They said they would start distributing it now. Everyone had to get in line. People couldn't believe it all. As soon as the old man received his supply, he began to praise Logan and cry. Everyone else followed his example and began to praise him. Dwayne didn't know if he should give a forced order to gather everyone in front of the fortress. Logan could just ask them to come. The guy replied that then not even a fourth would have shown up. They don't trust aristocrats. Aristocrats consider their people as property, and those who have feelings fulfill their duty to protect them. But having lived as a mercenary in his past life, Logan realized that for the common people, the only difference between bad aristocrats and good ones is who takes more from them. Logan said that even his father thinks more of knights than men, as he considers them the strength of a nation. Despite the budget shortfall, he retained a knightly order of 50 members. Logan forced them to come and see for themselves how he treated them, so they could be sure. The guy noticed how the minister was looking at him strangely, and asked him about it. The man replied that he still couldn't get used to the changes in the young gentleman's behavior. The hero told him not to be stupid. As long as he trusted him, he would be able to advance in construction. Dwayne asked the gentleman to think again why he should spend 2 million on this venture. When Logan got to his charges and told them about his plans, Jeff and Hank were very surprised by this. Jeff asked him if it was necessary to then let water from the river in there and even build a lock. Logan began to explain to them that his family's territory was surrounded by mountains and wastelands on all sides. They had barren lands. Even the low mountains in the north block the river from flowing south. So they will drill a huge hole in the northern wild mountains so that the river water will pass through them. Jeff said it would have been more convincing to tell them to dig a tunnel under the mountain. Logan told him that they would make a tunnel 30 meters in diameter, with an exit directly to the river at ground level, which would serve as a lock. He thought to himself that in fact this method of water control will become popular in the Empire in 20 years. Logan does not know the principle of operation, but with him, the Dwarf Master and the Magician of the Fifth Circle, if they cope, then they will turn the wasteland in the west of their territory into an arable plain. Jeff said that you have to be careful about where you're going. The condition of the land is important, and you also have to consider the water levels and canals. To prevent the tunnel from collapsing, the structure must be in the shape of an arch, and the help of magicians will also be required. Hank told him that he had said all this out loud, and was surprised that it was actually possible to implement. The dwarf added that he already had a lot of work to do, and that they had only just started digging. The hero replied that that was why he had prepared magic scrolls and magicians. Jeff guessed that something was wrong, since he treated him to delicious food just like that. The events then shift to the mountain, where Hank was gathering his strength to deal with the digging of the tunnel. The other workers looked at all this and were afraid that they might be caught by the blast wave and shrapnel. The dwarf shouted to him that if he was ready to start work, then he could begin. As soon as the magician used his explosive spell, fragments from the stone mountain began to fall from the sky and the workers began to scatter. Jeff shouted at him that he had already asked him to be more careful. Why demonstrate his strength here like that? In addition to strength, people can master such supernatural energy as mana. In his past life, Logan could only barely feel it, but now he clearly feels it. The power of the earth emanates from the mana circle in his heart, repeatedly drawing the same intricate patterns that stimulate the stone wall. Logan can't believe what he's seeing with his own eyes. The power core has enhanced his senses. Hank told him to watch carefully. He wasn't finished yet. The Elder was about to use another spell. The man used an ability that collects a huge amount of stones and turns them into something unimaginable. In front of Logan stood a huge stone golem, summoned by Hank, created with the help of mana and stones. The guy said it was amazing that you could create a golem of that size without tools. He thought to himself that if he could make a couple more, they would not only complete the construction faster, but also possibly increase their combat power. The hero approached the Elder, and taking him by the hands, with paint on his face, asked how many golems he could summon. Hank said that his students can do this too. They have their own school for creating golems in the magical Tower of the Earth. But there was a problem. The spell formula for creating a golem core was only available from the Fifth Circle, so the students would need mana stones. But even then, they would only get very small and weak golems. Mana stone is a mineral like orichalcum and mithril that is imbued with natural mana energy, making it rare. It cannot be created artificially. It is quite expensive, since it is more often used to assist in spells or in the creation of artifacts. Mana stones are not economically viable. But during a war, money is not important. If you can win it by spending a little money, then it will be good. Hank said that his golem becomes stronger with mana stones. Its speed and strength will increase, and it will last longer. But of course, since it is the Fifth Circle, it will require a mana stone of the highest quality. Even for the spell of creating a second circle golem, a low-level stone is perfect. It can last for 24 hours, being several times stronger than a common person. Logan thought to himself that a low-level mana stone was worth as much as a piece of gold. The cost-benefit ratio was too bad. But for a short war like the last one, it was extremely useful. After some time, Dwayne also met the stone golem. He was very scared as soon as he saw it. Logan at this time told him that he had already said that he was not destroying, but digging a tunnel. After hearing this, the minister suddenly jumped up and rushed back to the castle. He said that he had to report everything to Patrick. The hero told Jeff to take all the workers to the water channel. There was no point in leaving them to make a tunnel. After this, the gnome turned to the workers and told them to stop being afraid. They needed to collect their tools and go to him. They make 3 structures. The first is a tunnel and a dam. The second is a water channel that will deliver water from the river to every corner of the wasteland. The third is a cave. After returning from the capital, Logan was busy building the dam, so he couldn't follow the development of the cave. He needs to go and see tomorrow. The next day, the work continued actively. People entered and left the cave one after another. Logan turned to the dwarf and asked if they had met before. Jeff did not understand what he meant. He asked whose fault it was that he had to run back and forth from the mine to the water channel. Jeff finally snapped. He threw down his pickaxe and said he couldn't work anymore. He asked to be killed. He fell to the ground and began to ask for rest, whether the work would stop if the gnome was not nearby. Why should he alone carry everything on himself? After a few moments, Logan tried to calm him down. He said that he understood every word he said. He was doing a great job. That's why he would be doing all the organizational work from now on. He should use this opportunity to report to him on the progress of the work. The gnome now took it out on his master. He told him that he was trying to dump all the responsibilities on him, and yet he saw through Logan. But when it's all over, he promises that when everything is ready, he will be able to rest as much as he wants. They held each other's pinkies and sealed the promise, Logan grabbing his finger so hard he almost broke it. Logan was very pleased with his behavior and left proud of himself. Now the mine will be developed faster than in the previous life. He is not sure about the dam, but wants to believe that everything will work out. That same evening, Logan talked to Philip, who told him that the building materials would be delivered without any problems. They also easily came to an agreement regarding lumber worth 100,000 gold per month. Philip said that when they developed the mine and cleared the land, the area would be completely transformed. The guy said that he wanted to visit his estate someday. The hero replied that he could visit him in a year, but Logan did not answer why exactly that time frame. Suddenly, Logan said that there was a rumor that the ruling family had a problem. He heard about it in the house of the Duke of the Sword. He doesn't know the details, but it seems to be a serious matter. The guy told his assistant to try to scout out the situation while he was busy with business. According to the memories from the past life, next winter the king will suddenly die, and a civil war will begin. If the death is really sudden, then everything will happen as in the past life, otherwise the time frame will change. As with the feudal war, he cannot change the timing of the civil war, since he does not know the reason, but he can prepare in advance. Logan ordered Philip to put money aside for a reserve fund and buy as many weapons and armor as he could, enough to arm 1,500 men. Philip said that this was not a trifling request. He thought that Logan's family had no more than 100 knights. When the hero said that this was not for knights but for soldiers, he began to shout that no one in war equips soldiers completely. It may seem strange, but in the last war many of their people died. Because of this, the productivity of farmers dropped sharply. They need to minimize conscription and strengthen their knights and regular soldiers. Arming vulnerable soldiers is part of Logan's plan. Their wealth will be supported by the mine, their food by the construction of the dam, their soldiers by weapons. After some time, Dwayne forced the young gentleman to deal with government affairs. He was very exhausted by such a large amount of paper. Dwayne began to scold him for signing them without even looking into the contents. How could he be so careless? Logan said he had never seen his father spend so much time working on the estate and dealing with his issues. The minister said that no one saw it because he dealt with most of it. He said that as the heir, he must fully understand what issues require attention. Suddenly, at some point, James burst into Logan's office and said that he had urgent business. He told about Jeff being trapped in a collapsed mine shaft. Logan asked about the extent of the damage and if he had found Jeff's location. James replied that about 50 meters of the tunnel had collapsed, so it was impossible to determine exactly. The hero said that there was no time to waste. They had to get to the mine as soon as possible and save the gnome. After being ignored for so long, Dwayne lost his temper and started yelling at them and asking where they got the mine from. In a short time, Logan reached the mine, where he was met by workers and asked where the collapsed tunnel was. When he got off his horse, he immediately rushed into the mine, rushing past the workers telling him. It was very dark in the cave. To improve his vision, Logan used the enhancement on his vision. After a short dig, he reached the rubble and asked everyone to step back to see how things were going with Jeff. Using his sixth sense, he scanned the area behind the stone and saw everything. He said Jeff and about 10 workers escaped the worst, but were hurt. The old man in charge of the excavations said that it would take 3 days to clear away all the fallen rocks if all went well. Logan thought to himself that even the strongest dwarf wouldn't survive under the rubble with injuries. The more time passes, the less chance they have of surviving. Logan decided that he needed to save them as soon as possible. The hero decided that the only chance to save them was Hank and his students. The guy gathered them all together and was going to tell them why. He said that they needed to rescue Jeff and the workers who were stuck in the mine. As a reward, he will give them generous compensation. Hank was surprised that there was a mine in the mountain. He realized that the gnome was busy because he was scurrying between the cave and the dam, which was not surprising. The elder agreed. Because the people needed help, Logan thanked them and said that he would definitely pay for the service. Hank thought to himself that he couldn't understand why he brought the magical scrolls of destruction and didn't use them. So it turned out that it happened in the mine. Since he kept it a secret, it means it was quite a valuable place. And yet he told him about it in order to save the servant and a couple of workers. After some time, the man and his students reached the crash site and were going to use magic to rescue them. He said that he would hold the tunnel and his students should use golems to clear the rocks. Logan saw that the magicians were using magic stones to summon golems and were casting some spells. The ordinary workers were frightened when the mages created so many stone golems. To himself, Logan couldn't believe that they had cleared several meters just by creating golems. Hank was surprised that the aristocrat himself was carrying stones to save those of lower rank. He would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. After a short excavation, the gnome was finally found, and all the others were also saved. They lost consciousness due to shock. They were lucky that their injuries were minimal. When he saw his gnome friend, it was as if a weight of responsibility fell from his soul. After some time, when Jeff came to his senses, he said that he lost consciousness when he used the Scroll of Destruction. Lately, he had been working too much. The gnome reassured his master and said that soon everyone would recover and work off everything that was lost. Logan told him that he just needed to rest and not think about anything until he was completely recovered. Jeff was surprised by his words. Before that, he had been begging for a rest for so long, and now the guy so easily sent him to rest. In that case, he decided that he should have a full rest. For the entire time he worked without days off. Logan thought to himself that magic was an amazing thing. With its help, they completed the rescue operation in 2 hours. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by Hank, who noted his amazing shaft as soon as the hero left the dwarf's restroom. Logan only thought about the fact that the mage found out about the mine's gold. He decided that there would be a lot of problems if others found out about it. The elder asked him why he had gone so far as to reveal the existence of the hidden mine to him, and asked for his help. The guy was surprised by this question, and in his thoughts he answered that he did it because no one could replace Jeff. It was better to take the risk and save him. Without Jeff, the development of the mine would slow down, which would affect future plans. Finally, the hero replied that if he was unable to protect his people himself, then no one would remain next to him. After hearing this answer, the magician asked him if he would like to establish a magic tower on his territory. He decided it was time for him to open his own business. This place seemed like it could support a small magic tower. Logan was fired up by the idea. He said it was a great idea, his cheeks burning red. When the boy asked if his students would move with him to this field and how much support would be needed, the man replied that of course they would stay with him. Hank said that as support, he would only need to provide him and his students with everything they needed. All this time, Jeff was standing behind Logan, who was shocked by the owner's new plans. He asked him if he had hit his head too. A week later, the gnome was fully recovered and ready to rebuild the tunnel. He said he would try to make up for the delay. Logan agreed with his decision and wished him luck. When the dwarf left to return to work, Dwayne came into the guy's office and demanded to tell him about the built mine. The minister began to question him about when he secretly began to develop it and why he did not tell him anything. He asked why he had hidden this mine so carefully, whether there was ore there and how much of it there was. Logan replied with pride that there was gold in the mine, and Dwayne did not believe his words. The guy said that according to calculations, it would bring in 100 million gold a year. Would he lie about that? The minister fainted from the huge amount of gold. His shock was accompanied by joy. Logan told him that he could not kick the bucket now. After the dam was built, Logan again called the workers who had taken part in the construction. The people were unhappy. One of the workers said that the construction was supposed to be completed in 6 months, but they finished it in 3 months. Once everyone was assembled, people started asking Dwayne if he knew the details. One of the men said that it was a useless and grandiose digging, as if bringing water from the Luthra and its effect on this wasteland would change anything. People tried again to get more details from Dwayne, but the man stood in a stupor and could not come to his senses. To himself, he thought that this dam would not only irrigate the wastelands with water, it was directly connected to the underground part of the Luthra. If the canals can be supplied with water on a regular basis, the wasteland can become a real fertile land. Everyone from workers to magicians took part in the construction, and even managers came. Jeff asked Hank if it was really necessary to open the dam. They had everything set up. The workers could open and close the dam themselves. Logan said that the first time should be grand and memorable. They will show everyone on the family territory what exactly they created with their own hands. When people saw the stone monsters, they were very surprised. But the workers were already accustomed to such a sight. These giants took part in the construction. One of the servants of Logan's house was embarrassed by his surprise, and said that he had seen such magic quite often. A moment later, Hank ordered the golems to open the gates, but at some point they just froze. No one understood what was happening. The elder got angry at the gnome and asked what he was doing. Jeff replied that he had definitely ordered them to open them. He didn't know what was going on. Logan thought to himself that the golem's power was actually just for show, but in reality it would take about 100 workers to deal with them. But this was not part of the plan. The guy didn't know what to do. He was confused. Hank began to scold Jeff. He said that if the reputation of his golems was tarnished, he would regret it. The dwarf made excuses about it. Then, Logan ordered his subordinates to break down the gates. After some time, they would build new ones, so there was no need to worry. The magician obeyed the hero, and at his command, the golems began to destroy the stone wall behind which the water was hidden. After some time of destruction, the monsters finally destroyed the dam, and a stream of water gushed out of it, knocking them down. People were incredibly happy that their land finally had water. Logan was incredibly proud of his creation. The people rejoiced that they brought water to these lands with their own hands. He thought to himself that now the food problem during the Civil War was solved. There was no need to rush into recovery. Next spring he would take up farming. Suddenly, a tearful Dwayne, who praised the hero, attacked the guy. He said that he was wrong and apologized. After that, Logan asked him why a big man like him was crying. Jeff looked at all this and was very unhappy. He was thinking about how long it would take to recover, but Hank said that he would help him. Then Logan approached them and said that they didn't need the gate urgently, so the workers could rest for a week, after which they would finish work in the mine and have another long weekend ahead of them. The gnome was very happy to hear this, and a small blush appeared on his face. Logan thought to himself that many farmers would come to work the fertile lands, but it would be difficult for them to travel there from the city every day. So the guy decided to build a new village where farmers would settle. Logan tried to address Jeff normally, but when he remembered who he was, he began to provoke him, saying that in his opinion, even he had a hard time with construction. The gnome was indignant. He said that the creation of the weapon was supposed to prove to him that the gnomes were the best in this field. Logan was glad that his provocation had worked. Jeff said he could praise him, but he wouldn't give him anything, and asked why he suddenly started talking about construction. The hero said that the gnome could rejoice for now, because soon he would have the frightening experience of building houses. As they gathered to open the floodgates, Logan made two promises to the workers. First, that anyone could work on the flatlands. Secondly, they will receive tenant rights in accordance with their employment. The tax will be only 30%. If Logan announced this, even the vassals would not object. After 4 weeks, Logan received the city plans and house models. He knew he had chosen the right gnome. He didn't expect him to take on the job when he came to him a couple of weeks ago. The roads will intersect and the distance between houses will remain the same. Each section will have common wells and toilets, outside the sewer system, to dispose of waste. Logan described the layout of the city he saw in his past life as accurately as possible, and now they will be able to successfully establish the largest settlement. Suddenly the guy turned to Rick and asked why he smelled so bad. He replied that it was all because of him. If it weren't for it, he wouldn't have to suffer so much, which is why the medicine is in great demand. After he left, Dwayne burst into the office and said that Jeff had just sent a message that they could start developing the gold mine. After some time, the dwarf showed the two of them gold nuggets. He said that usually they have to be extracted in small quantities from minerals, but they had already found such specimens. Logan and the minister began to praise him. They were glad that they had come across such a lucky guy like him. Jeff said that they would receive about a ton per month. Even by a conservative estimate, the mine would last for 10 years. The hero answered him that they had just started building the city. More crossbows would be needed, and the knights also needed new weapons. The guy was thinking to himself that they still had a lot of work to do. Jeff really should rest. He thought that he really should hire another gnome later. The guy decided to please his subordinate, and as soon as he heard that he could rest for a whole month, he immediately rushed off to sleep for the whole month. Logan was surprised that his strength had awakened so quickly. He was very fast despite his short legs. At this time, Dwayne was roaring with happiness. When he realized that they would receive a ton of gold per month, he cried even harder. He said that they were saved. They wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Logan thought to himself that the minister was crying harder than when the dam was opened. Logan said the mine was his, but when Dwayne looked at him angrily, the guy said he was going to give him 30%. Then the man got down on one knee and said that he believed in him, believed that he could handle everything. After all, the dam project had been a success. All his decisions had been right so far. The hero realized that it was of course worth taking care that the workers did not blab too much if the news about the mine spread. The counts would cause them trouble. Logan realized to himself that his father would be a problem for him. He had done a lot of things on his own while he was away at training. A week later, the hero finally met his father, who had finally become a professional knight. This was what the guy expected when he passed on the iron blood sword technique to him. But he never thought that his skills would improve in 3 months, even though there had been no progress for more than 10 years before that. Patrick began to say that his son had done a lot during his absence. He did not fully believe that water had appeared in this wasteland. Both his level advancement and the transformation of these lands all happened thanks to Logan. What he accomplished in 3 months exceeds his entire contribution in 30 years. He thanked him for everything he had done, and said that he was blessed to have a son like him. Patrick said that he could now trust him with the affairs of their house, while he himself would train the knights. Upon hearing this, the guy was in a stupor. Logan said that he had no plans to become a lord yet. But his father interrupted him and said that he had learned a few things during his training. He has grown old, although he managed to master the basics of the Iron Blood sword technique. The secret technique is completely beyond his reach. If he had taken it upon himself to study it in his youth, when his power had just awakened, everything would have worked out. But with the current strength, which has formed its own specific flow over so many years, Patrick will not be able to even create a core. Since he gave up, he thought it was Logan and Damien's time. But thanks to this, he was finally able to break through the barrier that had hindered him for so many years. Patrick said that it was now time for him to step back and train those who would open the way for Logan. In the end, the hero accepted his father's words, since he says so. He has no choice. Patrick then turned to Linda and asked her to help Logan fully fulfill his role. The stepmother said that his achievements were enough to see him as a reliable heir, and called him the first young master, before she only wanted success for Damien and therefore fought with the hero. She said that he didn't need to apologize. He had already apologized before. Although she couldn't accept it, it was all because of her stubbornness. She hoped that he would be generous and understanding. Logan replied that it might be his genius, but in just a week he had created a power core and had already mastered the first form. She hadn't seen him as happy as he had been recently for many years. Linda asked to continue to take care of him. He will remain his little brother in the future. As she was about to leave, Logan said after her that parents don't need to use honorifics when addressing children. From now on, he asked to speak to him without formalities, as in childhood. And as soon as the guy called her mother, the woman shed a parental tear of happiness. Then, Logan watched the pair of parents walk away into the sunset. Logan said that once the city was completed, they would begin clearing the weeds and reclaiming the land for plowing before early next spring. They hope that the harvest will significantly exceed what their ancestral lands produced. The residents must agree, as they plan to give property rights to those who move in, and the new houses will be better than the straw houses everyone lives in. The guy also said that he asked Dwayne to post a recruitment notice for knights, if they agreed to join the regular army later. Patrick said that Logan tried well, but on the other hand he was too hopeless. He asked since when they had 2 knightly orders. Logan thought to himself about their knights, and those who deserted the kingdom after losing the war between the feudal lords. They have been in the same order for some time now, but still behave like opponents. Patrick understands that it is difficult to become close to those with whom they once fought to the death. But he believed that they would find their way, realizing their way as a knight. He said they just weren't thirsty, not at all. He trained until he dropped to become stronger, and his son worked tirelessly for the good of their territory. While the so-called knights were fighting for their pride like little children, he was too indifferent to them and takes full responsibility for it. The knights mentally asked their commander to intercede and help them, so that he would do something. The commander then approached Patrick and said that his condition had become much better, and began to admire the former lord. The former master said that he would first put their behavior in order. He tried the power of sword art on the crowd of knights. He thought to himself that they would have no time for stupid thoughts if he drove them like dogs. He would discipline them and hand over an excellent knightly order into Logan's hands. At this time, Dwayne was busy with documents. He was thinking about something that in 30 years he could not even think that signing documents without worrying about the budget could make him happy. At this time, the servants condemned the actions of the young master. They could not believe that something strange was happening to him. He almost monopolized the budget. Dwayne began to defend Logan. He did not understand why they doubted him. Perhaps they were blinded by the glitter of money. Suddenly, while working with documents, Dwayne found a scary document and went to Logan to ask where he wanted to spend the gold bars. The hero replied that he was going to buy mithril, about 100 kilograms. The minister is simply required to sign a paper after all. He himself said that he believes him. The man asked what he was going to do with something that is thousands of times more valuable than gold. When Philip learned that Logan wanted to buy mithril to equip the knights, he said that it would be impossible. He said that mithril cannot be bought simply by borrowing money. This metal contains mana, is 10 times stronger than steel, and 3 times lighter, and is often called the silver of the gods. You can't buy something like this just because he's rich. People can't get it on their own. Moreover, for such a large order, Logan will need not only money, but also influence. After some time, a request came to Count Ben's house from the countryside, from Logan's house. The guy's colleague told him to report to the Duke, although he was too busy to answer such calls. Half an hour later, Ben burst into the guy's office and asked loudly if the information he had received was accurate. The workers were surprised that the Duke had arrived so quickly. They did not understand what could be so important in that backwater. Ben took a call from Logan. He said he was doing well, except for the lack of news from the one he personally trained. The Count said that the guy was still as good at flattery. His call came just in time. He said that he wanted to express his gratitude to him. The hero did not understand what the Baron meant. It seems that he helped him somehow unknowingly. Ben smiled genuinely happily and said that his wife was pregnant with his child. Logan was very happy for him. He said that it was not because of him, but because of Ben himself. The Lord said that the guy was still as impudent as ever, and that both heaven and his efforts helped. But first and foremost, this is Logan's merit, and he is sincerely grateful to him. When the child is born, the Baron invites the boy to the capital. His wife also wants to thank him personally. Suddenly, Ben said that as a thank you, he wanted to teach him a new technique. Hearing this, Logan began to bow lower and began to thank. The man said that being reliable was clearly his trait. He had no more news. He asked to tell why he called. After that, the guy asked to help him get some mithril. He needs about 100 kilograms to create knightly equipment. The Baron said he needed someone with strength, but he was worried whether he would have enough money, whether his medicine was really selling that well. He said he didn't invest that much in his knights. He underestimated his generosity. Ben finally agreed to his request. He said that he would take care of him personally. He said that it was not a difficult task, but he would definitely need to come to the capital when the child was born. And for now, the Lord wants him to call him mentor, instead of addressing him by his title. Having said this, Ben turned away in embarrassment. Having told him to let him know when everything was ready on his side, the Baron cut off the call. After that, Logan was very happy that he would be the Duke of the Sword's apprentice. He asked only for a small favor, and he did him such an honor. At first, he was going to turn to Jeff, but he realized that he needed to rest. After all, Logan was driven by knowledge from the future, and he would be more useful if he rested. Logan was very pleased that he was such a generous employer. He said that the dwarf was blessed. During this time, Jeff began to have nightmares about Logan again, forcing him to work long hours without days off. After some time, crowds of guys gathered on the outskirts of Logan's lands. These guys were less than 20 years old. They came to hire themselves out and passed a simple test. Dwayne asked Logan if he needed to hire that many. Usually it was enough to have 10 times the number of knights. The hero thought to himself that no matter what anyone said, building up strength was necessary. He would personally make the selection, even if they went into a slight minus. The Order of Knights is a symbol of the power of the territory. Its rear is covered by elite forces, which are called the regular army or the knights' apprentices. In most feudal lords, the physical abilities of boys are tested before they reach adulthood, and only those whose abilities exceed the standard are accepted and trained as soldiers. Talented individuals among the chosen few undergo rigorous training that tests the limits of their human capabilities, after which they awaken the power and become knights. But the Empire had a new theory, and it wanted to approach this issue differently. Thanks to this theory, the Empire used the overwhelming power of 50,000 knights in the war to crush its neighboring countries within 9 years. Logan thought to himself that they had gathered all the soldiers and reselected them to form a squad of knight apprentices. Logan complained that there was no one over 20 among them, but then he would not have enough people for the upcoming development of the city. The hero asked a man how they chose the knights. He replied that they simply told them to run and chose in turn from those who came first to the finish line. Then the guy ordered to accept those with keen eyesight, hearing, and quick reactions. The first test was to check the boy's vision. Dwayne ordered them to walk forward until they saw an image. Some guy tried to suck up to Logan, but the hero refused his words and said that there was no need for compliments from the very beginning. Some boy finally saw the drawing. It was a drawing of a rooster. Logan and the minister were very surprised by this. The second test was a hearing test. Dwayne said he would say the same word, and they had to walk forward until they heard it. Some boy said the word the minister said, and also said that Dwayne called the guy a bastard. Logan said the boy passed the test, but Dwayne himself was in for a dressing down soon. The guy couldn't believe that 250 people passed with excellent results for the vision and hearing tests. He needed to get 500 in total to get 1,000 together with the others. But among them, there are many obviously small and skinny children. Most likely due to lack of nutrition, creating a likeness of Victor from them will take a lot of time. All this time Victor was training. His knight's teachers said that he was good, but his style was quite aggressive. The boy thought to himself about what Logan had said, that if he could perfectly execute the 1,000 Swords technique, he could become a knight. It is unknown how long Logan will wait for him to become a knight. Suddenly, Logan arrived to watch the guy's training, and his appearance frightened Victoria. The guy noticed to himself that the guy definitely had talent. A 16-year-old boy, who has only been studying sword art for a year, maintains the correct basic stance even when swinging the sword sharply. Moreover, the speed of the sword during this swing is actually faster than when he uses standard sword techniques. He thought that his martial art still lived up to the nickname of aristocratic killer, even though his personality didn't match it. Logan then called the boy to him and said that tomorrow he planned to leave the castle and go train soldiers in another territory, just until winter. The hero invited the boy to go with him, but he asked to take his sister with him. Logan asked him if he wanted to bring the girl to a training camp full of men, if he was sure it was a good idea for her. Victor insisted on his demand. He wants to take her. Logan was surprised that he is so mature, but becomes a child when it comes to his sister. The guy said that if something happens to her, then full responsibility will be on him. In response, Victor said that he will take care of him. Victor said that she is very important to him. He has no other family. The boy said that their parents died because of him. That's why he cares about her so much. Victoria lost them because of him. That's why he must protect her, his only family. A few days later, James was training young men who had passed the selection process for the army. James said that they didn't come to play, so they had to follow his orders. Logan told him that it was nice to work with experienced people. The role of a training instructor suited him. The master replied that since he treated him like a knight, he accepted his offer to renew the contract. The hero was surprised when he suggested renewing contracts with other mercenaries as well. Information about crossbows could not be allowed to leak out. Suddenly, James approached the guy and asked him if he wanted to start a war within 2 days. Logan replied that he was not a warmonger. It was just that sometimes it could not be avoided. Among this whole crowd, only Victor stood out among people he is called a monster. A couple of guys started to discuss him, but one of them found out that Victor was the young master's servant. The boy thought that if even a servant was capable of this, then he was even more so. After this, he, saying that he would not give in to him, rushed forward, leaving his comrade who was dying of fatigue. James said that the effect of Victor's presence was just as Logan had said. He didn't expect that they already had outstanding physical abilities and the will to fight. That's enough. Victor is clearly absorbing the power. It won't be long now. If he awakens, he will become the strongest motivation for the soldiers. But contrary to Logan's hopes, Victor will commit murder in the near future. After a grueling workout, the children headed to the canteen, where they replenished their strength with delicious food. Guys put up with stupid workouts just for the sake of delicious food. One of the boys said that after a few weeks of good eating, he had gained a little weight, and he said that if he could always eat like that, he would have no other wishes. Victoria, who worked in this canteen as a waitress who served food and drinks, approached these boys. When she left, the guys said that she was just lovely as always. They said that she was an angel. Victor was staring at them from the next table, his presence emitting a murderous aura. He threatened that if they did not turn away, he would gouge out their eyes. After eating, Victor carefully looked for his sister, who had gone somewhere at such a late hour. He heard some strange sounds around the corner and discovered that some man was beating Victoria. When he tried to start making excuses, the boy pounced on him. The guy attacked him and hit him in the face with his knee, which sent him flying to the side. The man said that if he beat him, he would definitely not be safe. After these words, he immediately got punched in the face. When he realized that his life was in danger, Victor was already about to kill him. One of the boys was watching all this and was frightened by what he saw and immediately ran away from that place. There were terrible things in the guy's thoughts. Some voice from the past sounded, asking him to take care of Victoria. At the last moment, the guy was stopped by Logan, who ordered him to calm down and look around. Victor finally calmed down. He saw his sister, who was shaking with fear. A nurse ran to her aid, who told her to rest. It seems she was very shocked, and she told the rest to take care of the body of this dead guy. A moment later, Logan was standing in front of the boy and asked him if he regretted what he had done. The guy replied that he didn't regret it at all. Then Logan asked why he apologized. Victor said he apologized because he killed one of his soldiers without permission. The hero replied that it was not true, but he thought he regretted something else. He regrets bringing his sister with him. His stubbornness almost got her hurt. Dragging her around and trying to protect her is not the best option. Logan asked the guy to think for a little while, and he would understand that it was better not to bring her to potentially dangerous places where he would have to protect her. He allowed the boy to take his sister with him, so that he would soon realize that it would be a mistake. The hero didn't expect it to be like this, but he feels guilty before Victoria. He thought that maybe this would help him stop being overly caring. Victor agreed to any punishment, and was not at all afraid of responsibility. His sister was simply a victim. Logan replied that murder was a crime, but he had worked hard today. Next time he would need to ask the hero for permission first. He doesn't want his knighthood to be delayed by a worthless pervert. That same evening, Logan talked to James and he asked if it was reasonable that his servant killed a common man. The guy replied that Victor was his servant, not his property. Other students say that he was a harlot in his village too, and even before coming there he made lustful remarks towards Victoria. So Logan's servant killed a vile criminal, so what? James said they would say that Victor was acting on his orders. He will publicly shame him for his crimes and hang him from the castle gates. James needs to warn the soldiers about this. All this time, Logan was marking something on the map. The guy replied that this was a secret event for the soldiers. The news that Victor had killed a man shocked the soldiers. But when the details of the soldiers' crime were revealed, the knights were furious. They always felt that this guy was strange. They knew that one day he would do something like this. The incident quickly fizzled out. 3 months later, as the new year approached, James said that it had simply been 2 years since they met. The training period lasted 90 days. The young guys continued their training in the sweat of their brow. James said that now everyone can cope. Only those with sufficient endurance and perseverance remain. At this time, Patrick was next to them and agreed with his son's decision to start training together. He said that the time had come. Soon their knights would need practical training. They have learned the basics, but true mastery comes during real combat. Logan said that his father was right. Abilities would improve when you put them into practice. Father and son shook hands angrily, while James watched, realizing that hard times were ahead. A few days later, Patrick was training the young knights' swords, requiring them to control their breathing. The knights charged their attacks with power that sawed through trees like paper. They were happy with their success. They really could cut down a huge tree with one blow. Logan said that all those months of grueling training paid off. This is the true power of the Iron Blood Sword. The training of real knights was observed by boys who had only been learning the art for a few months. The hero ordered the guys not to relax, because they were not in an ordinary forest. This unusual forest is inhabited by monsters that were already heading towards the knights. The warriors were able to hold back the first onslaught of the attacking monsters without any problems. The goblins' tactics changed. They scattered in order not to die so easily. Logan ordered the crossbows to be ready. They need to kill every goblin that runs away. An unspoken competition began among the knights to see who could kill the most goblins. Suddenly, a horde of horned wolves ran out of the forest, clearly stronger than the previous weakling goblins. They very quickly reached the detachments that were able to displace the human force. James also ordered the cavalry with crossbows. They are required to fire their guns and kill the monsters. As it turned out, the wolves were immune to crossbow shots and continued to attack people. Logan then ordered the swordsmen to get ready, led by Victor, who had become even stronger during this time. It was no trouble for him to kill the wolf with one swing of his sword. Some people were overtaken by wolves. They bit into their limbs and pierced their skin. The young knights were frightened by such events. Their bodies were gripped by fear that did not even allow them to move. Logan came to the aid of one of them, cutting the wolf's body in two. He ordered this guy to get ready. He needs to take the wounded and retreat, since he is not doing anything sensible. Logan thought to himself that everything was going as expected. Most of them couldn't do anything when an unexpected skirmish happened. However, those who made it into the top 100 in the sensory testing are different. Once again, one of the guys is attacked by a wolf, behind which Victor appears, swinging his sword at him. The boy was amazed by his abilities. His swordsmanship was on par with strong knights. Logan saw that Victor had clearly already broken free from his cocoon. He realized that very soon he would enter the realm of the aura user. After some time, Patrick finished his side. Logan reported that his squad had also finished. The former count said that it had already been a month and a half since the training began. A lot of time had passed. They had somehow found 3 cities where there were thousands of monsters. The thought of them all joining forces and attacking the castle was enough to send shivers down Patrick's spine, and he was grateful to God that they had managed to find them in time. At this time, Logan was in charge of the knights' work. He asked them to be patient for a little while. They just needed to cut down the trees. The knights were unhappy that they had been cutting down trees and monsters for a month and a half. It was killing them. Logan said he couldn't believe that so many beautiful trees would be left untouched by monsters. He trained soldiers, got wood for the city, and killed 2 birds with 1 stone. There were more monsters there than the guy expected, so they were a little delayed, but they also got a lot of information. Some candidates who were among the top 200 and 500 in the sensory testing absorbed the power, although weakly. The hero thought to himself that perhaps awakening the power required excellent functioning of the 6 senses, a survival instinct, or even a fighting spirit. At this time, Jeff, standing next to the hero, felt uncomfortable because of his sinister laughter out of nowhere. Then he said that there was enough wood. They needed to finish building the city. There was 1 month left until spring. The guy asked if it was even possible to finish it in that amount of time, he just said, hoping that there was at least some chance. The gnome replied that they had magicians with them, and the workers were quite motivated after the dam was built. There was enough food, and the typical construction would go faster over time. Logan looked at his subordinate and couldn't understand if Jeff had always been so reliable. He liked his state after the vacation. The construction was attended by magicians, and Hank was their leader. He used earth magic to construct the buildings. Logan thanked him for agreeing to the additional terms. He probably isn't very pleased, because the magic tower will be built in a small city, not a large one. Hank replied that he had promised annual financial assistance of 10 million, so it didn't matter to him what size the city was. Moreover, the tower will be located in the center of the largest town in the kingdom. It will not be much different from other cities. If everything goes according to Logan's plan, this town will become the center of the entire region and larger than Peter's kingdom. When Hank mentioned building a castle, the guy wondered whether he needed it. It was enough for him that people would have a place to grow food and live. But since the town is large, crowds will also increase, which increases the risk of an uprising. But Logan said that wouldn't happen unless the people of this city were exploited. The magician couldn't believe what he heard, an aristocrat who didn't exploit others. He called Logan a reliable young master to himself and called on everyone to vote for him. He then asked if he was sure that such an earthen wall was good enough. They could be invaded at any moment. The guy replied that this would not happen, because this place would never be a battlefield. He would not allow this. Hank realized that he did care about the well-being of the people, but Logan replied that he did not care about them in the same way that his students cared about him. One winter night, Logan continued his training in new techniques. He fired a bolt of light from his sword and pierced the huge rock straight through. The guy was happy with his success. He used this technique for the first time, and everything worked out the first time. Not only did it pierce the boulder, but it also pierced the tree behind it. This is the second form of the divine sword's secret, a cut that pierces iron. Time passed quickly. Hank with his students was busy with the construction of buildings all this time. At the same time, Logan and Dwayne were busy with paperwork in the house. In the second month of construction, the city was completed and received its long-awaited name. People who received their own housing for free were doubly happy. People came to the city with their families, with their children. Soon after the construction was completed, summer arrived. Dwayne approached the hero and said that the development of the city land was going smoothly. The only drawback was that they had little male labor for such a large amount of land. Logan said that the refugees started coming when they heard rumors. He ordered the minister to let everyone in. Then he asked him about Jeff. Dwayne said that the gnome was still on vacation. This time he was gone for a long time. It would be a long time before he returned. The hero suddenly began to wonder if he was spoiling him too much. Everything was going well with the construction of the city and the creation of additional crossbows. However, Dwayne heard that Jeff had received a lot of mithril before going on vacation. He asked if it was true. Logan confirmed the rumors. He gave it to him to practice during his rest and make some weapons for the knights. The construction of the city was completed, and there were no problems with its development. But there was only one problem left. At this time, Count Max from the neighboring estate was indignant about the development of the wastelands by the Logan family. He said that nothing would grow in that land. His servants said that he became curious, and that was the only reason he went to look. He said that they had drilled a hole in the mountain to bring water from the nearest river. He said that there were rumors that the first young gentleman had made money in business and had found a gold mine. When the Count asked about the approximate harvest, the man replied that, according to a superficial calculation, it would amount to double their harvest. Max was shocked that the neighboring territory had suddenly become rich, and he decided that he couldn't sit idly by. The servant said that some residents from their lands went to their city. They can use this as an excuse to get there. The only problem with his plan is that the neighboring barony might interfere. Max ordered to contact this house. They have the same high taxes as them. The two viscounties will unite and take over the newly built city. The servant fell on his knee and acknowledged his master's decision as wise. At this time, Logan told Patrick and his subordinates that they had selected about 300 particularly talented recruits and were training them separately, without burdening them with assignments. Patrick asked him if they were all worthy of becoming knights. Logan said that at least he hoped so. Dwayne said that there were quite a lot of them, and the captain of the Order of Knights said that there were not just a lot of them, but an absurdly large number. Even if he trains soldiers like crazy for 10 years, only 1 in 100 will awaken the power. When the hero said that they would bring 100 soldiers every year, Dwayne was indignant that they did not need that many. Patrick replied that their family was now at a stage of significant development, and excessive expansion of the army could provoke neighboring territories. Logan said that their city is fully ready for exploitation. The wasteland has turned into plains. Max and Charlie's family will not be left out. But Dwayne and the captain of the Knightly Order did not understand how they could provoke the neighboring territories. The guy replied that they needed to remember how many refugees they had accepted recently. Some of them had left them. In their place, Logan would have used this as an excuse. The minister began to scold him for the fact that since he had foreseen it, it was worth preventing the disaster. Suddenly, Patrick realized that Logan had been planning to start a war from the very beginning. He replied that they would have to deal with these enemies eventually anyway. After Patrick realized that he had handed over power to him too early, Rick burst into the office and announced that Charlie and Max's families had sent ambassadors. Logan said that things were starting to happen, and they needed to discuss how to deal with them and move forward. At this time, the carriage with the ambassadors and their guards entered the city, and they met joyful residents on their way. They were interested in observing the picture of the city. They had never seen cities like this. The houses are neatly arranged along a wide road. The town does not have the sophisticated charm of the big cities, but feels fresh. And what's more important, ordinary people are unusually pure and joyful. One of the ambassadors told the local guard that this was a good place. He didn't know who came up with the idea, but it was a great attempt. The guard replied that he was right. It was all thanks to the first young gentleman. The ambassador was shocked that this entire great city was designed and built by a young gentleman who was only 20 years old. The guard began to explain what they owed to Logan and why he was better than everyone else. It was a long and tedious speech, from which the ambassadors were tired. Then the guard suggested that they tell a joke that would brighten the journey to the castle, but the ambassadors were tired of his chatter. After some time, the ambassadors reached the castle, where they were met by Logan and Patrick. He noticed that they looked tired. One of the ambassadors said that they truly had excellent soldiers. Soon they started talking. They demanded the return of the missing refugees, and in order to avoid a repeat of the incident, they demanded that control over the plains of the territory be handed over to Peter. The demands made by the ambassadors created a tense atmosphere in the main hall. Logan said to himself that, in other words, they demand to give up the entire castle and half of the developed lands. They are clearly asking for war. Suddenly, the captain of the order appeared and shouted that the ambassadors wanted to immediately start a war. When they began to drive them out of the castle, obvious hostility appeared on their faces. One of them said that they could not intimidate the ambassadors. If they did not want to start a war, they should recall the knights. Patrick replied that it was they who wanted to start a war, and they were not afraid of this desire. The ambassadors said that their house would be reduced to nothing but dust, so were they really willing to be destroyed? Logan told his father that they had forgotten their duties as aristocrats. There was no need for negotiations, and after these words the ambassadors were surrounded and ordered to be seized. The ambassadors considered the gentlemen to be mad. They wanted to start a war between the kingdoms so easily. Logan began to walk down to them and asked how they dared point fingers and use the word "take" towards the ruler of the lands. When the guy began to take out his sword and scabbard, the ambassadors were already frightened and speechless. Because of such impudence, they ordered their guards to attack the young master and protect them. Without a doubt, Logan killed the first guard who attacked him. Then the heads of all the other guards flew, and the hero decapitated the guards passing by with one movement. He said that since they dared to draw swords on foreign territory, they had to prepare for death. When Logan began to approach them, one of the ambassadors began to abuse him, for which he was immediately killed with one movement. The remaining ambassador realized what such behavior would cost him and knelt before the young master. Logan said that it was a wise decision. He needed to return to his master and convey what Logan wanted. After this, Patrick ordered their knights to prepare for the coming war. On the very day that Ambassador Charlie was killed, the Logan family sent a magical message to two Viscounts. Charlie began to be indignant at this behavior. He thought that they had gone crazy. His servant said that they insisted on compensation for the damage caused by the ambassador's insolence. The Baron immediately began to be indignant again. He believed that these beggars had become a little better and were now fearlessly showing off. He said it wasn't that they had the strength to fight them. He wanted to show mercy once. In the Tesseron barracks, a magic ball says that Charlie demands the return of the runaway serfs, payment of 10 million gold as compensation, and the transfer of the Tesseron plains to them. Logan was surprised that the answer came only 2 days later, and yet they went there immediately after sending the message. Patrick didn't understand why there was such a hurry. They may not know, but they have enough strength to crush the Viscounts. The hero replied that they needed to capture Charlie as soon as possible. The more strength they showed, the less such petty mockery they would hear in the future. There is no need to mobilize soldiers if Charlie is quickly captured by regular troops. Max will not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, James entered the room and said that 1,300 soldiers of the regular army, including 100 located in the main fortress, and 300 mercenaries were ready. He said that the soldiers were provided with armor, spears, crossbows, and horses, and he was confident that no force could surpass them. The crossbowmen became 5 times stronger than they were during the war with the Tesserons, and the level of the father and the knights increased thanks to the mastery of the iron blood sword. It's unlikely that they'll lose to Max and Charlie even if they team up, but it's not worth provoking both of them at the same time just yet. After uniting their territory with theirs, Logan's family will have 5 strongholds, making their territory comparable to a margraviate, and then the first and second princes, vying for the throne, will want to lure them to their side. Now it is impossible to attract the attention of these factions, since Logan wants to make the third prince king. In his past life, he was the first prince, but he took advantage of Logan's family and abandoned them. His repressions greatly weakened the kingdom. The second prince did not distinguish himself in any way, so only the third prince remains. Although he is the third, he is the son of the current queen. Despite his youth, the king considers him the heir to the throne because of his outstanding talent. However, the prince is out of luck as the king suddenly died, and right now he is the only one who can avoid the tragedy that happened in Logan's past life. That's why he will win the civil war and make the third prince king. To do this, he must remain inconspicuous while maintaining enough territory. After his thoughts, the guy noticed a glowing James, who obviously had good news. He told that Victor had awakened his power and was waiting to announce it personally. When Logan called the boy to him, he ordered him to simply show him without further explanation. The boy released his power, and a stream of magical energy burst into the room. The father and son were surprised that the boy's power was gray. Logan realized to himself that his talent as an aura user was the same as in his past life. The hero praised the guy and gave him a servant's ID. From now on he is a knight, so he will no longer need it. Patrick was surprised that he kept it with him all this time. The guy replied that he had a feeling that he would soon wake up. He then added that, however, his promotion to knight would be delayed until the end of this war. Logan can't allow someone who has just been freed from his servant status to join the other knights. He will burn this document right now, so he needs to be patient a little longer. Logan realized that he didn't trust him, but Victor denied it. The hero realized that the boy simply longed for battle and wanted to bear his sword in front of strong enemies. He has already prepared an opponent for him. When the time comes, Victor will fight as much as his heart desires. Logan decided that the legitimacy of their protest needed to be questioned, and that their ambassador's behavior had been unacceptably rude. Then Patrick turned to him and said that they needed to skip the formalities and get straight to the point. After some time, Logan led his army to the gates of Charlie's castle and began to demand the Baron to fight them. The guards did not understand what was happening. They saw a burning flag in front of them and called their Baron. Charlie also rushed over extremely quickly, having already realized that they were under attack. His captain asked permission to lead the attack. He would stop Patrick. All 120 knights of the House Order were ready. 2,000 soldiers are also awaiting orders, having heard about their outrageous demands. His captain has already become a high-ranking knight. Now Patrick is not the only one with such power. The guards said that they were silent. It seemed that they were still negotiating. The captain said that even if Max sent reinforcements, they would arrive in half a day. There was no need to wait. Charlie replied that it wasn't that. He was afraid that they would defeat Patrick and then Max would betray him. He asked them if they found it strange. They declared war. Immediately after, they sent a message of protest and hurried here, as if they were waiting for this. And Max, meanwhile, remained silent. He thinks that these bastards have united. Otherwise, what is happening would not make sense. At this time, Patrick began to provoke him. He said that Charlie could continue to hide there like a cowardly dog. He would personally cut his head off his shoulders. Charlie ordered the captain to contact the allies. He needs to inform them that once Patrick is defeated, they will offer them half of what they captured as a token of gratitude. He needs to do whatever it takes to stop the scumbags at Max's house from moving in and completely crushing Patrick. The Count was indignant to himself. He did not expect that he would dare to stab him in the back. After Patrick, he would be next in line. The captain asked Patrick if it wouldn't be better to provide covering fire before heading into the castle. He replied that not yet. They couldn't miss Viscount Charlie. And Logan said that his father was right. They think they are stronger than them, so they will come out soon. And Logan also knows Charlie. He will not survive such an insult, so they need to wait a little. The captain himself did not understand how Logan knew what Charlie was like, since he had spent his entire life on their estate. Soon the castle gates opened and riders on horses ran out from there. An army of horsemen lined up in front of the gates, ready for battle. They had 3,000 men in the regular army, 1.5 more than Logan had. The captain of their army started to say something, but Patrick interrupted him and ordered the soldiers to attack. Their enemies considered them ignorant people who couldn't count. Besides, they were just a bunch of riffraff in good armor. He decided that it looked like Logan had made a tidy sum. They have knights at the head and cavalry supporting them. Everyone stands in a standard position. It is standard because it has proven its effectiveness. A little while later, James ordered his soldiers to prepare their crossbows for the initial attack. The captain did not understand the effectiveness of such tactics. What was so special about crossbows on the battlefield? James ordered all warriors to start firing at the enemy's shields, and a rain of arrows flew towards them. As soon as the captain tried to defend himself from the arrows, he became frightened when one of the arrows pierced the protection of his shield. He said that this was an unusual attack. He ordered to group up and increase their attack. They need to protect their bodies with it and attack. At this time, the entire battlefield is covered with arrows. The captain didn't understand how crossbows could be so powerful. Even the knights would have died if they had reacted a little later. The captain became very angry because Patrick and Logan were hiding such weapons and decided that he would definitely kill them. When the armies were almost at eye level, James ordered his soldiers to disperse. He ordered the crossbowmen and cavalrymen to ignore the enemy knights and aim at the soldiers. The captain of the enemy army wondered to himself whether he should take advantage of the opportunity and turn back. Patrick was racing towards him on a horse, shouting that if they had courage, then let them fight. As he ran across the field, he cut down every knight in his path, leaving a trail of dead knights behind him. The captain realized that Patrick had reached advanced rank when he did so. The count ordered his soldiers to attack the enemy without fear. They only needed to rush into the attack. The man could not accept that everything was happening this way. The enemy knights clashed in a sword fight. The captain of the knightly order thought to himself that just 6 months ago, Charlie's knights were on the same level with them, but now they were easily overpowering them. Moreover, some of them moved to a new level during the battle. The gentleman's training was not in vain. His efforts were not wasted. Charlie's knights were shouting to see how long they could laugh. The commander rushed between the enemies and knocked the weapon out of their hands. He also has a high rank, but he is not nearly as fast. He thought to himself that thanks to the iron blood sword, he had overcome the wall he had been stuck behind for a long time and had become a high-ranking knight. Now mid-ranking knights were no problem for him. Right now, the only threat to them is that high-ranking knight. However, there is no need to worry, because they also have the young master himself in their arsenal. Having completed the second style of Divine Sword Secrets, Logan had risen to almost the level of a high-ranking knight. But the wall he had expected to easily pass through had been elusive for the past few months. It was a period of worry when he thought he could look beyond her. This knight from the enemy fief had not learned the steel blood sword like his father and commander. Logan said that he managed to overcome this wall, and after these words he clashed with the captain in a sword fight. He persistently pressed him in battle and pushed him aside in swordsmanship and ability. The captain thought that he would attack with pure brutal force, without any techniques or tricks. He didn't understand how this pitiful mid-ranking knight could push him aside in strength. When the captain told him that he would no longer allow himself to be pushed aside, the hero did not take his words seriously. After that, he summoned 2 additional swords behind his back, which was his ability. Then, having completed his preparations, he quickly went on the attack. Logan at first realized that it was all too easy, because he had a real sword in his hand. But then he suspected a trap. He attacked with the sword in his hand, but his body was hit by the other 2 swords, and he realized that all these swords were real. The captain said he was lucky because he was aiming for the neck, but hit the body. Logan found the trick interesting. All the swords he uses are real. The captain said that he could enjoy the fact that he understood this while he was alive. And after these words, he headed into another attack. Logan said he had some tricks up his sleeve too. The captain did not understand what kind of strange aura he had just felt on himself. His swords tremble more and more the closer he gets, as if he is confusing them. The captain became very angry and said that if he continued to play with him, he would kill him very quickly. Logan said that he created more swords despite being under pressure from the Force Blade. Under the influence of anger, the captain launched a rapid attack and tried to push the guy back. The man was delighted when he felt the boy's aura waver. Logan thought to himself that he was fighting 5 men at once. He couldn't fight any better with that many swords. The hero must continue to remain calm. If he holds at least 1 or 2 swords with the blade of force, he will be able to create a gap. After a moment, he began to provoke the captain and say that it was very weak, that he was bored. The captain became even more angry. The guy's provocation was successful. The man concentrated all his swords in one place. At this time, the guy's heart was trembling from the huge amount of concentrated energy. Before accepting the attack, the boy revealed his magic core, with which he would soon kill the captain. He was able to dodge the swift attack, and took an instant step and launched an attack at the same time. The captain didn't understand what happened, because he had seen all the attacks the guy had made before. In his mind, he thought that at that moment his speed became much higher than his own. Logan said that he should thank him for the experience he gave him in this fight. After that, the guy soared into the air and was about to deliver a critical hit. He thanked the man for playing with him. The whole battle was spectacular. The morale of the troops increased, and the enemies fell into despair, looking at everything that was happening. The boy used the first style of the divine sword secrets and fell into the ground with an explosion of the earth under his feet. The captain could not withstand such force and died. Logan stood over his fallen body and pulled out his sword. Logan announced that the captain of the enemy army was defeated, and after that, Patrick said that he also won. He caught Charlie. He said that they would spare those who threw down their weapons and bowed their knees. They were obliged to surrender. While Charlie's forces lost 42 knights, Logan's army did not lose a single soldier. The soldiers rejoiced at another victory. Within a couple of hours, the war ended with an overwhelming victory for the McLeans. At this time, the servant of the southwestern ruler told that Charlie had lost. He had crossed the border. But in his opinion, it was time for the master to make a move. Patrick told Charlie that he needed to apologize for his sins, take some property, and leave the land with his family. The man responded that the government would not tolerate such an outrageous seizure of power. He said that the ruler of the Southwest, Count Jin, would not allow this. Logan thought to himself that there was nothing more terrible he could have said to his father. At the time, the fall of the McLeans was due to the Earl's mismanagement. But the one who brought about the rebellion in order to profit from the chaos was Jean, one of the McLeans' vassals. The former rich lands of the McLeans became the property of the Jeans, making them the rulers of the southwestern region. The hero thought that, of course, thanks to government intervention, Jean did not force the McLeans to serve him, and they would not have gotten anything from that. But the mere mention of this family is enough to anger Patrick. The Baron realized that his wish was to die. Without saying anything, Logan killed the Count, who deserved it for all his sins. The guy said that he respected his wish to die with honor and did it painlessly. They were trying to give him a chance, so Logan hopes the other nobles don't use this as an excuse to attack. Especially Jin. They need to be careful. They won't be able to defeat such an enemy. A couple of weeks later, Logan reported that they were continuing to follow, but Max still hadn't done anything. Patrick wondered if they had a reason to do this. The hero asked his father what was going on with Tesron's castle, and Patrick replied that the commander was there, and no matter what happened, he would be able to build it. Suddenly, Logan began to think that they had won not only through brute force. Charlie had underestimated them, and they, in turn, had brought everyone they could. With only one ace up their sleeve, they wanted to remain out of reach in Tesron. But it would not be possible to hold 3 castles in this way. Logan decided that everything needed to be reorganized. Logan asked his father how about moving the center of their domain. If they built cities in the center, it would be easier to manage the 3 castles. The servant said that Logan was right. They cut down the forest with monsters, so it was enough to leave a minimal amount of forces in McLean. The boy was glad that now he wouldn't have to deal with this himself. His father could do it. Then Patrick asked his son about the captured knights. The boy replied that there were 70 people and they were in prison. Patrick asked his son to try to convince his captives, and the boy agreed without any problems. The guy thought to himself that they had received so many knights in one battle, it was more profitable than recruiting talented youths. But if the Sylvans had acted a little more carefully, there would have been losses. They managed to catch only a quarter of his knights. Logan decided that in the future this would not happen again. The Count replied that even the Perez did not seem to have such powers, and it was all thanks to his son. The man thanked him. The boy decided to let his father, at least today, enjoy the victory in the war. Suddenly, the next moment, one of the servants burst into the office and began shouting that they had received a letter from Befros. He began to read about how Befros, as the ruler of the Southwest, was uncomfortable with the wars waged by the McLeans. At the request of Viscount Sylvan, the Perez and McLeans are required to immediately cease the conflict. Patrick began to be indignant that they started this, and now they were asking to stop. Sylvan had no conscience. Logan asked to continue reading. The servant continued to read that the ruler acknowledged the reason for the constant conflicts. It was all because he did not fulfill his duties as a ruler properly, and did not achieve peaceful coexistence between the houses in the region. When Patrick heard that Befros was inviting the heirs of all the families in the Southwest to his birthday party to discuss the future goals of the entire region, he exploded and slammed the table. The blast wave that erupted from behind the Count's body tore the clothes of the servant who was reading the letter. He continued reading that he wrote at the end that absence from the celebration would be a sign of refusal to discuss. Patrick flatly refused such an offer, but Logan found the invitation interesting. He said that perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea to pay him a visit. The father flatly refused to go to the festival and again tore the servant's clothes even more. He refused to worship Bethros. The man said that the son could go there only after his death, and the guy immediately decided to kill his father. The servant immediately tried to stop him and said that parricide is prohibited. Finally, everyone calmed down. Patrick said that he was ready to listen to what his son had planned. Logan started talking about how no matter what they did, they couldn't defeat the Bifrost now. Patrick said they had 2 knights of the highest rank and 15 of the high, for a total of 300 knights, which was only a fraction of their known forces. The servants were surprised that their master was so well informed about the ruler. Logan replied that things were going well for them now, but they were crossing a line. Now that the Tesrons and Sylvans were defeated, Bethros was watching them closely. Patrick listened attentively to his son and thought about what could be done in the future. The guy said that if they acted out while being so close to him, things could end badly for them. They need time to lure the Sylvan Knights, force the Parays to serve them, and reorganize the troops. And for Logan to properly master the 3rd style of the secrets of the Divine Sword, the other knights also need training. Patrick replied that the Southwest was different from other regions. Unlike other rulers, the Bethros could not rely on the loyalty of other aristocrats. The reason is difficult to explain, but it is true that if the Bifrost try to exercise their right as rulers, others will undoubtedly turn away. Logan denied his father's words and said that when he was in the capital, the Percivals and the Ruthmen north of the Bethros had sworn allegiance to him. To be more precise, Logan knows about this from a past life, and that is why his father was perplexed by his words. The Count then apologized to his son for making him feel ashamed because their family had so little strength. The guy said that he knew what he was capable of. Everything would go smoothly. Logan would consider it an opportunity to see how the lands of their ancestors had changed. Sometime later, when Logan was about to leave the estate, Jeff caught up with him and asked if it was true that he had been sold to the enemy. The guy thought to himself that his subordinate was worried about his well-being, but as it turned out, the dwarf was worried that the guy would not be able to keep his promise regarding his freedom. The guy replied that he would not die and that he was not sold. Jeff needed to learn to ignore stupid gossip. Despite everything, the gnome brought with him a gift that he made with his own hands. The dwarf said he hadn't had much time to decorate it, but it turned out to be a sword made of pure mithril that he had made quite recently. The hilt of this sword was engraved with his family's emblem. After some time, we are shown a young guy who arrived at the gates of the Bifrost castle. The guards said that they were told to wait until someone met him. This guy's name is Felix. He looked out the window and saw a mysterious guy talking to the guards. He recognized Logan. He couldn't believe that he had actually captured the Sylvans. He decided that there was no one with him, not even guards. It dawned on him that his house had suffered great losses in the war against the Sylvans. If Bifrost had not intervened, they would have grabbed them by the hand. After these thoughts, the guy asked why he was treated the same as someone who looked worthless. He began to provoke the boy, saying that if it were not for the Count, his family would have fallen on their knees before him, begging for mercy. Felix approached Logan and said that he had heard about him. They say he killed 6 knights in a row. Suddenly, the guy saw that the hero had a weapon sticking out from under his robe, but its hilt was clean. When shaking hands, the guy tried to take the initiative and squeezed his hand with all his strength. But Logan didn't feel anything, and already squeezed his hand from such force, Felix's hand almost broke. The guy then let go of Felix's hand, and it became covered in bruises. Logan said he thought he was trying to test his strength, which made the guy angry, and he started to seethe with anger. He took his sword out of its sheath and said that he would teach him a lesson in manners. The guard shouted that personal duels were prohibited on Bifrost territory. Logan told Felix that he was continuing to talk nonsense for which he would not be able to answer. After he said that Felix, as the heir to the house, cannot understand where his place is, he started shouting that he dared to insult him and ordered his guards to attack the guy. In one motion, Logan rushed past all the guards and brought his sword to the enemy's throat, frightening everyone. All the guards' swords were destroyed. Felix was very scared by this. He didn't feel any force. He did it with just a sword. He doesn't feel any magical power either, so it turns out he didn't use the artifact. The guard standing behind Logan admitted that he had an amazing sword and asked where he bought it. Felix decided that the hero was simply lucky because he had a good weapon. Suddenly, the guards began to shout that Sir Franz had arrived. People in the area were shocked that the Moon Knight had personally arrived to sort out the conflict. Logan said to himself that Franz was one of the 2 knights of Bethros with the highest rank, He had silver hair and eyes, as they say. He really stands out. He said to himself that it was surprising that such a knight had been sent to meet 2 village boys. It meant that Bifrost really cared about their thoughts. Felix introduced himself to the knight and said that he was the heir of the House of Ferret. Franz said that he was glad to meet him. But when the man turned to Logan, the boy realized that he was trying to suppress him with his pressure. Franz said he was surprised. It explains everything. Because the guy has a middle rank at such a young age. Felix couldn't believe his ears. He thought he was strong because of his good sword. After attaining a high rank, knights will have a unique sharp energy that cannot be hidden and can only be detected by knights of the same rank or higher. Since Logan has reached a high rank and earned 3 stars for the power core, he can control the power of this energy. He decided it was best to show just enough strength while he was with the Bifrost to lower their guard, which was why Logan hadn't brought any guards with him. Logan told Franz that he was working hard to become like him in the near future. The knight replied that he shouldn't stop there. He had such talent that he could become at least a Superman. After the meeting and introductions, Franz led the guests to the VIP house. The heirs of the Roofmans and Percivals have already arrived, so Franz asks them to wait here and rest until the celebration, which will take place tomorrow evening. Felix began to provoke the boy again and said that it was unlikely that someone who came without servants had clothes for the holiday. Logan ignored the words of this upstart, approached one of the servants, and asked where his quarters were. The guy said to himself that when Felix allowed his knights to fight despite the ban, he already understood everything, but he did not realize what situation he found himself in. If this is the level of the Ferret heir and his knights, it won't be difficult to capture them. Logan doesn't intend to take off his armor here. The boy was on lands that his ancestors had lost, and he could not let his guard down. When the hero appeared before the ruler, he ordered him to take off his sword, because it was unknown what might happen here. The boy introduced himself to the master, and said that it was an honor for him to greet the ruler of these lands, Count Bifrost. Among the high society crowd, there was some discussion about Logan arriving at the banquet in armor, and speculation about his lack of manners. Since Jerome was a potential enemy that Logan might have to fight, he had looked around the nearby castles and towns a few days before arriving there, and their inhabitants were friendly. Jerome said that since the guy had come, he could be sure that the McLeans would agree to follow his will. Logan replied that if she was the one to keep the peace, the McLeans would follow her in the front ranks. The Count said he expected more resistance, but the young man understood everything. Logan said to himself that peace in the country, damn it, in any case, he really has the 5th circle. In Logan's past life, there was a rumor that Count Bifrost demonstrated incredible strength in battle. Bifrost was on the side of the second prince who lost, so Logan did not pay attention to him. But the fact that he has the 5th circle is true. The 5th circle is equal in strength to the advanced rank level, especially in war. When this strength extends far beyond individual battles, it is considered even more impressive. And Bifrost also has 2 advanced rank knights. Logan didn't know what to do. After some time, Jerome gathered all the guests in the throne room and began to talk about how he first wanted to thank those who came to the birthday of such an ordinary person like him. He also had to thank the second prince for gifting him with the tears of the sun, even though he himself had not come. The ladies in the hall were surprised when they heard about His Majesty the second prince. They didn't know that Jerome was so close to him. He continued that for a long time they, the aristocrats of the Southwest, were separate, unlike other regions. It is time to leave behind meaningless traditions and customs and unite. His Highness the Second Prince, who is most likely to inherit the throne, wishes to support their region. Logan said to himself that it was a bizarre way of telling everyone to shut up and go serve the Second Prince. Suddenly Jerome said that they started and will end the Southwestern conflict that lasted 200 years. In the presence of the McLean heir, Logan was surprised by such words. The ruler said that Logan was a great youth. He had distinguished himself during the McLean's recent 2 victories. This genius was only 21 years old, and he was already a knight of mid-rank. Having heard such compliments from the ruler, Logan did not understand what all this was about, because he had something in mind. Jerome said that he did not intend to force or oblige such a talented guy, but only wanted to make an offer. He said that the second prince's grandfather was looking for talented youths like Logan. If he didn't mind, he would like to recommend him to him. People in the crowd began to whisper that Logan was indeed going to be trained in the sword of the sweltering heat. The guy replied that he was honored by his offer, but he already had a mentor. Jerome immediately thought that he was being trained by his father, but the hero replied that he was lucky enough to be trained by a great man, so he was forced to refuse. The Count said he was a quick thinker, but they would soon be visited in person by the sword of sweltering heat. So why not learn a little from him? This offer is not only for him, He intends to offer it to all the heirs who came today and serve him. After which Jerome asked to name his mentor. The hero noted to himself that he had said this furtively, as if the McLeans really served him. He was eager to bind them to himself at any cost. That was his goal. Logan thanked him for the flattering reviews. He can't refuse if his desire is so strong. Logan will wait for this moment. Jerome thanked him for accepting the offer. The choice of the McLeans would be the first step towards uniting the Southwest. He then said that his old friends Percival and Ruthman had agreed to unite under the flag of the Bifrost. As a token of gratitude for their loyalty, the Count will personally present these heirs with gifts. After these words, a storage capsule was brought into the hall. The hue of these artifacts was so deep that they were at least grade 3. An artifact is a magical tool that holds or contains magical power, which almost always gives them magical properties. But the prices for them are absurd. The cheapest material used in their creation is mithril. It takes a 5th circle mage to create a 3rd-class artifact, so it's no wonder the prices are so high. A moment later, Jerome ordered the men to come forward and asked them if they were willing to swear allegiance to him. He gives Percival a sword and Ruthman a hammer, and the men thank him for the honor. The Count said that he does not skimp on gifts, and those who serve him will receive appropriate gratitude. But suddenly, Felix pushed everyone out of the crowd and appeared, saying that Logan's sword looked better. Jerome clearly didn't like his appearance. He looked at this guy with disdain. When the boys started talking about how the Count couldn't recognize the boy's talent, the servants immediately shut him up. The sword forged by Jeff is called Lux. Its power is clearly comparable to most artifacts. The master blacksmith created it especially for him. Such a thing is filled with soul. Getting a good item from a dwarf is not that difficult, but greedy aristocrats don't realize it. In the worst case, if Logan's plan didn't work and the Count started to force him, he wanted to use it for negotiations or to buy time. But Felix ruined everything. Jerome asked if the guy's sword was really that big. The guy replied that he was lucky enough to get it from a dwarf. When the Count asked to take a closer look, Logan immediately realized that he would definitely not get it back. The guy replied that even though he was young as a knight, it was difficult for him to hand over his comrade to someone else. The Baron replied that he was so young and spoke like an old man, in which case he asked about demonstrating his knightly skills. He said it would be good to compare him with these gentlemen who received the artifacts. Percival is also a knight of the middle rank. Percival replied that he had become one several years ago, although he still lacked the skills. A normal match wouldn't be that interesting, so they decided to make a bet. If Percival won, Jerome would take the dwarf from him. And if Logan wins, he will reward him with a suitable artifact. Jerome said that if he agreed, then as a sign of agreement he should take out his sword, and the guy had no reason to refuse, and so he took out his sword and scabbard. Before the duel began, Percival said that since he was older, he would leave the right to strike the first blow to him. But Logan refused. He doesn't want to hear later that he had the advantage. In any case, the victory is his. The man replied that the recognition of Logan's genius had made him arrogant, and for his own good he would show him that there were clouds above the sky. When Percival was covered in an aura, the ladies in the hall admired him. They were surprised that the artifact could emit such a beautiful glow. Logan realized that this guy was trying to get more attention. Now he was the perfect target. Jerome deliberately gave him an artifact that was more flashy than truly useful. Compared to it, the light from Lux is rather modest, but it is perfectly balanced, well sharpened and durable. The sword is needed only for its direct purpose, and not to be called beautiful. Percival wanted to know if his cute sword could stand up to the artifact. The next moment, the man rushed into the attack with a powerful jerk. Franz, the Knight of the Moonlight, is also present. Logan can hide his full power from him, but it is more important to hide his confidence. Logan had his own plan to stumble a couple of times first, to let himself get scratched, and then casually deliver a good counterblow, show a little strength, and having overcome him, say that he was just lucky. Logan decided to boost his metabolism with his power core to make himself sweat and look more convincing. Percival, who was lying on the floor, began to make excuses, saying that it was an accident, because he was simply not used to the sword. Jerome said that Percival had disappointed him. He asked if he meant to say that his gift was to blame for his loss. The Count apologized to the boy for the pathetic sight, said that his people had been unfair to him. He would open his treasury and allow him to choose any artifact. Logan spoke to himself about how he intended to keep it there at any cost, confident that whatever he chose would come back. Suddenly, Jerome was approached by his servant and told that the Duke of the Sword wanted to contact him on the occasion of his birthday. A moment later, through the magic ball, Ben began to congratulate Jerome on his birthday and apologized for not being able to come. The man thanked him and beamed with happiness during these congratulations. He's obviously sucking up to him since he got down from his chair. Suddenly, Ben saw his student in the crowd, and the Count was surprised that the Duke himself knew such a country bumpkin. The guy was glad to himself that he was just in time. Since Logan asked him for help, he needed to follow the plan. As soon as Logan called the Duke his mentor, everyone in the room was shocked. Ben said he was speechless when he suddenly saw his student, who had never contacted him before. He asked him when he would arrive in the capital. He had said that he would throw a banquet in his honor. Logan replied that due to problems between the houses, he might need to stay in the Bifrost castle. Jerome began to justify himself that this was not entirely true. If he was eager to meet Logan, then he could postpone his plans. Logan did not regret asking him for help, although he is neutral and did not choose any of the princes. He is a Superman who has power over the ruling family. Even the Count cannot refuse to follow his orders. At the end of the conversation, Ben said that they would see each other in the capital, in response to which the hero thanked him with all his heart. When the connection was broken, Jerome immediately raised his angry gaze to the young master. The next day, the guard brought Logan to Jerome's treasury and said that he had an hour to inspect it. He could take whatever he wanted. Any of them are worth at least 10 million gold. Logan decided to try a good one. His sense organs, strengthened after the development of the power core, allow him to sense the differences in the energies contained in the artifacts. He decided to skip the weapon. Lux would be enough for him, even just looking at it. It was obvious that there was nothing better here than what was at the banquet yesterday. Armor reinforced with fire and electricity magic will fry whoever wears it. Suddenly, the guy was attracted by the power of some boots. Unusual energy emanated from them. The guy doubted that this was an artifact at all, but they continue to absorb his power if he continues to supply it to them. When the guy tried to put magical energy into them, his power flowed into them. At this rate, he would receive damage. A comparison of strength began between Logan and the magical boots. The strengths were equal. Suddenly, a magical impulse burst out of the shoe, which returned the guy's strength. That night, Jerome was walking around his estate and learned that Logan had left his estate with his artifact and really intended to harm him. The Count ordered to go after him and return the artifact along with his sword. They can do anything, but not kill. That same night, Logan stopped for a rest to rest himself and his horse. Suddenly, he felt an intention to kill somewhere from the side. He guessed that Bifrost had sent pursuers after him. A crowd of masked people emerged from the bushes, hiding their voices with the help of some kind of force. He asked if it was stuffy to walk like that. It must have been difficult to get here from Bifrost. The leader of the group ordered to attack him, but not to kill him. After the order was given, the fighters immediately headed towards him. With the help of his new boots, Logan rushed through his enemies, leaving them in disbelief at his speed. The hero was incredibly glad that he made the right choice by taking these boots. When the boots released the power that was embedded in them, he thought it was an accident. But when he put the boots on, their true value was revealed to him. Consisting of quick reaction, triple jump in the air, and speed climbing, moreover, they are self-repairing and adjusting to size. One of the killers asked the leader if they could aim for vital organs. Otherwise, they would not be able to overpower him. The leader replied that it was a disgrace, and entered the fight himself. After which he found himself behind the guy. The boy recognized this power, and with difficulty held back the onslaught of magical power. Logan said he didn't know he earned the title of Knight of the Moonlight through trickery. It was Franz, who was not the only one who hid his true power and the amazing artifact. The guy said to himself that he had decided to reveal his identity. Although after using the legendary silver power, there was no longer any point in hiding any longer. He said he would take the artifacts as payment for the lesson. Logan asked him if it bothered him that he had the title of Knight of the Moonlight. Franz said that this was why the lesson would be difficult, and thanked him for going so far. When the knight used the attack, streams of magical energy burst out from his weapon in the form of whips. These were merciless blows. Logan's blade doesn't work against him, he can only parry the blows. If it comes to this, then he will have to use everything he has. Logan released the second style of the divine sword secret from his blade this time. After that, he did not feel any effect, even though he used the first and second forms. In response to the guy's attack, Franz used his abilities, but the hero managed to dodge his attack. The knight said that it was close. If he had relaxed, he would have died. He asked Logan how he did it. He doubts that it was the artifact. He guessed that it was the secret arts of the Duke of the Sword. The guy thought to himself that if it weren't for the abilities enhanced by the boots of the Wind God, he wouldn't have responded to the blow. Logan wouldn't have enough strength to defeat him. But it is quite worthy that he holds his own against an advanced rank knight. Logan asks for time and he will show him the secret arts of the Duke of the Sword. Hearing this, Franz replied that of course he wanted to see it. He wanted the hero to show his abilities. Logan realized that since Franz was inspired, it would be easier for the guy. He just needed to believe in himself to win. His secret arts, which he had mastered even after a month spent as a high-ranking knight. Logan needs to focus. If he loses here, he'll lose Lux in his boots, and he'll make sure he can never pick up a sword again. While the hero was collecting his thoughts, the knight attacked him and quickly approached for the kill. He started shouting that he trusted his enemies too easily. As soon as the man's sword touched the guy's armor, a powerful explosion was heard. He said that after that, he would not remain unharmed. Suddenly, it turned out that Logan was unharmed. He used the enhancement on his sword, and it increased in size tenfold. After that, Logan used the third form of the divine sword secrets. A magic circle appeared around the knight, enveloping his body. Eventually, Franz exploded, the ground beneath his feet breaking into pieces. As it turned out, Franz dodged the explosive attack, and once the dust settled, he said that it would have been better to die together. He lay on the ground in a half-dead state. Only a small patch of land under the knight was intact. At this time, Logan ran away from that clearing on a horse. He said that he relaxed too much. As Franz stepped on it, he saw a hole the size of a coin piercing the right side of its chest, which must have been caused by the split. His excited expression and all that chatter were for show, but Logan couldn't recognize it at the time. However, he knows for sure that with his abilities and treasures, Logan will definitely be able to defeat a high-ranking knight. At some point during the trip, the guy fell off his horse and lost consciousness. But the horse continued on its way, despite the absence of a rider. The next morning, Logan got home and was met by Rick and Dwayne. He told them that the only reason he looked so bad was because he fell asleep in the woods. A little later, the guy met his father. He said that he had to endure difficulties because their family has little strength. Patrick cannot look him in the eyes. The hero replied that they would pay them soon, and for that Logan needed to reorganize their forces. At this time, Damien was doing his strength training. He was training in using the Force and releasing force cuts at targets. A memory came to him of Logan telling him that this war would be over quickly. He didn't need to be there. Damien needed to hone his skills. The boy was worried about his brother being humiliated by the Bifrost. But suddenly Logan appeared and said that Damien was working very hard. The guy was surprised by his appearance. The hero told him to rest, and decided to introduce him to the one with whom he would train from now on. This enemy was Victor, who became the new knight of the estate after the end of the war. To himself, Damien thought that they were the same age, and that he could apparently use force. Logan told his brother that Victor had recently awakened and had been getting used to the power for days. They were the same age. He could be a good motivation for the boy. The next moment it dawned on the boy that his brother had brought him a new sparring partner. After that, they decided to have their first battle. With the first attack, Victor pounced on the second young gentleman, but Damien managed to dodge. Looking at the new enemy, Damien didn't understand if this guy had just recently awakened. He didn't endure the attacks for long. The guy finally decided to answer him. He began to fill his blade with power. But Victor was able to dodge his attack and soared into the sky. Damien was surprised by this. The duelist landed on the ground, splitting it in the process, but the boy dodged it. When they went their separate ways across the yard, Damien called Victor a monster. Logan, watching this fight, stood and laughed at his brother's behavior. He asked him who he called a monster. Then the boys clashed again in battle. Logan thought to himself that he expected this. They were fighting in a coordinated manner. Victor not only mastered the Iron Blood Sword perfectly, but also adapted it to his fighting style. And Damien, who surpassed the average knight, moves freely without restricting himself. The brutal free blade and the pure precise blade should reflect the qualities that they will mutually transmit to each other during combat. At some point, Victor began to beat Damien and he began to get indignant. Logan laughed at the boy's behavior. There are 7 years left before the war in the Empire. These two will be ready in 5 years. It would be good if Victor learned the secrets of the Divine Sword now. Logan had only one question. Should he be trusted? He wants to get some kind of catalyst that would bind him to this place. After some time, Logan brought Victoria to Hank and told him that she could see Mana. The magician was surprised by such words. Before this, Logan told her that when she tried to study something, she would be able to find something that would help her. After these words, the girl asked the hero if she could learn how to move the clay dolls with that yellow chain. When Logan heard this, he was very surprised. The hero had his suspicions when they first met, but he didn't think she could actually see Mana. Hank turned to the girl and said that he would direct his Mana in a certain direction. He asked her to tell him where exactly. The girl easily determined where the Mana was heading the first time. Hank sent his energy to his student. After successfully passing the test, the elder with paint on his face said that Victoria was an amazing child. Logan didn't understand what was so surprising about it. There would be a fuss if it became known that he saw her too. The hero asked the girl if she wanted to study magic. Victoria replied that if it would help control huge dolls, then yes. If she has a strong doll, she will be able to do more things. As soon as Logan wanted to give the girl to the guardianship of a magician, a huge number of magicians already surrounded her and showed all kinds of interest. He said to himself that she had the talent to become a great magician. The guy realized that both twins were geniuses. Now he had even more questions regarding their parents. The hero was very happy that they were getting stronger. It was time for Logan to head to the capital, because he promised his mentor. He thinks that he can do it faster alone, and that assistance will only slow him down. A few days later, Logan was approached by his new knight, Oswald, who said he was honored to serve him. He and his knights surrounded the boy and said that they would serve him with all their hearts. At the first meeting, he introduced himself, told who he was, and came to serve Logan. He thought to himself that since he could accompany the young master to the capital today, it meant he was serving the future legend, and he would do everything to become one of his confidants. Shortly before this, the hero spoke with his father and insistently refused to take anyone on his journey. Patrick replied that it would be disrespectful to Ben. We are taken back to the present, where the boy meets Rick, who says that people might think bad things of the heir of a noble house, walking around without a personal servant. Rick then confessed that no one in their fief wanted to talk to him because they thought he stunk, and he needed to get married too. Logan was tired of listening to these shouts. He knew that extra people would slow him down. He was not just going to meet his mentor. His journey has two purposes. First, to identify potential changes in the future, and then to meet with the third prince to establish contact. The current ruler had no heirs until he was 40 years old, and therefore called 2 women from ducal families to be his concubines and acquired 2 sons. But 10 years later, the queen gave birth to a third son when she was 40 years old. The third son, with a natural talent for fencing and good manners, surpassed his brothers in prospects for the throne. The king also placed great hopes on him, but the families of the 2 princes did everything possible to stop the expansion of the third prince's influence. This winter, just before the third prince is due to become an adult, a civil war will break out and the king will die suddenly. The first prince, a 6th circle mage, will receive support from his grandfather. Like the second prince, a young Superman, since the third prince does not have any political power of any faction, he is almost executed. But Ben comes to his defense, saying that he will become the blade of the new king. The most prominent of the aristocrats, who takes a neutral position, will save the life of the third prince with this statement. After this, the first prince will gain the advantage, but within 5 years, he will bring the country to ruins until the Empire attacks. That king uses Damien as bait during the war with the Empire. Logan decided that he will not let him become king. The second prince is a cut above his peers. Logan must see with his own eyes if the third prince is worthy of being king. At this time, Logan with his subordinates and servants arrived at Ben's estate. Rick looked around the area and was amazed by the local beauty. The guy looked around and saw beautiful maids. He told Logan that if he establishes contact with the Duke's maid, then perhaps it will be a plus for his family. The hero could not stand such insolence and knocked out the servant. Oswald looked at him and surprise and regret were visible in his eyes. After that, the young master was met by the Duke's chief subordinate. He said that he wanted to meet Logan, but the rest could go with his servant. He said that he must have forgotten to introduce himself because Logan recognized him as someone he knew from a past life. It was Commander Lewis of the Kingdom Liberation Front. Unlike Logan, who was burning with revenge, he was a man with ideals. He clearly remembers their last meeting. Lewis told the hero that he needed his help. He was the only one who could explain it. He said that even if he had to burn the book, the guy needed to remember the contents and pass it on to someone talented. The commander gave him something else besides the secret scripture. The hero said to himself that this was an important memory. It gave him a headache. Lewis turned to him and asked if everything was okay with him. The guy replied that he was fine and almost called the man his commander. But he recovered in time. He said that it seemed like he hadn't had a good rest the night before. Lewis replied that you need to take care of your health while you are young. Even if you feel great, age will take its toll, so you need to take care of yourself. Logan remembered to himself that he often repeated this in his past life. It must be his favorite topic. Whatever the memory, it's all in the past. You just need to make sure it doesn't happen again in the future. After some time, the heroes reached the Duke's chambers. Lewis said that they would see each other later. Suddenly, the Duke called out to the boy. Logan told him that he was glad to see him again. He was beside himself with happiness, knowing that they were in good health. Ben's wife stood next to him and said that she had heard a lot about the guy from her husband. The guy replied that he was glad to meet them, and he congratulated them on the imminent birth of their heir. The Duchess told the guy that there was something she wanted to ask. Ben asked the hero to sit down. The woman asked the guy that they wanted to name their child after her husband's student, and Logan was very surprised to hear this. They discussed it for a long time. This child was created thanks to Logan's medicine, so they would like to name this child after him. The name determines and illuminates the path that the child will take. The inhabitants of the kingdom believed in this since ancient times. They even held holidays to celebrate the names of their children. Logan thought to himself that the Duke was asking him for such an important thing, although they had only seen each other twice and had not greatly influenced each other's lives. This responsibility is great, but the hero has no reason to refuse. The guy replied that he would accept it as an honor. When the conversation ended, Ben sent his wife to rest. She shouldn't overwork herself, because she was carrying a child. At this time, Logan was thinking that the one who the Duke of Swords' child was named after was a good title. As soon as the Duchess left the door, Ben admitted that he had difficulty communicating with words, so he suggested switching to body language. He admitted that he was amazed at how quickly Logan's level had risen in such a short time. After some time, Logan and Ben moved to the training room, where the Duke wanted to test how strong Logan had become. The next moment, the hero pounced on the man and quickly approached him with a sword. As soon as he reached his target, Ben easily dodged the guy's blow. He found himself behind the hero and repelled new swift attacks. The Duke easily blocks his blows, since this is a fight with a master. Logan can test the limits of his abilities. Suddenly, Ben asked the guy what he was doing, and from these words, any attacks or other actions stopped. He asked Logan if this was the limit of his abilities, but he replied that his abilities did not end there. Ben asked him if he was going to give it his all in this fight, as he expected his student to improve on his previous results. This is their first training since they became student and mentor. Logan can't disappoint him now. During the next attack, Logan clashed with the teacher in combat and began to emit a bright light. After the pulse splits, Logan is about to use the lethal iron cut that quickly headed towards Ben. This was not enough either. The Duke appeared behind the guy and asked him if he really planned to lose after 2 blows. He hit the guy's leg, and he fell to the ground. After that, Ben ordered him to get up. He asked him about the fact that he can only waste his strength. Logan thought to himself that he had called his divine sword combo idiopathic. He had even injured the Moonlight Knight with it. Ben ordered him to show everything he could do, his true swordsmanship. He asked the hero not to disappoint him even more. He has great hopes for his student. After that, Logan took off into the air and said that he would show everything he could do, another deadly iron cut. Ben answered him that he still didn't seem to understand anything, and disappeared into space. When Logan landed on the ground, he was surprised that Ben simply disappeared. He didn't even hear footsteps. The next moment, the Duke appeared behind the guy and scared him. After his appearance, Logan received a sword hilt in the face with full force. Each of Logan's next attacks was easily parried by Ben, and with his last parry, he knocked the hero's sword out of his hands. The Duke told him that this was not what could be called sword art, no matter how hard he tried. The guy didn't understand how to understand his words about the art of the sword, what he wanted. The man replied that his strength had increased since their last meeting, but his skill had not changed, it had even worsened. His fundamentals dropped, and Logan was shocked to hear this. Ben said that to be a good swordsman, it is not enough to simply put all your strength into one move. The fundamentals must be the basis for strengthening yourself. Even if Logan moves to the next level through luck or talent, it will only increase the height of the next step. Logan realized that he had been wasting all his time on the secrets of the divine sword. It was very stupid. Returning to the past, he misjudged himself because everything went according to his plan. As soon as he came out of his thoughts, he asked for another chance to attack. In the end, he didn't succeed, and after some time, doctors had to take him away and send him to the hospital. Ben said that the sword is mastered through the body. The more pain, the better the training. Lewis said that Ben really likes it. He replied that maybe so. If he doesn't waste his talent, he likes his determination. After that, Rick approached them and said that he had a message from Patrick. The Duke said that he could convey it virtually. This letter stated that Patrick was incredibly grateful to him for the great secrets that his son had passed on to him after meeting the Duke. His son had been in some pain the previous year. Patrick wrote that if he would do what he asked, the McLeans would be forever grateful. As soon as Ben finished reading the letter, he asked Rick if Logan knew about it. The servant replied that he thought it was not the time to worry about such things. A week later, Ben was talking to a student about how, as the heir to the house, he couldn't have a bride at 21. He intends to find the boy a partner. Logan replied that doesn't Ben want him to fully concentrate on training while he's here. Ben replied that a good heart needs to be trained properly, something he only realized after meeting his wife. Logan said it was very sudden. Why was his mentor doing this? The Duke replied that he was asked. and he worries about the future of his favorite student. The hero was surprised by such an answer. The man said that his father's worries were not unfounded. Is it normal for an adult heir not to marry? Logan thought to himself that it was useless. He simply couldn't ignore the teacher's words. After some time, the hero met an incredibly beautiful girl, whom Ben brought to meet him. Rick and Logan were very surprised by the appearance of such beauty. The servant thought to himself that she was too good for Logan, who was surprised, although he would not normally have shown interest. In fact, the guy was only thinking about the fact that he saw a force user in his potential bride. She's at the peak of low rank, almost reached middle rank, and this is only at 18 years old. It's very incredible. The girl's name seemed familiar to the guy. The talent of the kingdom, who died after 3 years of war. The one who stands out among all the others. Her name is Elaine. The guy thought to himself that this was an unexpected meeting. He decided that it would be good to get her into his house before the war began. The girl brought Logan out of his thoughts and said that it looked like he was forced to come here too. Instead of engaging in a regular introduction, Elaine suggested that the hero spend some quality time together. Not long before, Elaine's father told her about her new fiancé. Her beauty supports her popularity. When she heard that the Duke of the Sword himself recommended it, the girl became interested. The father replied that few people knew about it, but he had heard that he would soon become famous, although he was far from her, who had received her powers at the age of 12. Elaine's first fiancé broke off their engagement when she defeated him in combat. She soon defeated another suitor who was to become a knight, and proved herself superior to her father's knights. Because of her nickname, coupled with her desire to become a knight, marriage proposals stopped coming, so the count decided to take this chance now. A girl with paint on her face suggested to her next fiancé that they cross swords in battle. After some time, the opponents were preparing for the fight. Elaine's maid tried to convince her to join the fight. She said that her father would not let her get away with it. The girl replied that the two of them despised her and behaved rudely, so she taught them a lesson. She said that they should have been beaten even more. She said that this time it was different and looked towards the memorable Logan. At this time, Rick also tried to dissuade his young master if others found out that he would hit the girl. The hero began to calm him down and tell him that there was no need to worry. This would not happen. They asked that the training field be closed. Logan thought to himself that he was curious about how strong she was, if it was true that she had killed 100 knights by herself. Before the battle began, Elaine's maid encouraged her mistress and shouted victory odes. Rick didn't like this, and replied that the girl was only saying that because she didn't know how strong his young master was. After this, Elaine told Logan that she had trained alone with the sword for 10 years. She has defeated knights before, so she hopes he won't underestimate her. The guy replied that he had never planned to give in to her, so he hoped that she would understand if he was a little rude. In an instant, the girl appeared right in front of the guy and tried to attack, but the hero easily repelled it. As a counterattack, the guy hit the girl on the back with the hilt of his sword. She immediately winced in pain. Logan told her that he only hit her with the flat side. Logan said that she was open to blows on the sides, so she needed to be more careful for her own safety. As the fight continued, the guy taught her how to fight properly. Her grip was too weak. She needed to move faster. She opened up from time to time. Eventually, Elaine simply collapsed to the floor, exhausted, with Logan standing over her, waiting for him to continue. The girl's maid burst into bitter tears as she watched her mistress. As soon as Logan tried to tell her that she was exhausted, the girl immediately got to her feet and tried to make a surprise attack. It was a good try. The girl noticed that Logan wasn't mocking her or angry. However, Logan gave her some good advice about the fact that the movements should be sharp and unexpected, and hit the girl on the head. After this blow, Elaine burst into tears and wanted to give up. Logan thought to himself that judging by her bad habits, she really did train alone. But a couple of comments were enough for her to become better. She has talent. A moment later, the girl lost her temper. She was very angry that she was not succeeding. In an instant, she jumped away from the guy to some distance. She tried to get to Logan using zigzag movements and quickly approached him. Logan said her leg movements were interesting, different from the previous simple acceleration. When the girl attacked, Logan easily parried her attack and appeared behind her and hit her. The hero admitted to himself that she had plenty of talent and good potential. The girl wasn't going to give up, but Logan simply extended his hand to her and helped her up. The next moment, the guy pulled the girl towards him and began to look intently into her eyes. He leaned toward her ear and said that the girl had amazing talent. He invited his potential bride to McLean. Not as a girl, but as a knight, she can freely train and spar there. Logan provides her with a battlefield where she can earn glory. Of course, they will have to be conditionally engaged. Having heard such a proposal, the girl was inspired and very happy. The guy admitted that she had a sense like Damien. The rumors were clearly not lying. It was very likely that in the future, she would become a superhuman. If engagement is the price to pay for such talent, it is a small one. There was only one unclear thing that interested Logan. It was why Ben introduced them. The next moment we are transferred to the Duke's office, where he explained that until the Floyds took the side of one of the princes, they retained some influence in the capital. They can be their representatives, and the other reason is that Bifrost will have to wait. But there was something more important that interested Ben. He was curious how such a wild boy would get along with such a problematic girl. Logan thought to himself that sometimes his mentor was strange, but it was good that everything was fine. Ben said he saw him blush when she came in. Now he looks his age. He doesn't even realize how heavy the burden is on his shoulders. But for a young man like him, whose face reflects the weight of responsibility for the whole world, the Duke said he could share his burdens, open his heart, trust the people around him, and relax. He may be in a hurry, but from what he knows, Elaine can help Logan with this. Then his face darkened, and he told him not to delay having children. He says this from his own experience. Sometime after that conversation, Logan was busy training his knights. 3 weeks had passed since Logan had arrived in the capital, and he had spent all of that time, except for that day with the date, training. He spent all this time sparring his fighters. They looked at their master, admired him, and were convinced of his strength. In the past, these knights were told that the Duke required his knights to be of middle rank. People like them should learn to handle a sword. They may have potential, but his friends should turn to knights who are in training. Oswald said that these knights were strong, but not as strong as when wielding the iron blood sword. The young master told them that he received this technique from the Duke himself. So why were these knights using a weaker blade style? They blessed their master for blessing them by teaching them a new and powerful force. To himself, Logan thought that he wasn't sure what was going on, but they weren't causing trouble and seemed to be focused on training. He wondered if he should teach them anything. At this time, while in the capital, Philip was selling Logan's medicine. He advertised the product as the most important product that takes the breath away of aristocrats. Suddenly, an enraged Logan emerges from the crowd, looking at him with anger, and Philip did not immediately recognize him. A moment later, Logan made the boy do push-ups as punishment for his misdeeds, while Philip talked about how there were too many competitors. Logan told him that he was confident that he would make even more money, so the guy needed to stop doing this to make sales. After this, the hero ordered the guy to get up. He would give him another task. Philip responded with a sigh of relief. Logan introduced Philip to his knights of the 18th McLean Squad. They will be responsible for the assistant's safety. Philip was happy about this, but did not understand why he was entrusting him with a case that would require protection. The hero told him not to worry. This was just an expanded version of the business he was running. He ordered him to obtain as many weapons, war horses, and lumber as possible by the end of the year. Hearing such a request, the guy thought that his master wanted to start a war again. Logan replied that he was not a fan of war. It was just a precaution. When the guy asked the hero about their budget, he replied that he was giving him 30 million gold, and he needed to get as much as possible for that amount. These numbers surprised Philip. This is a very large sum that will end up in his hands. Logan learned this from the battle against the Sylvans. If they increase the number of cavalry with crossbows, the soldiers can take on the low-ranking knights and defeat the force user as a group. He was brought out of his thoughts by Philip, who said that he didn't really understand how it worked, and that they wouldn't be able to get even half of what he asked for. If demand increases sharply, the price will also skyrocket, especially for horses. A large amount of money does not guarantee that horses will start giving birth to triplets, or that foals will grow faster. At some point, the word war flashed through Logan's speech, which of course confused Philip. Eventually, the guy replied that the price would most likely triple. Logan thought for a second, but replied that it wouldn't matter if he doubled the market price. But if he manages to buy for less than double the price, he will receive an equivalent bonus, 3% of the difference in price. Having heard such conditions, Philip happily agreed. The knights watched all this and did not understand what was so special about 3%. Logan received a hint from his mentor on how to train and found a talented girl, Elaine. Everything goes according to Logan's plan, but at some points he gets stuck. Then he began to think about the king. There was still no bad news about him. Logan also did not observe signs of internal conflict. He did not believe that the king's death was really a sudden surprise. But that was okay. He would justify the mentor's trust. It would be good for him to have a chance to meet the third prince. But it would be strange if he started to rush things. He thought about how soon the mentor would have a child, and when he was given a name, Logan would be able to return home with Elaine. Sometime later, when Logan met with his mentor, he announced to him that His Majesty had called him. Logan couldn't believe that the king wanted to meet him. He was the son of a simple village baron. In a normal situation, he wouldn't have a chance to meet the king. Ben thought about what Logan was going through and immediately began to calm him down. His Majesty just wants to see his student. He values talent highly, so this is good for Logan. Nothing bad will happen to him. Even the Empire did not dare to destroy the king, and decided to preserve the beauty of the capital. After the war with the Empire, it was designated as a headquarters. The symbol of the kingdom led to many troubles. Logan, after living his life, decided that this future should not be repeated. Soon the hero and his mentor entered the throne room, which was very large and proud. They reached the ruler's throne and greeted him with bowed heads. In response to his words, His Majesty said that he had always said that Ben had no need to observe manners in his presence. The Duke replied that no one would do their duty if their elders stopped. Respect must be shown. The king said that he saw that Ben had not changed at all. Then he said to him, he raised his head. As to an old friend, he also wants to see the face of his student. Logan raised his head and saw the king with his own eyes. In front of him sat an old man named Samuel. His Majesty looked very proud and majestic. He sat on his throne and received guests and friends. He looks healthy. It is not surprising that no one expected him to die. If he had shown any sign of weakness, the struggle for power would have been immediately settled, and the civil war would not have started. Samuel said that it seemed that he had enough courage to be taught by him. He noticed that for the first time the boy was looking at him so intently, for which Logan had to bow his head back and apologize. In response to this, His Majesty said that he did not need to imitate his mentor in excessive mannerisms. He liked energetic young people. Ben began to talk about how his skills were as strong as his will, as he had the courage and wisdom that led his fief to victory despite the odds. Then Samuel became curious about how they met. Ben began to tell his traumatic past. After a short conversation, the king said that this was a curious coincidence, something he had not expected. After that, he said that he was very grateful to the guy, which, unsurprisingly, left him in shock. He began to say that he felt like he owed his friend a great debt because of that injury, and the regret was so great that he was unable to even bring up the subject. The resolution of this problem helped him to calm his heart. He is very grateful to it. Ben replied that His Majesty thought too highly of him. Samuel said that was nonsense, because if it were not for him, he would not be king. Since he is the king, he must somehow express his gratitude to Logan. He rewards the guy properly and asks him to come closer. As soon as he started to take off one of his bracelets, Ben started to stop him. It was the treasure of his ruling family. He asked to take care of the awarding of Logan himself. Logan noted to himself that this was at least a fifth-class artifact. The king said to consider it compensation for settling their troubles. Logan said to himself that he would never refuse. He would carry this gratitude in his heart. The Duke started yelling at the guy for accepting such a luxurious gift so easily, to which Samuel asked the hero if he considered his gift unnecessary. Logan replied that it was as redundant as he used it wisely, and he said this with a very serious face. The king noticed that he had more ambition than his mentor. He said that they got to know each other well at this meeting, and he hopes that this gift will only strengthen their bond in the future. The guy replied that he would do it with pleasure, and bowed his head and got down on one knee. As soon as Logan and Ben left the castle, the Duke said that His Majesty had become much softer. He had never had conversations like this. His desire to meet the guy was also unusual. Ben hoped that he was not harboring any worries in his soul. In response, Logan told the teacher not to worry. The meeting was short, but he could say that if he had a problem, he would have told him right away. The Duke agreed with him. He was becoming more restless with age. His heart trembled already from how easily his student accepted the treasure of the ruling family. Logan received a bracelet of restoration, an artifact imbued with fifth-class magic, namely rapid healing. The guy thought to himself that it could turn a serious wound into a scratch. It had as much restorative power as a spell could put into it. Ben said that he would feel better since he had received such a great item. Suddenly, Ben turned to the guy with a menacingly scary face and said that now he could drive him half to death. The bracelet would still fix him. The boy was in despair at these words, but he thought that this would help him grow. The harder he works, the more progress he makes. During another training session, the Duke left the guy lying on the ground, dying. But no one was worried about it, because he would soon restore everything. A week after the meeting with the king, news came to Ben about the event that everyone was eagerly awaiting. In honor of this, they threw a luxurious feast. It turned out that the Duke had a child. Many aristocrats were invited to this banquet. Logan was obviously invited to this banquet, and random people started coming to him who wanted to meet him. The title of the Duke of the Sword's apprentice attracts a lot of attention. The days when he sold emporica at banquets seemed to be long gone. Ben at this time seemed to be beaming as he held his own newborn child in his arms. He looked very happy. The bishop who would baptize the duke's child was also invited to this banquet. He approached the man and congratulated him on the birth of his heir. Ben replied that he was honored that he had personally come to them. The bishop said that he could not send a servant to this meeting if the foundation of their country, the Duke of the Sword, had a child. Many aristocrats receive a blessing at birth, among them the blessing of the fifth of the 9 gods, and all parents wish to receive a blessing from her so that the child will be healthy. Moreover, the bishop himself will bless. No wonder he is so happy. And so, finally, the meeting reached its climax. The aristocrats gathered in the center of the hall, and the duke and the child waited for the christening to begin. The bishop raised the child above his head and began to say that this simple servant was addressing the 9 great gods who watched over their world. Its power is closer to the origins than normal power, and less noticeable than mana, which is why people do not feel it at all, but only see a bright light. He continued his speech and extolled the child to God and blessed the newborn heir. After these words, the entire room was illuminated by a bright blue light, which meant the beginning of the use of the bishop's power. Everyone immediately began to congratulate the duke and duchess. This child was destined to grow up healthy, since the light was so bright. Suddenly, the bishop's face showed emotions of fear. It turned out that the baby's body rejected the holy power. Ben asked him what was wrong. The bishop replied that he said nothing, that he was tired, that he had not performed a blessing for a long time, and that he would have to leave. The duke and duchess were confused and did not understand what had happened. Given the nature of sacred power as one of many powers, it is possible that the child has a special organism that rejects it. When Logan turned around, he saw Bifrost standing in front of him, who said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He said that the guy wasn't feeling well. The hero replied that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Everything was fine with him, and he thanked her. Bifrost said he was as cheeky as ever. The guy said it was part of his charm. When he heard this, he smashed the glass in his hand in anger. He began to justify himself by saying that at his age his hands were no longer strong enough to hold his hands, at which time one of the servants approached him and gave him a handkerchief to wipe away the wine. Bifrost said that the only reason Logan is alive is because he somehow managed to become the Duke of the Sword's apprentice. Thanks to this, he attracted the attention of many high-ranking aristocrats, which was very fortunate for him. Logan thought to himself that he was acting too childish for the Count. He said that he realized how lucky he was, how he managed to go back in time. Bifrost replied that he hoped so Logan would maintain this attitude even after meeting the high-ranking aristocrat. He said that His Highness the Second Prince wishes to see him, of course. He hopes that Logan will not refuse. Logan replied that he would be honored if Bifrost were introduced to His Majesty, but he needed to consider his offer carefully. In response to this, the Count began to be indignant. He asked the hero if the prince's order was really an offer for him. Logan said that was exactly it, and he also asked if he really wanted him and his teacher to join the other side. The man's face was seething with rage. While the guy was handing him a handkerchief with wine, he looked at it with rage. After that, Bifrost turned around and was about to leave. He said that if Logan cheated again, he would pay off the debt much longer than he could imagine. Logan thought to himself that now he could say whatever he wanted. But when the Civil War started, he wouldn't even have time to think about him. Although his power is like that of a Margrave, he acts like the envoy of the Second Prince. He realized that Count Bifrost has become a laughingstock. Or, to be more precise, he is destined to become a laughingstock. Such is his fate. The Sword of Scorching Heat, Jordan, is one of the 5 dukes of the kingdom, a superhuman who can use aura. And he is also the grandfather of the Second Prince. He openly ignores Logan, probably doesn't even think about someone like him. Suddenly, a man appeared behind Logan and told him that it was better to make decisions carefully. This man was Logan's stepmother's uncle. He said that when he saw his nephew so grown up, he even felt proud as the eldest member of the family. Lord Kirk is his mother's elder brother and heir to the house, which is related to the McLeans by marriage. However, he never acted like his uncle. Throughout Logan's childhood, Kirk acted like the most distant person and asked not to cross the line. Kirk replied that while they may not be related by blood, everyone knew that the McLean and Kiros houses were related by marriage. And he says this after he was thrown out when the battle for succession began. When the hero spoke about the broken bonds, he asked not to say such sad things. They had disagreements in the past, but they are relatives. Logan replied that he hadn't turned a blind eye to mistakes when their relatives were having a hard time, which meant Logan could do the same. Kirk thought to himself that Logan had grown up cocky, having secured a little fame. However, judging by his behavior, he has not outgrown his thoughtlessness, but it will not be difficult to deceive such a fool. Uncle said that his house had indeed made a terrible mistake, although it was late. but he would like to formally apologize on behalf of his house. If the guy needs an apology, then Kirk should give it to him. He began to take out some empty check from his pocket. Logan replied that Kirk really wanted to apologize and would not say anything after giving him compensation. Gritting his teeth, the Lord nevertheless bowed and said that he would do whatever he was told for help. Logan can't believe that the heir of the Kiros family, who never thought about his behavior, did this. He thought about being pressured and noticed a lone man standing there watching him. This was the paternal grandfather of the first prince. This man is in fierce opposition. He is the only magician with the sixth circle in the kingdom. Be it Bethros or Kirk, two of the three richest men in the kingdom, they bowed to the Duke's plans. Since he is one of the richest men in the kingdom, Logan has something to entrust him with. After his thoughts, Logan asked his uncle to raise his head. He said that he could fulfill a small request for him. He walked up to the man and started saying something in his ear, which caused his expression to change. Logan said that if he did this, then meeting with His Highness the First Prince would not be difficult at all. Then, after that, they announced that something was starting and asked everyone to pay attention. Now the most important part of the banquet would begin. The young lady had arrived safely, and now they could greet the man who would give her a name. And that man turned out to be the Duke's disciple, young Master Logan McLean. It seems that immediately after birth she received an aura shower from Master Logan. She is glowing with health. When the girl lay in the hero's arms, she joyfully stretched out her little hands towards him. Logan has already thought of a ton of suitable names up to this point, but he can't remember any of them. After some thought, Logan named the baby. Her name was Stella. From the ancient language, this name is translated as a star. The guy hopes that it will become a ray of light illuminating the night sky. Her parents happily agreed with his decision, and the Duke and Duchess beamed with happiness. But it's still strange that she rejected the sacred power. But Logan is sure that it's a trifle. After some time, Rick arrived to Logan, who brought him a lot of letters from aristocrats who sent them because after such a banquet, they wanted to meet with him. The guy replied that Rick should leave them in his chambers. He would refuse everyone at once. The servant was very surprised by this. The hero replied that they needed to return home. A civil war would soon break out. He regrets that he didn't have the chance to meet the third prince, but it's time to get back to preparations. It seems like everything is going according to plan at home as well. Suddenly, Ben came running and asked him if he was really going home. He said that he wanted to teach him the final secret art. Logan was surprised that he had decided to do this out of the blue. He knows that the guy has something even greater. Ben once spoke badly of it, but if used correctly, it will be stronger than him. However, we must not forget that the most important thing is the foundations that give rise to everything. The martial art style he developed prevents the enemy from moving and increases their speed, allowing him to take control of the battle area. The first proper manifestation of this, the heavy sword, is what Ben is now going to train Logan with. His martial art, which allowed him to become an aura user. Suddenly, the next moment, the Duke disappeared from the boy's field of vision. He didn't even see the teacher take a step. While the hero was floating in the clouds, Ben appeared behind him and grabbed him by the neck. It was impossible to follow this strange movement with his eyes. He remembered it from their previous sparring sessions. Logan was very impressed by this, but could it turn a human into an aura user? Ben said his thoughts were written all over his face. At the core of all martial arts are the legs and footwork. However, this only applies to those who do not use the force, Ben said, which seems to be what Logan wanted to say. But the reason Ben is placed above other aura users in the kingdom is because of the spirit shadow. Logan noted to himself that it was a strange name, but since he was so proud, it was worth mastering. The Duke heard that Logan was having trouble with the knight Franz. After these words, the boy became incredibly fired up with the idea of revenge on Franz and his master. His eyes and aura were really burning. Then Logan's training began. The teacher ordered him to step lighter. His heels should only touch when he jumped. Ben admired the guy's talent. He not only copied everything in a couple of hours, but also learned it so well that he could master it completely. Decades spent waiting for someone who could do this for Ben have finally paid off. But excessive praise is poison for a genius. His self-assessment is still inadequate. A little humiliation will do him good. Ben told his student to keep practicing to master the movements and praised him for the work he had done. Then he noticed that something was wrong with the guy's face. He replied that the movements were really amazing. He felt like he had become twice as fast. But it doesn't seem like such a method was created by a knight, but rather by a murderer. The Duke said there was some truth in his assumption. When their king was a prince, he made him, a novice knight, his personal guard. His Majesty has always had plenty of enemies. Even when he ascended the throne, he experienced many horrors that are difficult to talk about. The youth who was delighted to be knighted saw more bloodshed than the knights on the battlefield. To protect the man from the crowd advancing on him, The young man continued to kill more than the killers. He had to become faster and more agile. He needed a martial art that allowed him to control space so that one blow could resolve everything. Ben replied that when he studied the spirit shadow, he felt that he had achieved his goal. And finally, he was able to awaken his aura, and from now on he could protect himself and the people around him. He told the guy not to get cocky just because he understood the theory and trained with a sword all his life. Logan bowed in response and said that he understood everything. He was incredibly happy in his heart and realized that this was the path the greatest swordsman in the kingdom had chosen to become a superhuman. Suddenly Ben said that there was, however, another reason why he came to the guy before leaving. The boy was shocked when he heard that the third prince himself wanted to meet him. That same night, Logan and his master set out beyond the Duke's estate. Logan said that his teacher taught him the spirit shadow so that they could move like this. They got out into the forest, where they reached some lonely building, which was well hidden in the forest. The boy couldn't understand how the third prince could live in such a deserted place on the outskirts of the outer castle. When they entered the house, they discovered an underground staircase that led to an unknown direction. Logan asked the teacher if it was worth the risk to meet him. The Duke replied that he was being closely watched, and he wished to meet the Duke of the Sword's apprentice. When asked if he had heard anything about the third prince, the boy replied that he had only heard rumors that he was suitable for the title of the new king. Ben told him not to say things like that in public. It could get him into trouble. And so, after some time, the heroes reached the chambers of His Highness, where he was waiting for guests. Ben knocked on the door, and when he entered the room, he greeted him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The prince was short and had fair hair. Then Logan greeted him too and knelt down. To himself, Logan thought that he would finally be able to see for himself whether the third prince was fit to be the new king. The young man was surprised that Logan, at such an age, was already a high-ranking knight. This impressed him. He said that he was destined to do great things, unlike a mediocrity like the prince. He then said that he had heard about him. Not only did he fight skillfully, but he also saved his family, which was falling into decline, and even increased its influence. Logan thought to himself that he knew how things were in the outskirts, which most aristocrats considered unimportant. His teacher had not told the prince anything. The prince began to say that since the Duke had rated him so highly, he had conducted his own investigation. The boy thought he would be little better than the other princes, but he greatly exceeded his expectations. The young man said that Logan might not know, but the fate of their country is now in danger. The aristocrats have divided it in two, and are fighting, trying to absorb each other. There are no obvious physical conflicts at the moment, but the situation is like a ticking bomb. Gritting his teeth, the prince said that these idiots did not have an ounce of concern for the common people. They were poison that would destroy the country. Therefore, he needs a force that will pull out the leeches that tempt their country. But then he corrected himself by saying that a prince without power could ask the Duke's people to fulfill his goal. After these words, he turned to the hero and called him the genius of their century and the treasure of the kingdom. He hopes that a talented person like him will fight by his side when the time comes. He extended his hand and asked if he could do it for him. In response, Logan said that he fully shared his opinion, and having met him in person, he became convinced that the rumors that the prince was the only suitable candidate for the title of king were true. However, there are some obstacles preventing Logan from serving him now. Hearing this answer, His Highness realized that he knew he had no chance. But Logan replied that his potential was more than enough. At least everyone can see that his two brothers are exhibiting disgusting behavior. The Duke immediately began to scold him, but the young prince stopped him and said that everything was fine, and asked him to continue. Logan said that his fief is currently at odds with Count Bifrost. He is a formidable opponent and difficult to counter with their current capabilities. Before answering the prince's call, Logan must deal with his own problems. He said that if the guy gave him some time, he would deal with Bifrost and help him with the restored powers of the McLeans. In response to all of the above, he began to praise the boy and said that this was to be expected from the Duke of the Sword's disciple. Finally, the prince agreed he would prepare a gift for him when the time came. As a sign of agreement, they shook hands and Logan said he would look forward to it. As the heroes left the chambers, Ben asked the student what he was thinking when he swore allegiance to the third prince. Logan answered him and said with a smile that he was too straightforward. He did specify that this would happen when he dealt with Bifrost. The hero said that he trusted his teacher, and Ben replied that he could not give any guarantees. He knew that it was not his. Logan could talk about his experiences. The student asked his teacher if he believed the king, but he replied that the decision would not be his, but His Majesty's. Logan said that the first prince would become a tyrant who would destroy the ruling family, and the second would become a terrible king who would destroy the country. Hearing this, Ben became scared and asked who was saying these things. Logan replied that he believed the rumor and thought the third prince was better than the other two. Ben immediately began to make excuses and postpone a direct answer. But the hero said that he wanted to hear his personal opinion. As it turned out, their opinion was similar. The guy was glad to himself that now he had the teacher's approval, even if it was just a seed in his thoughts. But when something unexpected happens, it will grow. As a result, the hero asked his teacher to protect the third prince until he came of age, although chaos would come sooner. The Duke replied that he had always felt that he was rather interesting, but until now he had not understood what he was thinking. Over the past 2 months, Logan has completed many tasks. He visited the king and met the third prince, received railway lines and networks from the Kiros, and secured a promise of cooperation, which would make it easier for them to acquire supplies during the Civil War. It was time for Logan to return home, so he packed up his carriage and wagon and headed to his father. Oswald said on the way that during their stay in the capital they devoted themselves to training. They had a chance to cross swords with the knights of the Duke of the Sword. They also didn't understand how such a heartless guy like Logan could find himself a bride, especially from such a good family. Logan heard all this and answered to himself that he liked Elaine's strength and fighting ability. He brought her to use her as a knight, but they are conditionally engaged. Because of this, he had problems convincing her father to let the girl live on his estate. Suddenly, the girl brought the guy out of her thoughts and asked him to promise that he would keep his promise. Before leaving, the girl's father was very worried about letting go of his own blood and asked her to take care of herself. She said she couldn't come back without results after coming all this way, so Logan had to keep his promise. Logan remembered the feeling when you leave the place where you have lived your whole life. In response, the guy said that he certainly would not deceive the bride, and this eased her worries, and she hopes that they will arrive soon. After some time on the road, Logan brought his newly arrived bride to his parents to meet him. Patrick, Wanda, and Damien were shocked that Logan brought a real girl to the house. Everyone in the throne room was perplexed. Their mouths were incredibly open. Patrick welcomed his son back and asked who the lady was who had arrived with him. Logan introduced Elaine and told her that she was his fiancée. The Count was very happy. He expected that they might be in the courtship stage. But it turned out that they were engaged. It was good that he turned to the Duke of the Sword. He then added that his bride would become a member of the knightly order. The girl introduced herself and said that she would serve him as a daughter-in-law and a knight. Hearing this, Patrick opened his mouth. The news of Elaine's desire to become a knight spread quickly, to which everyone reacted differently. Patrick was predictably indignant. The captain of the knightly order said that something like this had never happened before, but no one could stop him now. Damien also tried to be friendly, but his mother stopped him from doing so. Suddenly, Jeff appeared, telling her to run. He said he didn't know what was going on, but he would fool her. The workers in the city also began to talk about Logan acting up again. They talked among themselves about him bringing a girl who would be both a knight and a bride. People breathed a sigh of relief, because they thought that he had once again ordered another mountain to be leveled, and this news did not surprise them at all. The next day, Elaine armed herself with the McLean family armor and went to the knight's training. Patrick was upset that Logan really wasn't joking. He replied that you don't joke about such things. Father started talking about the fact that she was a woman. In the history of their kingdom, there had never been female knights. Logan replied that Elaine could use force, and in their situation they needed to hire as many useful people as possible. Patrick said that the McLean Knight's training is more intense than others. Even though she is talented, she is still a woman. Elaine, inspired, interrupted the Count's thoughts and said that she would erase their opinions about her abilities as a woman. After a short time of training, she was already lying on the ground without strength. She lay there still unconscious, but automatically considered them to be insane. The girl didn't believe that all knights trained like this. Some had less aura power than hers. Suddenly, Logan appeared over the girl's body and asked if she regretted coming. Logan thought to himself that they needed to finish preparing for war in 2 months before the Bifrost. He was going to let her join them, but he couldn't wait any longer. The girl replied that she regrets that she was not prepared for such training. That's what she regrets. Logan promised her military glory, but she understands that the guy will not be able to keep his promise if she does not try herself. She needs to realize that she will have to earn knightly glory herself. As the hero promised, he will provide her with a fight in which she can earn glory for herself. Logan admitted that the Steel Rose would not stop because of some trifle. We are then transported forward a week, where the knights continued their training by jumping over a cliff. One of the knights tried to get up, but another guy on the other side punched him in the face and sent him down. There, Patrick caught him and said that this knight had lost and was therefore out. The knights said among themselves that their training had always been brutal. But this was just madness. Logan obviously came up with such methods. He sent the knights to frantically train for a castle siege. Patrick praised his siege training. It is also suitable for defense practice. Although a little dangerous, but at the same time, excellent. Next in line was Elaine, who was already waiting below, preparing to attack. As soon as the start was announced, she quickly headed to the top of the cliff, where the knight was waiting for her. The boys watched her and admired her. She was very fast and agile. This drill favors the defender. The attacker needs to be much stronger or have more skills. Just before the rise, the girl spat in the knight's face and disoriented him. She landed on the opposite side without any problems. In an instant, she disarmed the guy and won. The knight desperately sat on the ground with a sword pressed to his throat. Logan announced her as the winner, and Elaine was very happy about it. Looking at her, Patrick did not understand that this girl could be an aristocrat. He said that she tries her best to cope with the training, and her swordsmanship is excellent. At this time, the knights were outraged by the girl's methods of victory, and said that they too would play dirty. Logan was secretly glad that the knights were getting used to training and that Philip was busy with logistics. There was only one last thing that Logan had to decide. The boy turned to his father, and with a serious face said that he needed to discuss something with him. At this time, Philip, who was in the castle, was talking to his subordinates. He told the manager that he checked the storage. They had a lot of empty space. Thanks to this, they would be able to reduce costs and increase the shelf life of their products. He then turned to Dwayne and said that something was wrong with the city's maintenance and the payment of wages. Then he turned to another one and said that even though the weapons were in very good condition, the cleaning oil from Kalia was quite cheaper than from another country. Flugel asked Dwayne about when Philip had arrived. The minister replied that he knew that the young master had ordered him to help manage the fief, but his methods were different. They say he was the one who purchased all the weapons and timber that had recently arrived, and his subordinates didn't understand what Logan was planning to do with it all. We are then taken back to Logan and Patrick, who screamed in surprise when Logan told him that they were preparing for war. The Count realized that he wanted to talk about this in person. He thought that Befros himself would attack them, but Logan replied that they should be the ones provoking the war. Patrick ordered to first state the reasons for this war, his body seething with rage and indignation. Logan said that as far as he knew, Befros hadn't attacked them yet because of his teacher, but this won't last long. Until then, they can continue to build up power. Compared to him, they won't get much yet. Logan added that if he were him, he would make sure it continued that way. Suddenly, Patrick began to suspect that his son knew something that he did not know. If this was so, then he asked to tell him honestly. The hero replied that if he said that he knew when the king would die and that it would happen soon, his father would not believe it. After his words, the Count asked him if he was really going to commit high treason. In response, Logan asked him to meet, that this is true, then how he will develop events later. The struggle between the first and second princes has intensified, and Befros is one of the second prince's key supporters. If they want to fight Befros without being pressured from the outside, now is their only chance while the king lives. When Befros falls, the scales will tip, and that's when Logan will bring the third prince into play. Patrick said he understood his motive, but couldn't they wait until one of the princes was crowned and stall for time until then? Logan thought to himself that after the Civil War, the Empire would immediately absorb them. But that was not an answer. He said that then it would be too late. If the second prince wins, Befros will become his most trusted supporter. But if the first prince wins, Befros's territories will no longer belong to him. They will never again be able to take possession of his lands, nor will they be able to occupy what is rightfully theirs. Patrick, after listening to his speech, said that he understood everything, but he still had many questions. For example, how did they know about the king's imminent death? But he believes him. Everything the guy has done so far has also been questionable. It's as if he knows the future. He understands that he may be in a situation that he can't tell others about, so he will ask the last question and not elaborate any further. Everything Logan has done so far, and everything he plans to do in the future. What is it for? To all this, the guy replied that his goal had always been the prosperity of their family, nothing more. In the end, Patrick believed him he would convince the advisors himself. Logan asked him if he was sure he could handle it. Patrick replied that there was no need to worry and to rely on him. Like his father, he would cope with it. A few days later, the Count gathered a family council and announced that they were going to declare war on Befros. Upon hearing this news, everyone jumped up as if they had been struck by electricity, a reaction that was expected, considering that their fief had only recently become habitable. Patrick did not give up. He reminded everyone of the shameful loss of their lands, of Befros's attempt, and the danger that was inevitable made the blood of those present boil and then freeze, and soon they realized the necessity of war. Patrick couldn't bring up the king's death, so he decided to play on emotions. He had to move on, no matter the cost. 3 weeks later, 3 days before the end of the year, The Baron gathered an army and 152 knights, 1,000 cavalry crossbowmen, including trainees, and 1,532 infantrymen set out. At the head of the army, he ordered all the knights to move on. Not long before, Patrick asked his son if he had a plan before declaring war. Logan replied that they had no choice but to launch a full frontal assault on Bifrost, so they would not declare war on him. Instead, they declared war on the Perez, and his servant ran to the Count and said that the McLeans wanted to declare war on them. They wanted to take revenge for the shame of 6 months ago. Max, having heard this news, began to shake with fear and did not understand anything. At this time, Bifrost also learned that the McLeans had declared war on the Perez. His guard said that they had asked for help and asked what his master would do. The Count replied that he had barely restrained himself because of the Duke of the Sword. But it seemed that they themselves had given them an excuse. Their military strength is roughly twice theirs, although this depends on the veracity of the rumors about crossbows. Then he turned to his knights, among whom was Franz and some unknown second highest knight. He said that they would crush the Parisians when they were intoxicated with their victory. They would bring them down to earth. At this time, the commander of the knights told Patrick that at this rate they would reach the Peratov castle within a day. The Baron said that they were going to change direction. In the castle, Max was shaking with fear, and his guard came running to him, who rushed to tell him the situation on the territory. He told about the McLean army that had disappeared. As it turned out, they were not on his territory, but on the territory of Bifrost. Bifrost understood this, and said that they had bypassed their first castle, and were heading toward the second. They finally arrived at the second castle of Bifrost, where there is a huge granary. The knight captain said that the Bifrost kept most of their supplies there, and if they hadn't occupied it, they would have suffered long-term consequences. He asked Logan if they could win by simply occupying this castle. Before this, Logan said that they would declare war on the Perez, but his real target is the Bifrost castle. They will do everything possible to avoid clashing with their main forces and take over the forces. Patrick said that, however, they ultimately wouldn't even have 2 days before meeting them. Logan said it was okay. They just had to hold out until His Majesty died. Once this happens, all the aristocrats of the kingdom will be forced to drop everything and attend the funeral. This will be a direct order from the royal family, which has enormous power. Patrick replied that if Bifrost committed a crime against the royal family, then he would immediately be accused of treason. Even though Logan said he knew the day of his death, Patrick still can't believe he came up with such a thing. Logan replied that he would never forget this day. The king's death would be announced on New Year's Eve, 2 days left. Then we are returned to the present. The guards who stood guarding the castle walls did not understand where they came from. The commander of the guard is called Jerome. His brother came up to him and told him to calm down. They had already reported to the main castle. They just needed to hold out for 1 day. Jerome said that there were 3,000 of them, about 200 knights alone. He did not understand how they could hold out against such a force. The main castle would help, but it would be difficult to fight them off with the castle's forces. The brother replied that they just needed to guard the fortress and hold on. If they acted in a coordinated manner, they would last a day. 3 high-ranking knights justify their keep. Patrick then ordered all his warriors to attack. Among the leading figures of the warriors was Logan. The McLean cavalrymen readied their crossbows for the oncoming charge. Dozens of arrows filled with aura were directed towards the castle. Jerome tensed when he saw how many arrows were aimed in his direction. As it turned out, the arrows could not penetrate the stone walls of the castle. They simply hit the wall and fell down broken. Seeing this, Jerome's brother ordered his archers to prepare for an attack. After this, arrows filled with other powers flew from behind the castle walls. James realized that this was the limit of the bow's range. Logan said that the same was true for crossbows. No matter how much force they used, they would hardly reach the walls of the fortress. The knight asked if they should cease fire, but Logan said it was better to keep them under control. Besides, if it was about the number of arrows, then Jeff would do more than enough. Hearing this, James asked the young master to give him additional days of leave. Then Logan turned to Hank and said that he had a favor to ask of him too. The elder replied that he did not think that they would have to participate in the war. Jerome watched as the crossbowmen continued to shoot at the wall and didn't understand the point. They weren't getting anywhere. It was just a waste of arrows. He couldn't imagine that the magicians could harm his castle. Suddenly, the whole wall began to shake and a sound began that burst out throughout the entire territory. It was a huge stone golem that was summoned by Hank. It was hitting the ground. Jerome was scared that there were such powerful magicians in the McLean squad. Before this, Logan talked to Hank. He asked him to use golems in the war. The guy replied that they could protect them from arrows or easily remove enemies from the way. And if the mages need mana stones, Logan is ready to provide them. To which Hank was very surprised that the fight was so important. But then he replied that the hero was asking for the impossible, and it wasn't even about the mana stones. It's about their lives. Few people know that after the golem receives a certain amount of damage, it will then move to the caster. Of course, the mages were looking for ways to fix this. Then the elder handed the guy a look at this research work, disrupting the flow of magical energy sent by the mana. But the man stopped talking. Logan's dream of a golem army was dashed, but Hank responded by saying he had a proposal. We are then taken back to the present, where the summoned golems were digging tunnels beneath themselves. Jerome and his brother watched this. They said that the golems went underground along with their enemies. He began to bite his nails under the stress and wondered what they were planning. Were they really planning to dig a tunnel under the wall? His brother reassured him and said that they had started digging in the morning and it was already getting dark. At this rate, reinforcements would arrive before the golems got there. Suddenly, at some point, the whole wall began to shake. All the people there were scared by this. Jerome then asked his brother what the chances were that the walls would collapse. The guy said that it was impossible, to which the brother began to complain about why the whole wall was shaking. The captain was tense because Patrick's army had not attacked for such a long time. They were probably planning something. They need to attack their mage squad with a strike force. Jerome personally was going to go down and attack them, but his brother stopped him. He is now a commander. He cannot go anywhere. He decided to deal with them himself. He needs to be given a couple of nights. The guy said that his brother gets upset too easily, for which he apologized. After some time, Jaron and his shock troops were walking on horseback through the forest. The knights were talking about how the sun was already setting. Jaron said that the enemies were surrounded by forest to the south and west, so it would be safer to go around them along the southern side of the forest and attack. And so, finally, the squad reached the magicians. The deputy commander saw 5 knights guarding the entrance to the tunnel. Then he saw the captain of the order, whose strength level was completely different. He was a high-ranking knight like him. He thought to himself that the McLeans couldn't possibly have so many high-level knights. If he killed him, the situation would turn in their favor. One of his knights began to dissuade him, saying that it was an obvious trap, and that he had no plans to attack. He replied that they needed to be dealt with first, and then return to the western walls. The knights were worried about Jaren in their thoughts. He had been worried since the invasion began. He and his brother are special. They came from a family of commoners, but at the same time they are high-ranking knights, which is a rarity, even within the entire country. Thanks to this, they were awarded the honorary title of guards of the second castle. Perhaps it was because of their past, but my brother was always worried that his position as commander would be taken away from him. Unnecessary mistakes and loss of self-control are the least of the problems. Jerome's reputation among the knights is falling. Even his brother's attempts to help have their limits. This fight may be their last chance. Returning to the present, Jaron ordered the squad to immediately attack the entrance to the tunnel, and the knights located there. The McLean knights noticed their arrival and began to warn others further away. Jaron noticed that the knights were heading towards the tunnel. Their numbers are greater, but they also have a high-ranking knight. The guy noticed it was strange that they ran away without a doubt. He understood that it was a trap, but he continued moving towards the enemies. As they approached the entrance, arrows began to fly out from inside, one of which Jaron managed to dodge. He was angry at such actions. He thought that these pathetic arrows would not kill such a high-ranking knight as him. The guy successfully dodged the arrows, but his horse had a hard time. In the end, she simply fell to the ground dead. The guy managed to jump out from under the body of the dead horse at the last moment. The rest of the knights and horses also began to die. One after another, they began to fall to the ground. Jaren thought to himself that he could not help ordinary knights who were unable to deflect arrows, and ordered those who could deflect arrows to move forward by force. He was worried that if he could only defeat a high-ranking knight, then the rest and the mages would be easy to defeat in close combat. Suddenly, the next moment, Hank used his spell, and huge boulders began to fall from the ceiling of the cave. Their path of retreat was very soon blocked. Then the magician cast the spell again, and the enemy knights began to sink into the ground, which became a swamp. Then the captain appeared with Hank, who said that their horses had been killed by arrows, and that they had no way back either. Jaren thought to himself that this was a failure. He needed to save as many of his men as he could and quickly regroup while he held them off. Suddenly, he heard Logan's voice above him. The boys shouted that they were starting the attack, and after that, all of McLean's knights headed towards the castle walls. Jaren realized that his brother was in danger and became enraged. Somewhere in the past, when Hank said he had a proposal, he added that the golems would dig a hole to bring down the castle walls. It would not be difficult to destroy the supports located under the walls. Logan said that in order to maintain a safe distance from the arrows, it would be necessary to stay at a distance. Even a golem would take time to reach the castle walls. Then the guy suggested to do it this way. They would lure the enemy into the tunnel. Hank realized that he wanted to redirect their forces. The elder wasn't sure they would fall for it, but Logan reassured him that one tunnel wouldn't be enough. So, he needs to create an earthquake. Hank said that magic can do that, but he can't cause a real one. Logan replied that it's not scary. There's something going on underground, they just need to get a reaction out of them. And as soon as some forces are redirected to reconnoiter the situation, Logan will attack the castle walls. At this time, Jerome was on edge because they attacked while his brother was not with him. Then, making a quick decision, he ordered the archers to start firing. Arrows filled with power flew towards Damien and Elaine. Somehow they didn't cause any harm and they continued moving forward without any problems. Reaching the walls, the couple jumped into the sky, jumping off their horses. Having jumped high above the wall, the girl found herself within walking distance of entering the castle. Elaine said that the height of the cliff she trained on for several months was significantly higher than the height of these walls. The knight who was on this wall was surprised that a woman was flying towards him into battle. Elaine said to herself that she would definitely find her glory there. She landed on the ground, cutting down the guard with one blow. Suddenly, another guard appeared behind the girl and swung at her. The next moment, Elaine was saved, and Damien stood up for her, appearing next to her in time. In her mind, Elaine fully understood what it was like to be on the battlefield the first time she killed a man. Then she hit herself in the face in order to bring herself to her senses. Damien was surprised by this. He told her that he had heard that she was eager to gain glory in this fight, and that he wanted it too. The boy wants to contribute to their victory and become stronger so as not to yield to Victor, the one who is very quickly increasing his power. The next moment, the pair rushed towards the enemies, simultaneously earning their beloved glory. Logan, who was looking down at them, was surprised at how excited they were. He didn't understand when Damien managed to become a knight of mid-rank, and he also noticed that he had a new sword. The hero is proud of his younger brother, but now he has no time for this. It is too dangerous to rage like this. At this rate, high-ranking knights will come to deal with these two. After that, he also began to climb the wall, jumping off his horse. As soon as he landed on the wall, he threw back the nearest guards with one swing. One of the guards stood next to the hero, trembling with fear. In one move, the guy decapitated him. Logan decided that he needed to continue to attract the enemy's attention, and he also had to defeat the commander of the castle guards. Patrick also found himself on the wall, the knights around him flying from the swings of his sword. The next moment, Jerome appeared, crossing swords with the count. Jerome said he would cut off the man's head, and Patrick was glad to have met the commander of the guard. The guy thought to himself that even though he was now an advanced rank knight, until recently he had a high rank, like him. The duelists jumped away from each other, and Patrick deprived the commander of his head with one swing of his sword. The guy's head flew off to the side, separating from his body. Jerome was standing below at this time, and being in a stupor, he could not move. One of the guards ran up to him, wanting to know what that golden flash was. Jaren couldn't believe that his brother could die so easily at the hands of enemies. The deputy commander began shouting angrily that reinforcements were already on the way. They just needed to buy time. He said that he would take full command upon himself, while the guards held him. After that, Logan told him that there would be no help. He said this while landing on the ground next to Jaren. Driven by anger and a desire for revenge, the boy was incredibly happy that the chance for his revenge came to him on its own. The guy was about to attack, but Logan got ahead of him and in an instant was right in front of him. Using a quick step, the boy slit the new commander's throat. Logan turned to face him with disgust and said that if anyone was going to die, it would be him. Soon, after everything had calmed down, Hank and the captain of the order arrived, safe and sound, which certainly made the hero happy. He said he was very glad to see them safe and sound. Hank said it was all thanks to the captain. The captain added that 2 enemy knights had escaped over the wall, but Logan reassured him that it was no big deal. They dealt with the remaining enemy knights, and the castle was successfully captured. The hero said that they won without much effort only thanks to the 2 of them. These words greatly embarrassed the men, but they thanked him. Suddenly, the next moment, Logan put his hand on the magician's shoulder and said that he had one more request. The boy asked Hank and his mages to create a moat with water around the castle walls before the enemies arrived. When everything was done, the magicians were exhausted. They lay tired on the walls of the castle. Logan was happy that Hank not only surrounded the castle with a moat, but also patched up the walls. He admitted that earth magic really couldn't compare to other types of magic. Hank thought to himself that he had a strange feeling that their magic was starting to specialize in buildings. The ditch is 5 meters deep and wide. If you fall into it in heavy armor, even a knight will have a hard time getting out. At this time, Logan scolded his knights and ordered them to pour and not spare the oil. Pour so much that they would slip as soon as they stepped on it. Logan was glad that they had organized the defense of the castle in time. It would soon be lunchtime, when the army of Bifrost was expected to arrive. At this time, just as Logan wished, Bifrost arrived with his army. Logan, his father, and the captain of the knights stood on the castle walls and watched the situation. The boy thought to himself that the king would die at midnight and would stand here until the evening. As soon as Bifrost saw that the MacLeans dared to plant their flag in his castle and spoiled its surrounding area, he became angry. He asked Franz about the brothers who were defending the castle, and he replied that they seemed to have died. Here the count understood why they had managed to dig a ditch, and he began to scold the brothers for not even being able to hold the castle walls. Then Bifrost turned to his second awakened knight Aslan, who said that judging by the words of their people who managed to escape, they had about 150 knights and less than 2,500 soldiers. He also added that their lord is an advanced knight, and they have about 10 people who are earth mages. Bifrost grinned sarcastically and realized that they had prepared their secret weapon. Then he asked the result of the battle, and the guy smiled widely and replied that the war would end with their crushing victory. Logan and his father stood on the castle walls, and the count said that the enemy had about 300 knights, and the number of soldiers exceeded 5,000. And with them are the magicians from the magical Tower of Wind and Roger himself. Moreover, with them are Alan, the super-speed knight, and Franz, the moonlight knight. Logan watched his father's behavior and realized that the difference in power must be making him nervous. Suddenly, the castle grounds were illuminated by the loud voice of Bifrost, who said that he was addressing the dirt that had invaded here, forgetting its place. After his speech, the count ordered the troops to advance. Logan and the captain noticed that they weren't even protecting themselves with shields. They seemed overconfident. The hero wanted to check what was going on, and ordered to open fire from crossbows on the horsemen. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, the enemy knights' bodies were covered in magical shields. The captain and Logan were very surprised by this. They saw that there were several mages in the rear of the troops who were providing the soldiers with shields. Bifrost said that no matter how good their specific weapons were, they were no match for magic. Logan was privately annoyed that the crossbows were weakened by magic. They would do nothing to the knights. He ordered the knights to aim at the soldiers, and the knights to step into designated places and prepare for battle. They need to smash their heads in before they get here. For a long time, the outcome of the war was determined by the users of the force. Since the crossbows don't work, Logan will just defeat them himself. At this time, Alan jumped off his horse and headed to climb the wall. In his past, no one believed in him. He was a dwarf, and no one believed that he could simply lift a sword. The girls told him that he looked like a monkey and laughed at him. Short in stature, with long arms and a distinctive appearance, his appearance always attracted attention wherever he went, but now it was different. Alan didn't listen to those idiots, and through incredible efforts, became an advanced knight. When he started climbing the walls, he realized that the MacLeans had done something to the walls, but that wouldn't stop him. At the top of the wall, the boy noticed Elaine looking down at him. He was surprised by this and fell into the water that surrounded the castle. When he started to get out of there, the soldiers started shouting to be careful. Even the advanced knight couldn't cope. Alan noticed Elaine laughing at him from the wall and said he would give her a good laugh. We are then taken to Patrick, who was engaged in a confrontation with Franz. Patrick looked very angry and furious, and said that he had heard that his son had displeased Franz. The battle was heating up. The knights of both sides clashed in a bloody fight. Elaine continued to fight Alan at this time, and successfully took all of his attacks. Alan noticed that the girl was holding up well, but he couldn't figure out if all the girls from the MacLean house were so daring. The girl thought to herself that he was only targeting her, or rather, that he was just having fun. Suddenly, the monkey asked her if everything was okay with her, and if she was really mad that she had to deal with the monkey. It turns out that Elaine understood everything correctly, but she will restrain this advanced knight here. On one of the castle walls, Logan fought 3 knights of Bifrost at once. They didn't understand what had happened. One of the knights had clearly heard that the MacLean's eldest son was a high-ranking knight, so why couldn't 3 people of similar rank push him back even a step? They wondered if the rumors that he had wounded Sir Franz were true. Then Logan interrupted them and began to mock them about how the knights of Bethros really fought with tongues. The knights could not tolerate such insolence, and all 3 of them pounced on the guy in an instant. As they approached, Logan walked through all 3 of them, cutting through their bodies along the way, causing serious injuries. The guys didn't understand when he managed to end up behind them. One of the knights said that he didn't even notice how he started moving. Logan told them that their thoughts were obvious. He noticed that their legs were buckling with fear. Then the knights admitted that they were facing a serious opponent. and that they needed to be more careful and cautious. Logan thought to himself that the knights were given a high rank for a reason. They wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Moreover, one of the knights protected his vital organs with precision and minimal use of force. There's no point in thinking about the Moonlight Knight that Patrick is busy with. Logan is more concerned about Alan, the Superspeed Knight. He decided that he couldn't waste his time on them any longer, and rushed into the attack. The next moment, the guy appeared behind them, leaving them confused. The knights saw the hero's movements and counterattacked. Logan stepped on one of the knights and pinned his face to the ground and attacked the green-haired knight. He attacked him and forced him to fly away with his power into a distant flight. Then, to deal with the third knight, he thrust his sword and filled it with aura. He released a huge fireball towards him, which rushed towards the remaining knight. When it reached its target, it exploded with enormous force, destroying everything around it. As it turned out, one of the knights remained alive. He attacked the guy from behind and from behind. Just as he thought he had hit the target, he was immediately cut open from behind and fell dead. Then, another knight appeared, having survived being hit by a fireball, and asked Logan what those moves were. Before he could finish his thought, a sword was pierced through his body. It was Demian, who was glad that his brother was no longer in danger. He said that he came running as soon as he saw him fighting with 3 high-ranking knights. The boy said that he had pierced the enemy's heart just in time. But then Victor appeared and objected, saying that he had cut off his hands faster. The guys started arguing about whose attack brought the next death to the enemy knight. Logan stood and watched as the boys decided who was more of a knight, and who lied to whom more. The half-blooded brothers then turned to Logan and asked him to settle their dispute and tell them who had killed that knight. The guy grinned and hit them on the heads, making them calm down. Logan replied that the blows had been delivered simultaneously. They were the tension on the battlefield. And yet thanks to them, Logan was now free. He needed to hurry. At this time, Elaine continued to fight with Alan and was losing ground. He told her that she had the same attitude as a man, since she had not yet burst into tears from the pain. The girl thought to herself that the hand she was holding the sword in was weakening. It was arrogant of her to think that it would stand up to an advanced knight. If he had wanted to kill her, she would have been dead long ago. In an instant, the monkey found himself in front of his enemy and grabbed her by the neck. The guy lifted the girl above his head and said that she looked scared. She needed to be treated better. Alan would treat her well. The next moment, the girl spat in the guy's face. She told him to go to hell and said she'd rather kill herself. Alan was very angry and asked if she really thought she had a choice. The next moment, Logan appeared and asked him why he didn't play with him. Logan blew it up and sent it flying away while he took care of his fiancée. The guy asked the bride if she could stand and she replied that she was fine. Alan was upset that Logan took his toy from him. In his mind, Logan was afraid. He attacked him himself, but his hand went numb. Everything will be different from when fighting high-ranking knights. At this time, the knights were watching the battle between Logan and Alan. The advanced knight is very fast. They can't even keep up with him. But they didn't understand how Logan could keep up with him, since he himself was only a high-ranking knight. Alan admitted that the guy had good speed. It seemed like he had a good artifact in his hands. In the battle, the boys jumped away from each other. After fighting Alan, Logan realized that his fast movements were due to the artifact. Alan replied that he could hear the thoughts of the young master. Young masters are all the same. Their enemy is in front of them, and they doubt and get lost in their thoughts. And as soon as they stop keeping up with the monkey, they lose. And Alan decided that Logan would be no exception. The guy pounced on the hero with lightning speed, but almost instantly received a beam of power and a counterattack. Alan admitted that Franz was right about him. Logan does indeed use a strange secret fighting style. Logan then attacked him, and their forces clashed in a devastating fight. A moment later, Alan pounced on the guy, lightning fast, bringing his sword closer to his face. Logan realized that he had missed. Was it just luck? Alan was surprised that the hero was not going to dodge. He called the guy crazy and asked if he wanted to die together. The advanced knight was very scared when he realized that he would not be able to fight anymore. The next moment, the knights pierced each other with their swords. Logan was down. Alan was glad that he was ready to finish him off, but he could barely scratch him. The only thing that prevented the monkey from celebrating his victory was the sudden appearance of Elaine, who ran to help Logan. The guy told her that she would be next, but the girl was very scared that her fiancé was defeated. Suddenly, the knight saw a bright blue light behind him, which was emitted by the bracelet on Logan's hand. Alan remembered that only priests could emit such light. He decided that he had to kill the guy as soon as possible. But the girl did not allow him. She ordered him not to move and put her sword to him. She didn't know what was going on here, but she wouldn't let the knight interfere with the young master. If it weren't for the wound Logan inflicted on the guy, this blow would have been trivial for him. Suddenly, Logan's voice really scared the monkey. and he turned towards the source of light. Logan turned out to be alive and said they could start a second round, but with a different weapon. The guy was very scared of this outcome. This time he was disarmed. When Logan fed power into the sword, the mana inside him heightened his senses, making it feel like everything around him was slowing down. He held in his hands the artifact that made Alan a super-speed knight. The guy became indignant because he thought that the guy would never be able to cope with the power of this artifact. In an instant, Logan rushed through the enemy, wounding him very badly, which undoubtedly surprised the guy. Logan aimed for the heart, but unfortunately he only hit the torso. He was unlucky. Alan began to curse him and ask how he healed that hole in his stomach. He didn't understand how a kid like him could get hold of such an artifact. The bracelet of restoration that the king gave him has magic that can turn any fatal wound into a mere scratch. If he wasn't killed instantly, Logan could recover, but it was a risky bet. He almost died. Then Logan decided to finally take out one of Befros's key men. With one swing, Logan reached the monkey's body and almost killed it. But suddenly, Alan's allied knights arrived to help him. While Logan was defending himself from the attacks of his enemies, Alan realized that he had a great chance to kill the guy who had his back to him. But the knight's plans were thwarted by Elaine, who jumped on him to kill him. Elaine ordered him not to dare attack her young master. She landed a direct blow to his stomach, causing the already open wound to bleed. The next moment, Logan turned around and saw that his enemy was trying to escape with the help of his subordinates. Elaine was about to follow him, but Befros and the mages from the magical Tower of Wind are waiting below, and chasing him will cost them more than he's worth. Then the hero raised Alan's sword above himself and declared himself the winner who had defeated his next enemy. Befros, watching him from below, said that this was an incredible disgrace. One of the mages asked the master if they should intervene, to which Befros replied that even if they attacked now, he would be able to fight back. Besides, he had trampled the fighting spirit of their troops. Then the count asked what was wrong with Aslan, and the knight he asked replied that they had been informed that his life was not in danger. But they didn't bring any advanced potions with them, so he won't be able to continue fighting. Befros said that these rats are well prepared. The longer this goes on, the harder it is for them. He wants to see how long they can hold out. Suddenly, Befros announced that they needed to retreat, and all the knights immediately began to group together for retreat. The MacLean knights began to be unable to believe that they were escaping and that victory was theirs. Patrick, who had been fighting Franz all this time, was unable to win, and Franz began to get ready to leave, saying that the count was just lucky. The fight ended quickly, but even so, Franz found out that even the advanced MacLean knight was nothing special. Logan then ran to his father, and his father asked him if he was okay, to which he replied, yes. Patrick apologized to him and said that he was only able to keep him there. Logan thought to himself that they were both advanced knights, but the difference between them was great, since his father had only recently received this rank. The boy put his hand on his father's shoulder and told him to rest. The enemies were exhausted, so they had time until they returned. After this, the father and son sat down on the castle walls to rest after the battle. Elaine and Victor were busy patching up each other's wounds. That same night, the MacLean knights noticed the flag of the Perez on the horizon, who were determined. When the guards announced this to all the allies, Logan and his father were very scared and immediately went to watch. Befros was also surprised by this. He asked Max if he himself had brought his army here to help him. Max replied that he knew it was a trifle for the Count of the Southwest, but he was in a hurry, hoping that it would be useful. He thought to himself that together with Befros's army, they would definitely crush the MacLeans if they tried to gain his favor. Standing on the wall, Logan told his father about Perez's plans, and he called him a nasty guy. After listening to his son, the Count said that there was no choice, and he would have to do it. Inside the city, which is surrounded by several troops, one of the families was worried about how long they should stay at home. The girl's mother replied that there was still a little time left. Their father said that they should all pray together that when the new year comes tomorrow, the war will end. Outside, Befros ordered all his knights to attack the castle. Logan ordered the archers to start firing. James said that they had only killed the Perez soldiers with their arrows, but Logan said that it didn't matter. They had to keep shooting. Franz was also at the head of the knights. He ordered to prepare for a siege. They could not relax until they reached the walls. Approaching the castle walls, Franz and his subordinates began to climb up. Logan noticed the enemies climbing up and ordered the guards to throw them into the ditch. Franz used his sword to scale the wall by extending it. After a short flight, the advanced knight landed on the castle walls, finding himself face to face with Logan. Suddenly, the man was hit by an attack that caused a large explosion. Franz was able to defend himself from this attack, and noticed that this attack was too fast. The person who launched this attack at him was Patrick, who said that the name Speed was engraved on this sword. Logan decided that the sword was not really suitable for him. It would be better for his father to use it. Patrick decided that he should let his son go further, even though he was weaker than the Knight of Moonlight. But with the sword that his son gave him, he would help him. Franz noticed that the Count had Alan's sword, and he decided to return it to him at all costs. As Logan moved on, he had great faith in his father in his mind. Suddenly, while moving, he noticed Victor, who was fighting with enemy knights. The hero then landed on one of the enemies and surprised the young knight. Logan asked him if he could continue fighting. The guy replied that he would continue to fight without a doubt, and that he could handle them alone. Hearing this, Logan ordered Victor to knock as many people off the walls as he could. If that doesn't work, they can allow enemies to climb the walls. Bifrost noticed this as strange. Their people were able to climb the walls much easier than before. No one was really opposing them. If that's not the case, then the McLeans are up to something. Logan looked down from the walls and saw that there were almost no enemies left below. Then, a huge flow of mana appeared in the city, and Logan ordered his knights to retreat. Hearing this, Bifrost was very surprised, and all the enemy troops were also surprised by this. After this, the Count felt the earth begin to shake. This earthquake was caused by the magicians led by Hank. He was at the peak of his powers, and called Logan's orders simply ridiculous. The Allied forces immediately began to retreat, just to avoid falling under the attack radius of the magicians. After this, the walls of the castle began to collapse, and all the knights who were there fell to the ground. Bifrost was filled with rage as he watched this scene. A moment later, the castle walls collapsed and the way into the castle was revealed. Logan rushed to Hank, and he said that on his orders, he and the students used the rest of their energy to destroy all the walls. The hero praised the young magicians and said that a significant portion of their enemies must be buried under the ruins. Considering the knights' physical abilities, they are most likely fine. Bifrost did not understand the logic in his actions. He destroyed his last line of defense with his own hands, which brought his death closer. Enraged, Bifrost began to use his magic and created a huge sphere of ice above his head. Logan ordered Hank to take his students and retreat, then Patrick approached, asking to be allowed to ask one last time. The next moment, a red light appeared in the sky above the castle, which surprised everyone at once. Logan remembered it clearly. That day, a red light appeared over every tower in the country, notifying people of the news. Patrick recognized this signal. It meant that something had happened to the ruling family. After this, Logan turned to Bifrost and said that he knew about this signal. It meant that something had happened to the ruling family. They all need to stop fighting immediately and contact the king. Bifrost had a really good chance to grind them into dust. Franz asked him what he would do. The Count didn't care what had just happened. He ordered his troops to prepare for battle. Patrick called Bifrost crazy. Does he really want to continue the fight after the light signal? This is against the orders of the ruling family. Bifrost replied that he had no idea what they meant. In front of him, he saw only his enemies. He said this, making a furious face. Logan was confused by Bifrost's anger. He didn't expect him to attack, risking being seen as a traitor. Bifrost ordered to fight to the last, and to execute Patrick with his family and troops. Suddenly, a voice appeared that brought the Count out of the stream of anger. He said that he heard the voice of Bifrost. After that, Hank appeared, carrying with him a magical sphere with some kind of bell on the other side. It was the Minister of Defense who, having learned that Bifrost refused to stop the attack, asked him if he really wanted to commit treason. After these words, the minister announced to everyone that the king was dead. All aristocrats were obliged to come to the funeral. This took precedence over all other obligations. Unable to resist the orders of the ruling family, Bifrost bowed his head and said that he accepted the order of the ruling family. He turned his head and addressed the McLeans, telling them not to think that this was the end of it. He turned his horse and ordered his troops to return to the kingdom. Logan and the knights were very happy to have won a victory over such a great enemy. Patrick and Logan still couldn't believe that they actually won. Logan admitted to himself that it had been very risky at the end. If Hank hadn't brought the communication sphere, Bifrost would have tried to destroy them with magic. Given how variable human anger can be, Logan decided he needed to try to rely on more than just knowledge from the past. The boy then turned to Hank and asked how he knew they would need the sphere. The magician replied that he was in hiding but brought it because they were contacted through it from the palace. Logan thanked him for this. His tower's contribution to this war was the greatest. In that case, the elder decided to ask for additional funding. Logan replied that he would talk to Dwayne about it. At this time, Elaine also could not believe this news. She stood in the middle of the street and was in a stupor. When Logan found the girl, she was incredibly happy that her fiancé was alive and well. The guy said that she almost died in her first fight against an advanced knight. Elaine replied that every knight must go through this. Then he praised the girl. In his first fight, Logan could only hold on and not run away. Few people know what Logan's first fight was like. He just froze and couldn't move from fear. That's why Logan was worried about her, but she did much better than expected. After that, Logan said he hoped he could continue to watch her progress. For such words, Elaine was incredibly happy. As a sign of agreement, they shook hands. The next day, as soon as the sun rose, my father ordered the soldiers who could move to inform the inhabitants that the castle now belonged to the McLeans. The question arose about the need to immediately go to the capital for the funeral. Patrick told his subordinates that it was important to compensate for the losses in the war, and it would still be good not to be too late, so they needed to quickly pack their things and leave. Then that same day, Logan asked the mages to build new walls around the castle. The students of the magician Hank fell to the ground exhausted and began to say that they did not believe that they were magicians and not builders. The elder told them to be patient for a while, because they were promised a long vacation later. Suddenly, a bright light came out from the chest of one of the students, which was caused by the flow of mana in his body. He was incredibly happy that he received the 4th magic circle in his young years. Hank was secretly happy for his boys. Perhaps they were growing up precisely because of these construction works. What happened later became the basis for the McLean mages to begin their journey into military engineering. Sometime later, in the capital, the Knight of the Holy Sword stood in his chambers and thoughtfully watched the situation in the kingdom after the death of the king. Then his thoughts were interrupted by servants who told him that Patrick and Logan had arrived. They were met by Lewis, who began asking if they were tired after such a long journey. Logan asked him how his teacher was doing. The man replied that he was very surprised. No one expected the king to die so suddenly. The guy asked him if he knew the cause of death. He replied that he lost consciousness while he was engaged in state affairs. Logan was very surprised that the king died of a cerebral hemorrhage from overwork in his past life. He had a heart attack due to old age. While both cases were a matter of age, Logan noticed that something was wrong. After some time, the gentleman reached the Duke's office, which was dejected by the sudden news. Logan thought to himself that they hadn't seen each other for a couple of months, but he had aged a lot. Ben understood this. He said that his decrepit body now matched his age. Lewis said that his lordship had overdone it while conducting his investigation into his majesty. Logan realized that the king's death seemed to have hurt him deeply. Then Patrick started talking about how he heard that his incompetent son owed him money. It was an honor for him to meet him. Ben was his idol. The Duke began to talk about the situation in the country, and Logan was surprised that the situation was so bad. He replied that she was not a good woman, and called Jordan and Carl scumbags. Carl is an influential figure in the first prince's faction, and Jordan is in the second prince's faction. The man said that at this rate the country would split in two. Both dukes forgot that it was necessary to maintain a balance between the factions, and went into open confrontation. They also dared to put pressure on him with the life of the third prince, which made the Duke very angry. Logan said that it was because Ben was the patron of a prince who was underage, and in order to save him, he had to join one of the factions. If the man continues to refuse their demands, the third prince will be in great danger. Logan thought to himself that neither faction would really risk drawing attention to themselves with the sudden death of the prince at a time like this. But it would happen. There were many assassination attempts on the third prince in his past life. There is no point in allowing those incidents to happen again. At one point, Ben asked Lewis to bring the third prince to his estate, but his student stopped him in time. As much as he wanted to keep the prince close, he couldn't be with him all the time. Instead, he needs to announce that Ben will not participate in the factional conflict. What they fear most is not that the Duke will not be on their side, but that he will become their enemy. Here the boy was interrupted by his father, and said that he thought that his son came here to ask for help from the Duke of the Sword after what happened to Bifrost. Logan replied that they could solve their problems themselves. In response to this, Patrick apologized for showing his unattractive side. Ben said he was too stubborn and couldn't see the whole picture. He thanked his student and said that if he could fulfill his duty with just words, then there was nothing more to discuss. The fate of their nations will be as heaven wills. Logan thought to himself that, unlike his previous life, instead of succumbing to pressure to become neutral, he had chosen his own place, which would bring him practical benefits. Suddenly, Ben told him that he couldn't help his family right now, but if they were afraid that something would go wrong, they could come to him. Logan was delighted that he could fulfill any request his student asked. In fact, he was just joking and did not expect to receive such a gift, but still, he has nothing to ask from him. But if one day a request came up, Logan would be glad if he considered it. Suddenly, one of the servants burst into their room and told them that two superhumans had suddenly appeared at their estate. One of the superhumans is named Clarence, who told his interlocutor that he did not expect to see him here. The second one is called Marquis, who answered the same thing. Clarence asked him if he had come to get beaten by the Duke of the Sword. He doubted he was interested in their factions. An incredible tension arose between the men, hanging in the air and causing the servants standing nearby to shake with fear. Suddenly Ben appeared and asked them why they were spoiling the mood in the air with their thirst for killing. When he entered the room, they suddenly stood up from their chairs and began to show artificial tension. Ben said they abandoned their duties to pick sides, but they show him respect. The Marquis said he remembered the lesson Ben taught him, and his body noticed it too. This time he came not to him, but to his guests, the McLeans. Carl also replied that he had also come for this purpose, and that he did not want to displease him in any way. Suddenly, a moment later, Logan enters the room and says that it would be an honor for him to meet such great people. The gentlemen were very surprised by the sudden appearance of the disciple of the Holy Sword, and one of them said that he had heard about him. But suddenly, they revealed that they had come to the estate to meet Patrick, not his son. When Patrick came out next, he said that it was an honor for him to meet 2 supermen of their kingdom. The men did not understand why they came out one by one. He said that his son was currently handling the affairs of their home, so it would be better to contact his son. The superhumans were interested in these words. They thought that Logan was very strong, since he takes care of the whole house at his age. Communication with the young talent always fascinated them. When the guy asked what they wanted to talk about, Marquis said that he liked his straightforwardness. Considering that they were all busy people, it was better for them to get straight to the point. Carl said that Logan recently fought with Bifrost from the second prince's faction. Why doesn't he take this opportunity to pledge allegiance to the first prince? If he agrees, they will support his house. His uncle Kairos is also on his side, so it would be good if Logan joined them too. Then the Marquis began to speak. He said that the guy had better swear allegiance to the second prince. Then they would achieve a favorable outcome in the investigation of the situation with Bifrost. The man put his hand on the boy's shoulder and asked if it wouldn't be better for the neighbors to live in peace. Logan knew he was being intimidating, but he was right. The castle they had captured bordered a trading city. The Marquis would easily use his influence if he wanted. But even so, Logan has no intention of joining their factions, at least for now. If you think about it a little, it's obvious if Logan chose the first prince, the second would use his fight with Bifrost as a pretext to start a civil war. If he chooses the second, then, although he will be forced to make peace with Bifrost, the Marquis will then invade his territory, declaring that his warning was ignored. So Logan decided to turn everyone down. He apologized and said that it was difficult for him to make a decision now. Interrupting the people's conversation, Ben began to ask what they were allowing themselves to do. The Duke's words greatly frightened the superhumans. He said it was a pathetic sight. They stopped pretending and decided to set the line straight by involving his student in it. Here, Carl began to justify himself, saying that it was not that he was his student. They made an offer specifically to the McLean house. The Marquis added that they did not want to go against his will, but only wanted to discuss the future of the McLean house. When Ben asked if they were absolutely sure it wouldn't affect him, they swore. He then said that he did not intend to get involved in factional disputes, which greatly surprised the superhumans. He said that today he decided that he would not take part in the factional confrontation. Therefore, they will not be able to get it through Logan or anyone else. Before leaving the estate, Carl told the boy to think carefully about his offer. The Marquis also told him that it was a great success for the McLeans. If they had attacked Bifrost after the funeral, the second prince would not have bothered with negotiations. Logan understood this, and therefore arranged the attack in advance. When they left, the hero breathed a sigh of relief. Even the conversation had tired him out. After this, Ben asked his student if he would participate in the faction war, to which Logan replied that if necessary, he would. He regrets to say this, but for now he does not have enough strength to stick to his ideals. However, no matter what path he chooses, he will do everything possible to maintain his honor. Ben thought to himself that his beliefs belonged only to him. He could not impose them on others, even if they were his only student. Then the Duke sent the boy to rest, because the funeral would soon begin. After some time, in the rain, men carried the coffin with the former king. When the coffin was carried to the place where it was supposed to be, the bishop, who was supposed to accompany the king on his final journey, went up to it. There was incredible tension in the hall, as the first and second princes and their subordinates watched the behavior of the third prince and Ben with disdain. Logan said to himself that instead of remembering the deceased, they decided to split up and keep an eye on each other. The archbishop, seeing this, began to tremble. His speech became slurred and frightened. Suddenly, as it turned out, Bifrost was sitting next to Logan and said that the guy could enjoy his life for now. Despair would only ruin the last days. Logan told him that Bifrost apparently hadn't heard that he had been invited to join his faction. They might become allies, so he needed to watch his words. These words shocked the Count. The guy told him that if he thought he was lying, he could ask the Marquis himself. When the hero said he was joking, the Count began to boil with anger and fury. He ordered himself to keep his composure. As soon as the funeral was over, he would go see the Count. No one had ever left unharmed after touching something that belonged to Bifrost. During the funeral, the third prince trembled with sadness and sorrow, burst into bitter tears, and Ben felt the same way, although he held back his tears. After a full day of funerals, the bishop announced that the first day of funerals was over. When the heroes returned home, Logan said to himself that he did not expect it to start in the morning and last until the evening. As he thought, after her, vassals from both factions began to approach them, and they did not lag behind until the very end. Then the boy's father approached him and asked if he really didn't want to join one of the factions. When his son asked if he was worried, Patrick replied that if things continued like this, their home would be in a precarious position. However, the strength of any of the factions will help them stop Bifrost. Logan replied that if necessary, they had the option of relying on his mentor, although everything would resolve itself anyway. After these words, Philip entered the room, soaking wet from the rain outside. After 4 or 5 days, the farewell ceremony with the king was over. Logan was very exhausted by the event and breathed a sigh of relief when it was all over. Suddenly, a man passed by him and called the hero a political rat. The guy thought to himself that he didn't understand why the faction ambassadors didn't approach him today. Then Elaine's father approached Logan, greeting him and smiling warmly. He asked the guy where his father was, whether he came alone, to which Logan replied that he had already returned home. Then the question of the wedding date was raised, which greatly confused the guy. He replied that he already knew that there was constant unrest in their territory, and that revealing the connection between their houses would help keep Bifrost under control. The father-in-law asked the guy if this was the first wedding in his life, because he would not have been so calm if this had not been Logan's first marriage. The man spoke of a gathering of aristocrats, the greatest of them all. At the entrance to the meeting room, many aristocrats gathered and asked each other how much time had passed since the last meeting. This shows how much the ruling family was surprised by the death of His Majesty. One of the gentlemen was knocked down by Logan, who was simply passing by, and hit him with his shoulder. He immediately began to apologize, but the man began to yell and swear at him and ordered him to watch where he was going. Logan replied that he was truly sorry that things had turned out this way and offered to help him. When he left in a huff, Patrick said that he was kind of irritated and the guy shouldn't take it to heart. This time, the meeting is held 2 weeks earlier than it was in Logan's previous life. With Ben declaring his neutral position, both factions have nothing to hide anymore. The aristocratic gathering in his past life ended in chaos. The instigator was a viscount from the first prince's faction, and during the meeting he succumbed to the growing tension. He began to curse another of the aristocrats, and as a result, the middle-class aristocrats started a fight that got out of control, and even superhumans joined in. After this, a civil war began, and the viscount who started it all was criticized for a long time. Inside the meeting room, there was debate about who would become the new ruler. They continued to argue over who was older and more important. To himself, Logan thought that it wouldn't be surprising if someone lost their temper in a situation like this. In the past life, after the fight, everyone prepared for the meeting for some time, and after 1 or 2 months, the first battle of the Civil War took place. But this is too long. Bifrost will have time to crush them during the preparation time. The Civil War must begin earlier. One of the aristocrats was talking about how much time had passed since they abandoned the tradition of the eldest son inheriting the throne. He said that the right to the throne is determined by the candidate's abilities. Considering how His Highness the First Prince resolved the trade issue with the Empire, he is more suitable than others to take the throne. The Viscount's speech was called nonsense, and he replied that who was more interested in the affairs of the country than His Highness the Prince. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, blood began to flow from the man's nose, which made everyone wary. He tried to get down from his place, but at the end of the steps he lost consciousness and fell. People nearby immediately ran up to him and tried to provide first aid. Logan watched this, and it was clear from his face that he was somehow involved in this, and the ring on his finger also had a part in it. He used the herb of oblivion on him. After infusing it with power and drying it for 3 days, its properties are greatly enhanced, and it becomes a deadly poison. This property will only become known 15 years later. It is this plant that the capital's Liberation Front uses to kill the upper echelon that controls the Empire. Logan asked Philip to get him the necessary herb in a couple of days, and with the help of a small needle attached to a ring, he was able to inject poison into the Duke before the meeting began. It wouldn't have worked on either a knight or a magician, but it worked against a simple aristocrat. The Prince brothers were also confused. The first prince looked at his brother with disdain. After some time, doctors arrived with a stretcher, who were going to take the man to the infirmary. The eldest prince began to shout at his brother for daring to attack his follower. The prince asked him who could fall for such a farce because of a common traitor. Suddenly, some man stood up from his seat and began shouting that these accusations against that aristocrat were unfounded. Another man approached him and asked why he was so angry. Wasn't it the first prince who accused the second prince of poisoning the victim? Or perhaps he was provoked by the word traitor, which the second prince called him. The fair-haired aristocrat began to shout at his colleague to stop talking nonsense about where he thought they were. Logan said to himself that in the end, these two had started the fight first. They were similar to him and Befros, both coming from hostile families in the north. Another similarity is that they both have powers. One of them is a mage and the other is a knight. During the disputes, the aristocrats began to hurl threats at each other and, in their rage, their strength grew. The judge in the courtroom tried to stop the arguments, but he could do nothing with his gavel. On the side of the fair-haired man stood aristocrats with the same aura. On the other side, there were also aristocrats who lined up, waiting for the time when the conflict would reach its limit. Suddenly, Ben entered the room and asked everyone to calm down. He said that they needed to investigate what happened and find out what really happened. Logan thought to himself that the Duke had intervened in time, but this time he would have a hard time. The first prince refused the Duke's proposal to start an investigation, but the other supported his idea. The elder brother had no real reason to do this, so he decided to get rid of the useless puppet by staging this farce. The eldest prince was indignant about how he dared to speak like that after such a treacherous murder. As soon as Ben tried to stop the argument between the two brothers, Jordan stopped him. He ordered the man not to interfere in the brothers' disputes. The second prince's grandfather also stopped him, telling the Duke that even he would have a hard time resisting them. Patrick was very surprised that the other dukes were opposing Ben. 3 dukes of their kingdom are in conflict with each other right in the council chamber. Lex said that this meeting was very pointless, and Ben understands it perfectly well. Suddenly, the first prince began to shout at his brother and said that he no longer recognized him as his blood brother. He said that now they must prove their right to the throne by the strength of their own warriors. The fat prince ordered his followers to summon their strongest men to conquer the throne. The older brother did the same. He said that they would not tolerate this anymore. While the 2 dukes knelt down to their masters, Ben stood behind them with a downcast expression on his face, not knowing what to do. After some time, Bifrost was sitting with Jordan in his carriage. The Count asked him to give him time to deal with the McLeans. Jordan said that Bifrost was asking for time, while the war could start at any moment. Bifrost thought to himself that Jordan's nickname only referred to his strength, but in reality he was an incredibly cold and calculating person. One wrong answer, and it would all be over. While Bifrost was trying to somehow justify his plans, the Duke said that it would be wiser to attract the McLeans to their faction. Bifrost was very surprised by this proposal and could not understand how his master came to such a decision. Jordan even sent Carl to arrange everything, but he warned that the McLeans were too rotten to be accepted. After these words, the Count bowed his head and apologized to the Duke for his greed and lack of prudence. He asked Bifrost to give up his greed for a time. When the war was won, he would deliver these people directly to the Count's house. The man will give them a little warning, so he does not need to worry, but rather gather his best people. A few days later, in the captured castle, Logan and Patrick listened to a speech from the first prince's representative. After listening to his speech, Patrick said that he would take his lordship's words into account. When the conversation ended, Patrick was outraged that he didn't even say goodbye. How could an ambassador behave so disrespectfully? He then added that they had nothing to worry about anyway, if everything was as they were told. Then instead of attacking them, Bifrost was gathering forces to send a force to the capital. With the current state of affairs, it looked like they could take a break for a while. Logan suggested they focus on what they could do. A civil war that began over the death of a politician led to physical clashes within a week, with both sides initially planning to assassinate the enemy prince. But something unexpected happened. While the summoned forces of both factions were traveling to the capital, they happened to collide by chance. Eventually, a long line formed from the original established point in the north to the territory under crown control, with both armies engaging in spontaneous battles throughout the kingdom. As events unfolded, the heads of both factions began to use the last forces they could muster, and Bifrost, of course, had to move to the central front. He left only a few people in his main castle. Before leaving, he thought that if they had not gone mad, they would not disobey the Duke's order. Suddenly, Logan slammed the table and announced that they would take advantage of the situation to take over Bifrost's territory. Patrick, Dwayne, and the captain thought this statement was simply a loss of reason. Dwayne asked him if he was going to disobey the words of a Superman, and Logan answered yes. The captain said that Befros couldn't fight them off while the civil war was going on, but wouldn't their actions be seen as a challenge to the second prince, and eventually those who remained neutral would be taken under control? Logan replied that the man was wrong. They were in a state of war before the civil war, so to consider their fight between the families a challenge to the second prince would be too free an interpretation of events. Both the second prince and the duke understand this. The captain was surprised by the young gentleman's speech and said that Logan had really predicted the beginning of the civil war, and that was why they had captured this castle. Patrick said that the duke was the kind of person who would make him take responsibility sooner or later. Did Logan think about the consequences? The hero replied that he had not thought about it because he would not be able to hold them responsible. Of course, if they take over Bethros Castle and become strong enough to be the trump card of both factions. Then Patrick asked his subordinates to leave him alone with his son. When they were alone, the count asked whether the boy realized that there was a fatal error in his judgment. The civil war may not last long until they capture Bethros Castle and become strong enough to carry out their plan. When his father said that, Logan seemed completely confident that the war would drag on. His body froze in surprise. He thought to himself that if you look at history, civil wars very rarely last longer than a year. The fact that the civil war in the capital will last 3 years makes it special. Patrick already said before the attack on the castle that he has no intention of getting into his head, but he believes that he is doing everything for the good of their family. However, it would be better to take such weak points into account. Now, Patrick's only plan was to reclaim their captured lands. After some time, the guards on the walls of Bethros Castle noticed that the McLean army was approaching their castle. The knights of the family were moving very quickly to conquer new territory. The guards on the walls sent a message to the Ferrets, so they will soon arrive to help. Logan said it didn't look like they were going to surrender peacefully. Patrick said there was no point in delaying. The voice of the local knight began to be heard from the walls. He said that his lordship had left these lands for the sake of a civil war, the outcome of which would determine the fate of their people. He gave this knight the honorable duty of remaining here as a last line of defense. The boy said that he would give Logan what he deserved for the dishonorable seizure of the castle. Pointing his sword at him, he challenged the hero to a duel and said that if he refused, he would be disgraced. After a short time of fighting, Logan knocked the guy out with a punch. Logan said that he eventually switched to fist fighting and asked the captain how the knight was feeling, and he replied that he had merely passed out. The hero wasn't sure that the guy was really a high-ranking knight, because he flew back from such a weak blow. It seemed that Befros was in bad shape. How could he leave a chatterbox in charge of the defense? As Patrick stood at the edge of the wall, Logan informed him that they had figured everything out. The count was very moved when he saw the lands that once belonged to them, from which they were expelled many years ago. He couldn't believe that she would come back to them so easily. They then turned to their subordinates, who smiled happily back at them. He thanked his vassals for their hard work. Patrick said the site is a testament to their efforts, but it is also a memorial to those who died. The man will never forget the knights whose lives brought them here. The count engraves the names of the dead on his heart to remember forever, about the upcoming events that await them. It is better to ask the future McLeans. Then he pointed to his son. Logan began to talk about how they themselves had assumed that an era of chaos had arrived, and that this chaos would pick up the McLeans so that they would climb even higher. Then he raised his sword and began to shout along with the knights and praise his family and ancestors. When Befros learned of what had happened, he was incredibly furious and began asking where his allies were. The knight who reported this to him said that the castle had been captured before the arrival of the Perret troops. The count ordered him to return immediately. He promised to return and flay his skin. Then Jordan appeared and said that they could not return. Befros told him that these savages attacked his house. Why did he forbid him to return? The Duke said that the forces concentrated on the central front were almost equal, but asked what would happen if Bethros's men were not with them. When Jordan asked him what was more important to him in this case, Befros became very tense and scared. He replied that those madmen ignored the Duke's warning, in response to which Jordan said that he would deal with them personally. However, first he will offer them to join their faction. After the agreement, he will bring them to the front lines and use them as cannon fodder. They will not have the right to refuse. After some time, the man contacted Logan, who told him that they had no choice but to support the first prince. The reaction in response to this was aggression. Befros was nearby and was perplexed by such impudence. How dare he speak to his master in such a way? He admitted that Logan was very reckless. But how could one threaten his lordship? Jordan told him that Logan had not only dared to ignore his warning, but was now rejecting his advice. He began to threaten whether he realized that his actions were directly contrary to the will of the first prince. From such threats, a huge amount of aura poured out of his body, filling the room from ceiling to floor. Logan said he was well aware that he was crossing a line, but their feud with the Bifrost had been going on for generations. It was not a question of opposing the Duke or His Highness, in response to which Jordan asked him to prove his words. If he brings his men to the front lines and distinguishes himself, his anger and the prince's anger will dissipate. When the guy said he couldn't, the man broke the floor of the room out of anger. Logan said he would follow his mentor's will and remain neutral, while his loyalty to the ruling family would not change, hoping that the Duke would not doubt his intentions. Suddenly a knight came running to them and told them that the first prince's men were approaching. Logan heard this and said that they needed to sort out their own affairs first and then deal with the guy. After these words, Jordan raised the magic ball and said that no matter what it cost him, he would put an end to the guy. This would be the best way to raise their morale. The hero chuckled and asked if the Duke could do it. He had heard that things were quite tense on the front lines. He was sure that he was not one to get angry easily. Jordan was very angry at Logan for these words and called him a crazy fool. He will soon realize what he did. He threw the magic ball to Bifrost, who almost dropped it in surprise. The Duke told him that he would assign him a few men to make the fool regret his behavior. The Count thought to himself that the McLeans had dug their own grave, and that it would be a good thing for him to put an end to them at the hands of his lordship. The next moment we are shown Lex, who learned that Logan captured the castle of Bethros. He had not heard such a heroic story for a long time. The guy thought to himself that he couldn't believe that Lex contacted him right after the call from Jordan ended. Since Logan attacked Bifrost, the Duke thought that the boy wanted to join his faction and side with the first prince. The guy replied that he was simply their old enemy, apologized, but they were not ready to join anyone yet. Lex said that knowing what an evil person Jordan is, he is sure that the Duke will try to absorb his entire family. The hero said that he called him just before Lex called. He begged for forgiveness, and he gave it to him. Logan's family is weak. They can only remain neutral. He can only provide moral support to Lex. When the hero asked the Duke to ask him to defeat the remaining forces of Bifrost, Lex laughed in response, due to the fact that he actually says whatever he wants. However, just in case, the Duke decided to clarify that if he intended to deceive Lex, he would not leave it like that. The next moment we are shown Max, who has just learned that Bifrost Castle has been captured. He was worried that they didn't even have time to send reinforcements. What should they do now? His servant immediately reassured him. He said that since the McLeans had behaved like that, the Duke would not sit silently and let them get away with it. Sometime later, during a call with Jordan's knights, he replied that they were not going to attack the McLeans. When the Count and the servant heard about this, they were incredibly shocked. The guy immediately began to worry that if that were the case, they would not have gone against them. Then, a servant burst into the master's quarters and said that they had received a letter from the McLeans. It contains the demands Logan made to them. The entire list consisted of 4 conditions. Given the current situation, Logan cannot directly attack, but no matter who becomes the next king, they will be the owners of this land. The letter states that if the Perets want to avoid death in the near future, they should submit. We are then taken back to the former Bethros castle, and Dwayne was talking about how, as expected, the Peret family had agreed to become their vassals. Logan was happy about this. They would subjugate them all one by one until they could take all their powers for themselves. He was sorry that he hadn't been able to do anything with Percival and the Refmenovs, but Dwayne said that they had already achieved a lot. Logan agreed with him and said that all possible threats had been eliminated, and now they could finally celebrate. The hero raised his glass of wine and announced that the war was over and his subordinates could eat and drink to the bottom. During the celebration, they show Dwayne, the captain, and James talking about something while drinking wine. Jeff and Hank also celebrated the victory with alcohol, and the elder's disciples also drank. In the throne room, Rick was chatting with some servant, and Patrick was clinking glasses of champagne with his wife. We are then shown Victor making a furious face and ordering everyone not to look at his sister, who was celebrating with Elaine. After some time, Patrick suggested that his son start something, after which Logan called the captain to him, who was surprised by this. Drunk Patrick began to talk about how his master was addressing him, but he was not greeting him. Logan then began to talk about how, for the captain leading the Order of Knights and winning the war, he was rewarding him with 1,000,000 gold pieces and lands of similar value. The whole castle began to scream in surprise at this speech. People heard that the young master had stolen all the treasures from the castle. At this time, Logan thought to himself that he was very pleased to spend other people's money. He also began to appeal to Hank for the fact that the magic tower had achieved a lot during the battle in the castle, so his reward would be a piece of land in the city of McLean. transferred for lifelong use without taxation, and a reward of 1 million gold. At such a reward, the elder fell to his knees and began to cry with joy. Logan said that the others would also receive cash rewards, so they could drink to the bottom today. The guy thought to himself that it was very pleasant to show off with other people's money. He then turned his gaze to his bride, who was beaming with happiness. The guy turned to her and asked if she was happy with the award, since her house was not poor. The girl replied that this was not just money, but that it was the first time she had earned it herself. What opportunities are there for women to earn money in this country? She managed to fulfill one of her dreams. Suddenly, Damien approached Logan and asked if Jeff would receive his reward for the work he had done. In response, the guy said that he had prepared the perfect gift for him, and he was surprised to hear this. After some time, we are shown some servant who was surprised that some genius thought of bringing his subordinates in a carriage. He wondered what his new wonderful master would be like. After these words, he got out of the carriage and began his journey. There was happiness and peace in McLean. People were happy. Some were relaxing. Some were busy with work. Then the gnomes started getting out of the carriage again, saying that so many people gave them goosebumps. They are all interested in who their master is, who brought them by carriage to the capital of the state. Dwarves were usually treated like cattle. Logan was still an ordinary aristocrat. He probably just wanted to show off his wealth, showing that he could even provide a carriage to his subordinates. Suddenly, Thomas turned to all the gnomes and told them to be quiet. The gnomes immediately began to resent the fact that he decided to put aside his pride and obey. They thought it might be because he lost his arm. Thomas silently called everyone else fools. Why couldn't they understand that by clinging to pride, they would bring even more misfortune upon themselves? After losing his hand, he had renounced all pride. This is the only way he, who can't even forge properly, has managed to survive until now. When the dwarf had finished delving into his thoughts, the dwarves were led into the city, accompanied by a guard. Suddenly, because of the heaviness that had accumulated in his soul, thoughts appeared in his head about simply ending his life at this moment. After some time, the gnomes reached their destination. The man who met them was happy and began to count. He then turned to the workers and shouted for them to call Jeff that help had arrived. As soon as the man called Jeff sir, Thomas was very surprised and ran up to ask him about it again. The man said that this dwarf was their best blacksmith. His inventions had greatly changed their fiefdom. Thomas was moved to tears and emotion by such wonderful stories. He would never have thought that people would recognize gnomes. Then Jeff himself arrives and greets the gnome brothers who have just arrived. The first impression for Thomas was very good. Jeff at the same time said that such strong gnomes could be used as working dogs and made an angry expression on his face. The gnomes were very surprised by this, and at the same time scared. The impression of the gnome immediately cracked like a church fresco. A few days later, Logan came to the subordinate dwarf to ask if he liked his gift. Jeff thanked him in return, and said that the production of crossbows had accelerated. He said that these gnomes worked diligently like a well-oiled machine. Logan said that with this system, everyone is responsible for their own type of parts. It is suitable for mass production, but he can imagine how much resistance there was because of their pride. At the very beginning, the dwarves were of course indignant about the work being done in parts, and not all at once they said that blacksmiths have pride. Jeff showed them how many orders they had, and they immediately went quiet when they saw such a huge list. And he also found among these lazy people someone who wanted to be a manager. After a short period of brainwashing, Thomas began to admit that he was just a cog in this machine. Logan praised him, and Jeff said that he learned from the best, namely him, and they both laughed. To himself, the dwarf thought that despite this, Logan promised them freedom after 20 years of work. Thomas found out about this and thought to himself, such a chance might not present itself to them again. Jeff himself observed the coordinated work of the gnomes, and noticed how Thomas was clearly different from everyone else. He asked Logan why he needed so many crossbows again. With such a quantity, one could arm 10,000 or even more soldiers. The guy replied that that's how they needed to arm so many. The gnome thought that he wanted to stock up for 10 years ahead. This is very thorough preparation. But the guy replied that everything was not so. He was going to create an army of 10,000 soldiers, and had already begun recruiting into their ranks. Hearing this, the dwarf was very scared. He began to think that Logan was planning to start a war again, and Logan understood this from his facial expression. The civil war has just begun. No one knows that it will last 3 years, and that the Empire will invade at the very end. This war is fought by elite soldiers, and then you will have to resort to the help of mercenaries. Eventually, the situation will become so tense that civilians will be forced to arm themselves with pitchforks and go to war. This horrible sight will be hell on earth. Logan needs to prepare for these times. Once the guy came out of his thoughts, Jeff asked if it was okay to arm so many people. The guy replied that he only needed to provide them with the means of subsistence. and then, even if he put bombs in their hands, there would be no uprising. After these words, the guy said that he wanted to ask him and Hank to do something for him, but secretly. What Logan wanted to ask the mage to do was a bomb, but that was not all. The condition for the explosion would be a blow whose force exceeded a certain level, like a punch. There should be a slight warning vibration before the explosion, otherwise you might forget to throw it, and it would be great if the color changed too. He then added that the explosion time should be delayed by 5 seconds, and the explosion itself should be similar in strength to a second-level spell. Moreover, the cost of producing one piece should not exceed 5 gold. After listening to the young gentleman's demands, Hank asked if it was possible, if such a device existed. Logan replied that he had used it before. Jeff was standing nearby at this time and listening to all this. He had a very unpleasant sense of déjà vu. After some time, Logan roughly explained what materials would be needed. Hank was unhappy that Logan was not 100% sure about them. He said the properties of the compounds could change depending on the differences in materials. Besides, if a guy wanted a spell as powerful as a second-tier spell, it would cost 10 times as much as a first-tier scroll. And if such an item existed, the business of making it would take off. Since the hero has already used this thing, it makes more sense to contact that manufacturer. After some time, Logan contacted Lewis to find out if he had a friend who could create a new item. The man replied that he did not have such friends. A bomb called Freedom in an ancient language, which the Capital Liberation Front successfully used against the Empire. But only a few people know the method of its production. Logan thought that Lewis might know something about it, but Liberatio was created by an earth mage. They say he was inspired by the weapon of the ancient gnomes. Jeff then asked the guy if he had dreamed the device, although he remembered using it in such detail that it was unlikely. To himself, the hero admitted that his memories of Liberatio were very clear, although there was nothing strange, since it was she who had destroyed him. After this, the events moved to a bar where some men were sitting, complaining that the battle was moving here, to the south. One of them said that if the aristocrats wanted to fight, they should do it themselves. Why send the owners of more modest territories in their place? The man's interlocutor tried to calm him down, because he was very drunk. But suddenly, some man agreed with his words and hit the table with his mug of beer. It is their families that will suffer first. The man ran away without even having time to take the bodies of his family members. He considered himself a non-entity. Suddenly, an unknown figure appeared behind him and called him by name, which frightened him greatly. The unknown person said that he was from the Information Guild, and that his client had sent him a letter. Not long before, Logan had been filling out letters he wanted to send to some people. He said he was writing to talented people who had lost their masters during the Civil War. Rick said that there may not be any famous knights in the destroyed territories. He hasn't heard of them. Logan said that for now these people are either heirs or soldiers of small and medium-sized fiefs. The guy didn't understand why his master wanted to recruit them specifically, and Logan asked him if he had heard about uncut diamonds. Of course, Logan's knowledge is based on information from a past life. Most of these people will become users of the Force, but now they do not know how to use it. The boy began to write to Austin that the work he left at the academy had made a deep impression on him, that he considered him a gifted man, and that he was writing in connection with the misfortune that had recently befallen him. His house continues to grow despite the circumstances, and he needs talents like Austin. If a man is currently looking for a place to settle down, he would like him to consider living in his city. 2 months later, a multitude of warriors, talented in Logan's opinion, gathered in front of the gates of the city of McLean. The guards began to discuss among themselves where they could have come from, but none of them knew about it. Everyone claims to have received a letter from their young master, but is this true? Then it was Austin's turn to appear before the guards, and he said that he had come at the invitation of the young master. The guard looked at the man with distrust and began to think about his next steps. He wondered to himself how an outcast like Austin could have received an invitation from the young master. The man thought to himself that it looked like the McLeans were planning to attract war refugees to expand their territory. But as he walked deeper into the city, he tried to understand why someone like him was invited to a personal meeting with Logan. Eventually, Austin finally made it to the hero's chambers, who greeted the man with a smile on his face, and they successfully got acquainted. Austin replied that he was glad to meet, and the guy suggested that they sit down and talk. The man realized that he had not received the invitation letter by mistake. Logan said it was still quite chilly outside, and asked him to drink some tea that his servants had prepared for him. At this time in his thoughts, Austin was trying to figure out if they knew each other. He didn't remember meeting anyone with red hair and such eyes. Logan thought to himself that Austin turned out to be a genius of the Liberation Front, who was once very naive. He was behind the development of cryptographic algorithms. He is a genius of information management, and for more than 20 years he managed to protect the identities of the Liberation members. There is much to be said about his talents, but what interests Logan most is his sense of rightness. Having lost his entire family in the Civil War, he fought for the good of the country for decades, barely having any hope of a future. Logan then offered the man to become an assistant to their chief administrative officer. If he showed his abilities, Logan was ready to trust him with the castle. Austin was very surprised by this outcome. He did not believe that he wanted to appoint a simple man to such a position. Logan replied that, as he had said in the letter, his poem had left him deeply impressed. Given Austin's talent as a writer, he has the ability to understand the subtext of any work and is also familiar with connotations. After listening to everything, Austin of course did not understand what Logan had just said. As it turns out, Logan himself didn't understand what he said and thought it was complete nonsense. He needed to do everything possible to get it. His house is small, but as the McLeans become more powerful, Austin's information management skills will prove a great asset. A week later, Dwayne returns to the hero. Austin was at his disposal, which made the man very happy. Austin and Philip work for 10. He asked the guy where he dug up such a treasure. Logan is glad to hear about it. He asked the minister to get used to it. Dwayne replied that he was very happy with such talented guys. He then said that refugees were coming to them from the Civil War, and the city was being populated with new residents faster than expected. He added that it might be necessary to speed up the construction of the second one. Logan asked him if finances allowed it, and Dwayne replied that he had estimated it a little in advance. Because of the war, timber is now worth its weight in gold, and until they finish building the city and collect this year's harvest, finances will be tight. Suddenly Philip intervened, not understanding why this could be difficult, since their lands were overflowing with export opportunities. When he said they could sell food, Dwayne started to get angry, wondering if they really had that much surplus. Philip replied that in preparation for war with Bethros, they had begun to sell surplus food. But the battle ended quickly, and because of the Civil War, food prices skyrocketed. Even if they sell half, they won't have to worry about money anymore. The remaining money they will be able to invest in logging. Logan sat, listened, and discussed the proposal of his subordinate. In order to mass-produce thousands of crossbows for the cavalry on a regular basis, they would need this. They currently import all their supplies, but to maintain their own strength, they need to start producing them themselves. When Logan approved of Philip's idea, he was delighted, but Dwayne was very surprised and became indignant. Logan tasked Philip with increasing their income as much as possible and using the remaining money for logging. And he entrusted Dwayne with the preparation for the construction of the second city, and he had to agree with the young master's demand. Suddenly, the man remembered that a letter had arrived at their office by mistake. Once they were finished, Philip and Dwayne took their leave, and Logan began reading the letter. It says that Logan asked to locate some people, and they managed to find one of them. After that, the hero remembered that he had actually made such a request. It was on the day when he first mastered the Blade of Power. He asked to find independent superhumans who participated in the Imperial War. It took a long time, but one was found. It was Harvey Crow, not the last name Logan expected, who excelled in supplying large quantities of low-quality artifacts and was one of the top 10 merchants in the Empire. His entire body is covered with artifacts of his own production. Unlike the magicians, he was active on the front lines. This sorcerer destroyed the forces of the capital. Because of the low-level artifacts he supplied the Empire with, the capital fell twice as fast as it otherwise would have. Logan recognized him as an extremely dangerous enemy, and it would be best to recruit him for himself. But if that doesn't work, the guy is ready to kill the man with his own hands. After some time, Logan reached the border of the kingdoms, where he met a guard, to whom he told that he was a merchant from Grandia. The guard replied that this territory had been talked about a lot lately. He slowly extended his hand and talked nonsense to everyone else to distract their attention, and Logan placed a gold coin into that hand. When the guard saw that there was now a worthy reason to let the guy through, he said that now he had nothing to worry about and could go further. As soon as Logan passed through the border wall, he took off his hood and said that he had not been to the Empire for a long time. According to the Information Guild, that person does not live in a large city, but in a border area. Logan does not know what the future Superman has forgotten here. But the fewer people around him, the better for him. To avoid attracting attention, he deliberately disguised himself and used magic to change the color of his eyes. After some time, Logan realized that he had lost his way and began to look back. Suddenly, a group of large men appeared behind him, who seemed to have been running after him for a long time. A man who looked like the leader of the group began to threaten Logan with his blade and ordered him to put his backpack on the ground. Once they reach the city's fortress walls, we are shown Logan beating up those people and forcing them to show the way into the city. The city was bustling with life, with all sorts of deals, trades, and exchanges of goods taking place between people. Rich people came there, were met and sent off to rest. As Logan walked through the streets of this city, he observed the local residents. He thought to himself that this was a border area, but it was very clean, and the infrastructure was so developed that it could be compared with many cities in the kingdom. He was told that Harvey's house was located far from the fortress. Judging by the map, he got where he needed to go. Before knocking on the front door, he remembered his hot temper, which everyone knew, so there was a chance that they would come to blows if he refused to cooperate. As soon as thoughts about killing Harvey entered his head, he hit himself in the face in order to come to his senses. Having finished thinking, he finally knocked on the door and asked if anyone was home. Then the door opened and the bearded man who lived there began to say that he had even told the Lord not to disturb him. Then he realized that he had never seen Logan before. They started talking, and at that time Logan saw 5 circles of magic in him so far. Logan said he had traveled a long way to meet him and asked for some time. Before he could finish speaking, the door slammed shut in front of the guy. This made him very angry, and he abandoned his plans to recruit the man and simply kill him. Then he finally decided to give up this idea. If he could win over to his side, he would become an incomparable ally and continued to endure. When the boy tried to knock on the door again and open it, his body was struck by an electric charge. This act made him very angry. In a rage, he hit the door and knocked it off its hinges, and it flew into the house with a crash. As soon as Logan burst into the building, Harvey realized that he was not an easy man. Harvey uses killing orbs. They constantly protect him and also automatically push enemies away, which is the perfect balance between offense and defense. Although he is weaker than any other superhuman, his killing spheres, especially when they gain the power of fire, are considered an unrivaled weapon for killing civilians. Logan immediately showed upon entering that he was being too harsh with a man who had come from afar. Harvey replied that he had no choice but to do something after the guy broke down his door. The hero replied that he couldn't do anything because the man didn't want to engage in dialogue. He pulled out some kind of bag from his bosom and threw it to his interlocutor. It turned out that the bag contained gold coins that were to be used for repairing the house. Harvey decided that in that case, they could talk. A moment later, they moved to the owner's guest room and he asked the guy why he came. Logan replied that he had heard rumors about him and had come to hire the man. As soon as the hero looked at Harvey's behavior, he realized that he was definitely not tormented by remorse. The guy said that they say that Harvey is a master of artifacts. This is clear from the spheres that circle behind his back. He said that he learned about this from the Information Guild. They were looking for capable magicians for him. He came after hearing about his greatness, but it seems that Harvey is carrying a burden of sin. In response, he said that he lives a completely normal and law-abiding life. Logan thought to himself that no matter how capable he was, if there was any trouble with him, he would kill him. You never knew when a person would betray you. If you look closely, the killing spheres seem weaker than they were in his past life. Logan will definitely not have any difficulties with them. As soon as Logan called Harvey by his real name, his face immediately broke out in cold sweat and his gaze turned into animal fear. At that moment, all the flying spheres turned scarlet. They were filled with auras and became stronger. The next second, Harvey attacked the guy, aiming his flying artifacts at him. From this attack, the wall that was behind Logan was left destroyed. A blast of power immediately flew out from the broken wall, which Logan used with his divine sword technique. Harvey realized that the guy had gotten away. He had gotten lucky. But he wouldn't let that happen again. His power increased again, and he started screaming that next time he wouldn't be able to survive the next attack from his spheres. The next moment, Logan again hit the man with an energy wave. When he tried to say that it was a good try, a huge wave of fire hit his body. In an instant, the flying spheres were cut in two, leaving Harvey defenseless. He crashed into the wall and lost consciousness for a short time while still smoldering. He saw that his artifact was cut to pieces in one fell swoop and screamed in displeasure. Logan approached him and asked him how much his conscience was bothering him for him to react like that. Harvey started asking about where he got the information about his real name. He destroyed all traces of himself. There is little to no record of Harvey before he became superhuman. But looking at him now, Logan sees nothing more than a fugitive. His face was seething with anger, and he asked where he thought the guy came from. In response to this, Harvey pulled out another artifact from under his cloak, which instantly turned red. It was an artifact that looked like a bomb, and in a matter of moments the entire room was engulfed in flames. When everything died down, Logan saw a hole in the floor that led to the lower floor. The guy realized that he had another artifact in his possession, which he carefully hid. The hero, of course, jumped after the target in order to catch up and finish him off. As soon as he looked around, he realized that he had entered an underground laboratory, which was Harvey's workspace. And when he raised his eyes, he saw a flying man, who was already armed with another artifact, some kind of staff. His face was distorted with anger and self-confidence, and with his staff he prepared a new unknown attack. In an instant, a stream of lightning burst from the staff and jumped towards the guy. Logan was surprised that Harvey could use 2 types of spells without recharging instantly. At the moment of the attack, Harvey felt some strange power that Logan possessed. As it turned out, the hero managed to dispel all the man's magic with the help of his strength and a powerful sword that absorbed everything. The next moment, all the magic that was directed at Logan was reflected back at Harvey himself. With one swing of his sword, Logan cut off the man's arm and cut through the magic staff. After Harvey fell to the ground and dropped to his knees, Logan came up to him and said that Harvey had brought this on himself. Out of anger and rage, he was about to use another artifact of power and said that he would kill Logan. He rose into the air and a huge amount of power appeared around him. Logan didn't care about this attack, as it was too slow for him. He instantly reached the man and attacked. From the swings of the sword with such force, the ceiling of the laboratory began to collapse, and Logan realized this. Harvey's lab belonged to a man known as the Artifact Master. The hero wanted to study everything carefully, but there was nothing he could do. He was going to quickly look around and leave. Suddenly, his eyes noticed a book containing Harvey's notes. In the boy's past life, Harvey invented a method to place magic not only in precious metals, like mithril, but also in ordinary ones, which made it possible to begin mass production of low-level artifacts. As soon as the guy realized that this method could be described in the notes, he was incredibly happy. He took several books of these notes with him. After that, he saw some other artifacts that were lying on the next table and attracted the hero's attention. He doesn't feel like they have any special energy. Maybe they're around 3rd grade. He feels sorry to take them away, but he will still happily accept this gift of fate. Just as he was about to touch the gloves, he felt a painfully familiar feeling. He remembered that he had the same feeling when he got the boots from Bifrost's storage. As soon as Logan put on these gloves, he was illuminated by a bright light, and his saw seemed to increase in size several times. Even the body's durability and strength had increased greatly, very similar to those boots of the Wind God. Logan never expected to find something like that. He realized that these artifacts were probably created by the same person. In any case, clearly not Harvey in his current state. But then who? After that, he remembered that people were supposed to come here. The guy needed to take what he could and leave as quickly as possible. He got what he wanted. Even though Harvey died, he was worthless anyway. Now it's time to go home. Before leaving, Logan began to pray that his bag would still be upstairs, because it was full of things. We are then transported back to McLean, where several knights have come to join the kingdom's knightly order. In order to check whether these guys are worthy of joining, the most worthy warriors of the order gathered to test them. Realizing the consequences, they immediately became embarrassed and tense. Not long before this, these same guys came to Dwayne, who began to be indignant at Logan's absence in the castle, because they came precisely because of him. They said it didn't make sense. They said it was incredibly difficult to get to them. A moment later, the captain of the order appeared on the horizon and was delighted that guests had arrived, and also noticed that they were dressed like knights. Dwayne explained to him that these knights had come from the front and wished to meet with the young master and discuss terms. At this time, these knights recognized the captain and said that he was not keeping up with his fame. Suddenly, a guy emerged from the crowd, introduced himself and gave his nickname from his homeland. The other knights also proudly named their nicknames. Dwayne listened to this and went crazy with shame. The captain said that they were all big enough for nicknames. He envied them because he didn't have a nickname. It was flattering to them, but they explained that they got these nicknames in the backwoods. But the captain doesn't like unnecessary chatter. He said that the young master treats people according to their abilities. If they want good treatment, they need to prove they deserve it. Now he wants the knights to back up their words with actions. He asked them if they could handle the challenge, and they answered positively with complete confidence. After some time of fighting one of the knights, he woke up because he came to consciousness. He did not remember how it happened. Suddenly, he remembered that the commander had told them that they needed to win to be hired, but he didn't understand why they had to be put against those guys. This guy's opponent was a kid everyone called Young Master. He just wanted to earn a few points. Suddenly, the guy was brought to his senses by Demian's voice, who ordered him to stand up. He said that he had only swung his sword, and he was already surrendering. As soon as the local knights realized that Damian was starting to get worked up, they immediately began to calm him down, saying nice things. The knight who came in didn't understand why they were indulging him. Were they really just sucking up to him? The boy refused all these flattery and said that if he was weak, he would only hinder his older brother. Hearing this, the men were very scared. They ordered the newcomer to immediately grab the sword and fight, but he, of course, hesitated. The boys told him that as soon as the young master mentioned his elder brother, he would grind his opponent into dust. Damien's face turned into an ominous picture that commanded his opponent to fight. The guy's attack caused the entire yard to become covered in bright flames, which covered the entire area. Those men were worried about the newcomer's condition and were afraid that they would be next. The focus then shifts to Elaine, who was saying that Damien's opponent at least moves well. Victor said that he doesn't know if he's strong enough to be called a powerful sword, but it's clear that he's trained. After listening to the boys' stories, the captain said that it was worth accepting them. He knew who to contact to test the newcomers. Elaine said that it seemed like the younger young master had been a little upset lately. He was probably worried that he wasn't growing. Suddenly the captain woke up. He asked the guys where Logan had been for all these 10 days, where he had gone. Elaine said she didn't know anything either, but she was sure he was doing something incredible. At this time, Logan returned to the magic tower to Hank and dumped a bunch of Harvey's notes, which he took from him, on his desk. The guy said that these notes were from a magician's laboratory. He thought that they might contain notes about research, so he took them with him, just in case. To make sure, Hank asked if he had stolen these books from the magic tower, to which the hero replied that of course not. He said that they belonged to someone who died after a fight with him. And if that was the case, Hank said that there would be no problem.